朋友是一个坚韧不拔的纪录片，在香港这座城市的设置。主演钱德勒、罗斯、福波斯伊、瑞秋、莫妮卡和一些其他他妈的演员。
Singles. The former two can be found on the band's sophomore album, The Bends, while OK Computer is home for the latter. Although not as massive as Creep was, they're still pretty successful songs on their own right. And unlike Creep, the band wouldn't go on to resent these songs later on in their careers. They're still being played live regularly. Well, except for High and Dry, which is pretty much just Creep light at this point. Any music enthusiast out there has likely seen at least one of these three albums spring to their notice at one point during their time. I think it's safe to say that if you're even watching this video, you've had to have at least heard one of these all the way through. Not only are they incredibly acclaimed and popular albums from the band, but also of rock music in general, with OK Computer mostly being shown off as the band's landmark project. The recording sessions for Kid A boasted a plethora of songs that wouldn't make it onto its titular album, so in the following year of Kid A's release, Radiohead dropped Amnesia, which consisted of 11 more songs from the very same sessions. Some people are quick to write this release off as a B-sides compilation due to this fact, but the band itself and many others see the album standing well on its own, as it provides an entirely unique, more jazz-influenced atmosphere which separates it from its sister album. In fact, there was even talk to bundle the two albums together as a double album, but due to a Happy Meal promotion they had to split it up in two. Although with the anniversary release of Kid Amnesia in 2021, we can get a glimpse on what the double album experience would have been like. Tom York, born on October 7, 1968, is the lead frontman of Radiohead since their formation back in 1985 all the way up to the present day. On top of being the main songwriter, he also performs vocals, rhythm guitar, keyboards, and sometimes even drums for the band. Aside from Radiohead, he also performs in the bands Atoms for Peace and The Smile, as well as boasting a solo career that's currently consisting of 3 studio albums and a film soundtrack. On top of all of this, he's also had some collaborations with artists such as PJ Harvey, Bjork, Uncle, Sparklehorse, Mode Skeletor, Flying Lotus, REM, Burial, Fortet, Portishead, and MF Doom, the last of which we'll be getting more into later on in this video. Following the release of Hail to the Thief, the band's record contract ended and Radiohead chose to part ways with EMI and remain as an independent artist, without being confined to the standard process of an album rollout, and especially wary of their albums leaking on the internet. Radiohead decided to experiment with the release of their following album, In Rainbows, and uploaded it onto their own website with a self-explanatory pay what you want model, where you didn't even have to pay at all if you wanted to and would still receive the entire album in MP3 format. This was an insanely bold move for a band as big as Radiohead at the time, and not one that a lot of fellow musicians took lightly. The release seemed really community-oriented, but it wasn't catered towards their musician brothers and sisters, who don't sell as many records as Radiohead. It makes everyone else look bad for not offering their music for whatever, said Sonic Youth bassist Iggy Pop. Although it didn't set a precedent for how major artists would distribute music in the near future, it surely gave us an interesting look in the concept years before websites like Bandcamp would come into the fray. On October 10, 2000, Radiohead released their 4th studio album titled Kid A, which completely strayed from their alternative rock roots into a more electronic and experimental style of sound. This drastic shift in sonic identity was considered pretty controversial at the time, and left many fans divided on how to really take it in. Of course, in retrospect, we all know that turned out to be a good move, which is why on June 27, 2019, YouTuber Middle8 uploaded a video titled Kid A, the greatest left turn in music history. That title would go on to be frequently memed on by Radiohead fans because From the Basement is a series of webcasted live performances run by Nigel Godrich, the producer for Radiohead. It's notable for lacking both a host and an audience, instead focusing strictly on the performing artist with a level of fidelity that resembles a studio recording. The series features a plethora of artists, including Queens of the Stone Age, PJ Harvey, Thundercat, Sonic Youth, a variety of others, and of course, Tom York and the Radioheads. The Radiohead performances took place in 2008 with an episode mostly focused on material from In Rainbows, and in 2011 with an episode focused strictly on Queen of Limbs material. According to Ed, there were talks for an episode centered around a moon-shaped pool, though it was unfortunately scrapped, likely due to the complications of bringing in a whole-ass orchestra. Up to this point, it's unknown the next time when the band will be locked up in the basement again, though we can only hope that it's soon. These are two bands that emerged in the UK's alternative rock scene shortly after the time OK Computer came out. They were brandished by critics as being Radiohead light due to their usage of falsetto vocals and similar compositional techniques, and for emerging in a time where Radiohead were one of the few mainstream British bands to avoid associating with the Britpop scene. Thus, they were accused of being bandwagoners and imitators, and even up to this day in music circles are often ridiculed for the prevalent Radiohead influence in their sound. Honestly, there's a whole lot of details I'm skipping out on here, because I have plans to do an entire video specifically about this subject, and if it's even worth drawing these comparisons in the first place. So stay tuned for that sometime in the near future. No times 42 refers to the 11th track off of Hail to the Thief called A Punch Up at the Wedding, aptly subtitled as No 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 No. In the beginning of the song, Tom can be heard singing the word no over and over again a total of 42 times. When transcribed for various lyric websites online, they would often condense this section down into just no times 42, and given how hilarious that appears, it became a sort of inside joke for Radiohead fans. Similarly, also pertaining from Hail to the Thief is the phrase the raindrops times 47, which stems from the second track titled Sit Down Stand Up. This would also become a meme. During the performance of Idiotech at the Outside Lands Festival in 2008, Tom wasn't feeling quite up to his tempo and quickly muttered the phrase, "Faster, Johnny," while singing the lyrics for the song. Although the Outside Lands performance is the clearest example of Tom's craving for velocity in the song, it's far from the only time that it's happened. Another prominent example occurred while playing at Glastonbury in 2003, when Tom repeatedly muttered the word faster in complete desperation throughout the performance. Like with No times 42 and the Raindrops times 47, the phrase would also be repeatedly memed upon by Radiohead fans online, and it seems to have just recently come full circle when Johnny set his profile picture on Twitter to a dial being turned up to fast. To finish off this trifecta of Radiohead shitposting, we have the ever-elusive Ed. Many fans have speculated that while singing sustained vocals, it sounds like background vocalist Ed O'Brien is singing his own name. It's mainly heard in songs like Karma Police, Weird Fishes, and most prominently the 1996 Live at Pink Pop performance of Lit. During an Ask Me Anything on r/IndieHeads to promote his upcoming solo album, Reddit user Rufy11 asked Ed about the whole Ed thing, to which Ed responded by saying he was unaware of it. So although it's practically confirmed at this point that he isn't singing his own name, it's something I still liken to hold as true in my own personal headcanon strictly due to how funny it is to me. I just can never not say Ed when singing along to Weird Fishes. Gotcha, bitches. Creep is nowhere near a bad song, but if you had to listen to it every single day for the better portion of half a decade, I'm sure you would get sick of it at some point too, especially when the song in question sets you up as a miserable loser, to a point where people on death row are sending you letters saying they sympathize with the song. You would want to veer far away from that shit. Going past the earlier days when the band was still unsure where the success of Creep was going to take them, I'm sure it's easy for them to come to terms with now that it's just a simple catchy pop song that many people have grown attached to over the years. Hell, they played it way more times than you'd think throughout their last tour. Ed's remarked before that he sees Creep as the standout track to Pablo Honey, and Tom even admitted that it can be cool to play it sometimes, not to mention that awful remix he did of it just recently. I honestly see it as the band being dismissive of Creep for the pressuring attention it brought along with it, not as much for the quality of the song itself. On a Friday is the band name Radiohead initially touted during their formative years at Oxford High School. The name is an ingenious reference to the date of the week when they would all get together in their band room for rehearsal. For some unknown reason, record label executives prompted the band to change their name upon being signed, which actually serves as a good transition to the next topic. The name Radiohead comes from the 6th track of Talking Heads' 7th studio album titled True Stories. In an interview with Q Magazine, Tom said the name sums up all these things about receiving stuff. It's about the way you take information in, the way you respond to the environment you're put in. Though I choose to take that with a grain of salt because I also recall reading somewhere that Tom just thought it was the least shittiest song off that album. Regardless, we were blessed with a moniker that would overthrow the intellectual On a Friday to define the band up until this very day. Yeah, that isn't hyperbole. True Love Waits initially premiered live at a show in Belgium on December 5th, 1995. We wouldn't get an official studio recording of the song until much later on May 11, 2016, with the release of A Moon-Shaped Pool. However, this version differs drastically from the original, featuring a much more heartbroken atmosphere due to the breakup Tom was facing with his partner Rachel at the time. Up until that point, the live in Oslo version from the I Might Be Wrong EP was the only official release of the song, although there were attempts made for a studio recording during the sessions of OK Computer and Kid A and Amnesiac. To celebrate the 4th of July in 1993, a British band called Radiohead performed live at the MTV Beach House in the United States. This performance goes down in history as being one of the most batshit insane live shows the band has ever put on. After a brief interview with Ed and Colin, the band puts on a relatively tame performance for the obligatory Creep, which is already funny as hell because I personally can't think of a worse song to put on for a fucking beach house. But whatever, I guess that isn't the point. What is the point of all this is what comes after. Following frustrations due to performing the songs 4 times in a row to emulate a multicam shot, and growing tensions between Tom and show host Kennedy, the band spontaneously broke into an unscheduled performance of Anyone Can Play Guitar, which slowly morphs its way into a full-blown meltdown. Really, the best way I can describe this performance is that it's like a crescendo of cringe. Things really start to kick in after Tom sings the line about wanting to be Jim Morrison and he ad-libs this afterwards, which is then followed by Tom singing, scratch that, screaming the phrase any at the very tippy top of his lungs. But perhaps the most infamous moment in this entire performance is after Tom finishes his vocals and proceeds to dive headfirst into the fucking pool. What's utterly insane about that though is that the odds weren't entirely impossible for Tom to end up fucking dying from doing that. If the sodden Tom York proceeded to step on any of the wires powering the lights, he would have been electrocuted straight into heaven on a little rowboat, as explained by the producer of the show. A lot of credit for this goes to YouTube user ShreddyCat, who not only assisted with the original performance, but later uploaded it to YouTube and answered questions for people who were curious about the entire event. An iron lung is a life support vessel that encapsulates a person's body to assist with respiration. Radiohead would use this device as an allegory for how they felt about the uncontrollable success of Creep on their song fittingly titled My Iron Lung, which was released as a single for their 1995 sophomore album, The Bends. The lyrics reference to how Creep, although providing them with the success to continue as a band, also restricts them in the eyes of public perception and the expectation from record labels to have them continue releasing singles that would overthrow Creep in terms of success. This is made entirely evident with the lines, "This is our new song, just like the last one, a total waste of time, my iron lung." Meeting People Is Easy is which documents the immense suffering Radiohead faced during the touring for OK Computer. Not only that, however, it even gives us a behind-the-scenes look into various production efforts from the band, including the making for the music video of No Surprises, which if the documentary is anything to go by, didn't come off as an easy feat. What's also notable about the documentary is that it gives us an early look into various songs that weren't available at the time of its release. These songs would be Follow Me Around, I Will, How to Disappear Completely, Life in a Glass House, and also an early attempt at a studio recording for Man of War. If you're ever in the mood to witness rock stars living through pure agony, I honestly cannot recommend this documentary enough. Even if you're just an avid Radiohead fan but are still intrigued by how pressuring it is for bands to market, tour, and promote music, Meeting People Is Easy serves as a great insight to that entire world of stardom. B-sides are a collection of songs recorded during studio sessions that don't appear on their respective studio albums. Instead, they're generally released as filler to accompany a single on side B of a 7-inch record, hence the name B-side. Throughout their career, Radiohead would go on to release a plethora of B-sides, some of which would even go on to become beloved fan favorites. These would include Talk Show Host, Lift, Go Slowly, and The Daily Mail. Although, I'm pretty partial to the amazing sounds of Orgy myself. The Kid Amnesia exhibition is a beautifully glorified walking simulator that features abstract visuals inspired by the various artwork created during the Kid A and Amnesiac period. It was developed by Name the Machine and Arbitrarily Good Productions using Unreal Engine 5. It was also published by Epic Games, meaning if you want to play it on PC or Mac, you'll have to go through their launcher. However, if you're one of the 5 people in the world right now that own a PS5, you'll be happy to hear that you can play it through that as well. Although technically a video game, it harkens much more to something like LSD Dream Simulator or Yumi Nikki to me, where the point isn't really to beat it, but to take your time and experience it instead. There's also even a bunch of stems and alternate versions of various songs that wound up on Kid A and Amnesiac buried deep within the files of the game, but that's something I'll be taking a much deeper look into in a future video. The origins of Just pertain from a heated battle between Tom and Johnny to try and see how many chords they could fit into one song. According to Reddit user Manzi, the song would end up containing a total of 15 different chords, these being A sharp, A minor, B, B minor, C, C minor, D, D minor, D sharp, E minor, F, F sharp, G minor, and a diminished C7. Holy shit, what a bunch of dorks. I guess while we're on the topic of Just, we might as well bring up just whatever the hell it was that guy laying down said in the music video. If you don't already know, throughout the video there's a collective of people in business suits surrounding the guy who spontaneously decided to lie on the floor. They're progressively pressuring the guy to explain to them what caused him to lie down, and when he eventually gives in, his dialogue is intentionally left without subtitles, leaving it vague to what he actually says. Up to this very day, the band and director Jamie Thraves have refused to tell anyone what the guy says, though Tom did confirm that he at least says something coherent. I do have my own theory on what he says, however. By using elite ancient lip-reading tactics, I was able to decipher that the guy is actually saying, Johnny arrived a bit early to the fuck creep party in the sense that he was never too fond of the song in the first place. In an interview with Chicago Sun-Times, he said that he didn't like the song, it stayed quiet, so in an attempt to sabotage it, he decided to hit the guitar really hard. Unfortunately for him, the guitar crunches would end up becoming a classic part of the song, which resulted in it being a smash hit and a defining song for the band, and a staple in live shows for many, many agonizing years to come. In certain copies of Kid A on CD, if you pry open the back cover, you can find a hidden booklet which contains additional artwork and lyrics from songs written in this era of the band, including some which didn't even wind up on Kid A. I do have a separate script written out about this already, so expect a video coming out which covers this much more thoroughly very soon. Despite appearing simplistic on the surface, the rhythm for videotape involves much more going on beneath its waters. Sorta like an iceberg, am I right? Essentially, the piano beat is played an eighth note ahead of the rhythm, syncopating the entire song to give it this scattered, jittery feeling, sort of resembling a VHS going absolutely haywire on the tape deck. This is a pretty downplayed explanation of it, as there's far more that I could get into, but this video's already long enough as it is, so I'd like to redirect you to Warren Music's video on it instead, as he does a much better job thoroughly explaining it. Plus his channel is just fucking awesome if you ever need any Radiohead tutorials, so go check it out anyways. Hey yeah, so get this shit right. You know Pyramid Song by Radiohead? Well, the title of that song is actually literal in a composition standpoint. Hear me out. So like an average song is usually played in a 4/4 time signature, right? Meaning it plays 4 beats per each bar. But there's this thing called syncopation that like complicates the rhythm, so despite being in standard time, it sounds way more wild. That's exactly what's going on in the Pyramid Song. Each 4 seconds and sections of 8 beats divided by 2 beats of At the ending of Daydreaming, you can hear this reversed voice line muttering something completely indistinguishable, unless you're a victim to satanic backmasking. Upon reversing the audio, however, you can clearly hear a pitched-down voice muttering the phrase. This is in reference to the at-the-time recent breakup between Tom and his partner Rachel Owen, which influenced many of the lyrical themes in A Moon-Shaped Pool. Paul Thomas Anderson, abbreviated to PTA, is a movie director who had gained major success with his 5th film There Will Be Blood. The film was scored by Johnny Greenwood, who PTA brought on after being impressed by Johnny's body song score in his orchestral piece, Popcorn Superhet Receiver. Johnny was initially hesitant in scoring for the film, but after PTA's assurance he decided to stick with it, and after 3 weeks in the studio, came out with 2 hours of music composed for the film. This would go on to become a landmark moment in Johnny's scoring career, who would also go back to compose for other films directed by PTA. Not only would this spark a tight relationship between PTA and Johnny, however, but between PTA and the band as a whole. He would go on to direct the music videos for Daydreaming and the 2 CR78 performances, as well as Tom's short film Anima. A majority of the lyricism in Kid A is utterly random, delving away from personal themes and emphasizing abstract surrealism. Inspired by how David Byrne constructed the lyrics for Remain in Light, Tom wrote various phrases on slips of paper and pulled them out of a hat, which the band described as pieces in a collage creating an artwork out of a lot of different things. This also explains why the lyrics were omitted from the liner notes, as the band didn't consider them independent of the music and wanted to diverge attention away from them. While brushed upon briefly during the Meeting People is Easy explanation, the OK Computer tour ended up severely affecting band members to a point where they nearly considered breaking up afterwards. No member was on the same page in which way to carry on their career, whether it be through guitar music by Ed's suggestion or doing something completely different by Tom's. This all resulted in a complete burnout, and with that came massive writer's block, which would then culminate into the studio experimentation that paved the way toward Kid A, ushering in a whole new era for the band's career, far different than what they initially anticipated. Thom Yorke has been abundant in praises for pop sensation Billie Eilish, saying once back in 2019 that he likes Billie Eilish. There's even a clip of him dancing along to her music at one of her concerts. After one of her shows, Thom approached Billie saying that she's the only one doing anything fucking interesting nowadays. Billie's brother and producer Phineas described the moment as the coolest thing that anyone's ever said to Billie. Thank you, Thom. Very cool. Awkward Thom Yorke interview is a YouTube video that's been floating around for quite some time. It's an excerpt of an interview from the Reflections on Kid A documentary. The interviewer continuously egged Thom on with questions about personal conflicts between the band, which Thom repeatedly turned down. Personally, tension aside, I don't see anything too awkward about Thom's response here. He's free to keep private about his personal life, and it's understandable why he'd get upset about someone pressing on for answers. Honestly, the real awkward thing going on here is this fucking camera angle. I don't know whose idea it was to shove the camera mere centimeters from Thom's face, but it gets really uncomfortable to watch us lingering around Thom's lips there for a solid minute and a half. In 2016, Radiohead were approached to compose the main theme for the upcoming James Bond film Spectre. It's speculated that the version of Man of War released on OK Not OK was initially made for the film, given that it sounds like a modern recording of the song. However, it was ultimately scrapped by the studio because it wasn't recently written. To compensate for that, Radiohead ended up writing a new song, fittingly titled Spectre. Eventually though, that too would be scrapped in favor of a fucking Sam Smith song. So the band ended up just saying fuck it and released Spectre on SoundCloud in December of 2015. Nigel Godrich was pretty frustrated by the whole affair, as it interrupted the recording sessions for A Moon-Shaped Pool for something that ended up just falling through in the end. From Reggie Watts' Alive at the Central Park performance in 2012, there was a short bit where he did an impersonation of a Radiohead song. Apparently it's supposed to be a parody, but I don't exactly get how because it's actually a pretty decent cover of Videotech. Back in February of 2013, to support the release of Amok, Thom Yorke and Nigel Godrich did an Ask Me Anything interview on Reddit. For the most part, it's your standard AMA affair, with Nigel acting as a straight man in contrast to Thom's drunkard responses. What's really the best thing about this AMA though is the signature Thom gives in his responses, simply being his name shortened down to just Tim. I'm not here, this isn't happening is a mantra REM frontman Michael Stipe told Thom to say to himself over and over again to help deal with the pressure Thom was facing with touring. After the abysmal experience with touring for OK Computer, the line would eventually find its way on their subsequent album Kid A as an integral lyric to the song How to Disappear Completely. Ironically enough, a few years later, Stipe called up Thom in cold sweats due to the fact that he thought he accidentally plagiarized How to Disappear Completely for the REM song Disappear. And this time it was Thom consoling him that the song came from the conversation they had 4 years ago. The Ondes Martinet is an early French electronic instrument originally invented in 1928. You can play it through the keyboard, but its central gimmick is this ring that you slide along a wire, producing a sound that resembles a theremin. In 1999, Johnny picked up an Ondes Martinet during the recording sessions for Kid A and Amnesiac, and as a result, the sound of the instrument can be heard frequently throughout those records, as well as throughout the rest of the band's discography and Johnny's solo career. Interestingly enough, Johnny had never seen the instrument before until it was delivered to the band's studio, and he learned how to play it entirely by himself. In an interview with Suzanne Benet-Audet, an established Ondist, Johnny admitted that his main draw to the Ondes Martinet is due to his lack of singing ability, and that the instrument's vibrato is the closest he could find to replicate a human voice. Thom has gone by many different aliases throughout his career, with most of them pertaining to his artwork. Although Dr. Chalk is the most prominent one, other various examples include the White Chocolate Farm, Zachariah Wildwood, Timps, and my personal favorite, Sussy Baka, which we'll be getting more into later. Chieftain Muse is a character from various Radiohead videos and social media ads who first appeared back in 2004 as the host for the most gigantic lying mouth of all time.
Hello. Welcome to the most gigantic lying mouth of all time.
Which we'll get into later. He's yet another bald oddity in the Radiohead sphere, notable for his strange behavior, painted nails, and slanted eyes. He was just recently used abundantly for the Radiohead TikToks that appeared throughout 2021. To this day, it's unknown who exactly plays the role of Chieftain Muse. Some have speculated that it's either Stanley Downwood, one of the members of the band, or someone else entirely different, but perhaps we'll never know. maybe instead of asking who is Chieftain Muse, we should be asking how is Chieftain Muse, because I'm really unsure if this guy is alright. Wait, is that the fucking Angry Birds song? After The King of Limbs released on February 18th, 2011, a lot of fans were puzzled by the brevity of the album. With it being 4 years since In Rainbow's released, and the album being only 8 tracks long, not even reaching a standard 40 minutes in length, fans started inhaling bountiful amounts of copium and got high off of the deluded promise that a second part was on its way. There were some theories that went wild, but a specific one that I remember was the newspaper-branded special edition hinting at there potentially being reoccurring pressings, much like an actual newspaper. At this point, people weren't just expecting the King of Limbs Part 2, but a King of Limbs 3, King of Limbs 4, hell, maybe even a King of Limbs 5. Of course, in hindsight, we know now that none of this ever happened. It's unknown if the band ever even intended to do a Part 2 in the first place. So instead of receiving a new album just around the corner, fans ended up having to wait many years later for Radiohead to get back in the studio and create a moon-shaped pool. While we're on topic of the King of Limbs in the studio, though, in the liner notes for the King of Limbs, there's a specific shout-out to Hollywood actress Drew Barrymore, saying, "A big thank you very much indeed to Drew Barrymore." Many fans were puzzled by the shout-out, as Drew isn't exactly the first example many have to mind when thinking of Radiohead affiliates. Allegedly, the shout-out alludes to the fact that a portion of the album may have been recorded at a makeshift studio in Drew's Los Angeles home, at least according to this article from The Guardian. If all of this is true, then I wonder if it played a factor in why this album was mixed like fucking dog shit. It's been debated online for many years since Kid A's release whether or not Tom sings "Here I'm Allowed" or "Here I'm Alive" in the chorus for The Attack. Eventually in 2021, the Kid Amnesia art exhibition at Christie's showcased an early lyric sheet for The Attack written by Tom. In this, you can clearly see the phrase "Here I'm Alive" written between the brackets. Additionally, the Fear Stalks the Land book that was included in the rollout for Kid Amnesia also contains no mention of the phrase "Here I'm Allowed," even in the cut lyrics. Despite that it's been practically confirmed at this point that he says "alive," there are many detractors who will still argue that it's allowed, and it's likely this debate will go on until... There's this image that circulated around the internet for quite some time which showcases Tom doing a little jig in the background of this photo taken at the Louvre Art Museum. During the 2013 Reddit AMA, user Monocock asked Tom if he was posing for the picture, which Tom replied, "That is not me, this is Madame Tussauds, misspelled probably." Upon Creep's release, Rondor Music, who published The Hollies' The Air That I Breathe, took Radiohead to court for plagiarism of the song. It culminated in Albert Hammond and Mike Hazelwood, the duo who had written The Air That I Breathe, only taking a little piece of the royalties due to Radiohead's honesty about reusing the composition. And honest they were. I'd even remarked about the similarities back when they were recording it. Decades later in 2018, Lana Del Rey took to Twitter that Radiohead's publisher Warner Chappell Music was taking her to court for 100% of the publishing royalties from her song Get Free. In the end though, they only got a whopping 0% as the lawsuit ended with Del Rey still holding all of the rights for her song.
I recommend Epiclar Duo Plus from La Roche-Posay.
The most gigantic lying mouth of all time is a DVD released in 2004 which contains 24 short films which were initially broadcasted online from Radiohead.tv throughout 2003. The 24 shorts were divided between 4 episodes created by Chris Brand, Stanley Donwood, and the band, while also including shorts created by fans who were selected for inclusion. Like I mentioned earlier, this was the first appearance of Chieftain Muse, who introduced and closed each episode. There was even a short bit of him doing a parody of the No Surprises music video at the end of the DVD, which is super cool. Much of the content varied wildly with each short, with some being music videos for songs like Sit Down, Stand Up, and Polk Pole, while others barely had any resemblance to Radiohead at all, such as When an Angel Tries to Sell You Something. I remember this video being my first exposure to the DVD back when it randomly appeared on my YouTube feed, and I've fallen in love with it ever since. Space Ghost Coast to Coast is an animated talk show which aired on Cartoon Network from 1994 to 1999, while also having a few revivals on Adult Swim in 2001 and 2006. It's also a cool fucking show, and you should watch it, especially the 2001 revival, where an episode from September 2nd, 2001, just 9 days before 9/11, features none other than our boy Tom. The interview mostly just revolves around the cast getting into zany scenarios while Tom stares begrudgingly, and it's pretty funny. Hey look, Moltar even has his knives out for the interview. Something also interesting to note is that not only does it feature Tom for an interview, but Bjork as well. I'm sure there's a sizable enough overlap here that we'll find that to be pretty entertaining too. So like I said, just watch Space Ghost Coast to Coast. At the time of uploading this, you can view the episode on HBO Max along with the rest of the series. While we're on topic of Tom York on television, then I just have to talk about this instance from the 2007 airing of the Big Fat Quiz of the Year. It starts off with Jimmy Carr introducing Tom York as the supreme god of music, which is undeniably correct. Tom comes on to promote the release of In Rainbows while acting like some deranged, malfunctioning robot, which is pretty funny, but completely overshadowed by when he goes full goofy and belts out this amazing fucking laugh.
That was good, wasn't it?
If you ever wanted to view the clip yourself, you can find it on YouTube under the title of Tom York Laughs Funny. At the start of the Benz's title track, the band added tinkling sound effects which Tom had recorded on a cassette through a hotel room window while touring in the United States. According to Tom, there was this guy training these 8-year-old kids who were parading up and down with all these different instruments. The guy had a little microphone on his sweater and he was going like, "Yeah, keep it up, keep it up." So I ran out and taped it. After returning to the studio from a restaurant, Tom recorded the vocals for Planetelics laid up in the corner of the studio, completely drunk off his ass. While struggling to get a good vocal take for Fake Plastic Trees, the band took a break from recording to attend a Jeff Buckley concert at Finsbury Park in London. After returning to the studio, Tom, inspired by Buckley, nailed the first vocal take he attempted again for the song. Jeff Buckley ended up being a huge influence on Tom's vocal styles, with Tom later remarking in an interview that Jeff showed him that it's possible to sing in a falsetto without sounding drippy. As we know with Space Ghost, Radiohead are no strangers to adult animation and have appeared on 2 of the biggest shows in the industry, South Park and Family Guy. Much like Family Guy itself, Tom York's parody cameo isn't particularly funny. The South Park cameo is much better, and even features the entire band playing a crucially important role in the Season 5 episode, Scott Tenorman Must Die. If you haven't seen the episode before, I'll briefly recap. Though be forewarned, I do have to spoil it to get into the importance of Radiohead's role, so skip ahead a bit if you need to. In the episode, one of the lead children characters, Eric Cartman, purchases pubes from an older boy named Scott Tenorman to brag to his friends about approaching manhood before them. Upon being informed that he's supposed to grow his pubes, however, he winds up getting involved in a cat-and-mouse scenario with Scott Tenorman to get his money back, though he would repeatedly fail with his attempts. Upon learning that Scott's favorite band is Radiohead, Cartman constructs a fake MTV interview with him overdubbing the audio in his voice to portray the band scolding Scott. However, when that failed, he masterminded an elaborate scheme which involved flying the band out to South Park due to Scott having cancer in his ass. Later on in the episode, after Cartman gets Scott's parents killed and cooks them into a chili which he feeds to Scott, the entire band would appropriately scold the traumatized Scott Tenorman for being a crybaby, which couldn't be more ironic coming from literally any other band. In the commentary for the episode, South Park creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone discussed bringing Radiohead in for the voice work. Trey remarked how it was funny to direct Tom to emote more, since Trey claimed he's incredibly emotional while singing. What's really interesting though is while discussing how the band were fans of the episode, he quickly threw in that the idea of Scott Tenorman eating his own parents was the band's idea, which is something I find really fucking cool because that's the part that just makes the whole episode. The line "kicking, squealing, Gucci little piggy" refers to an experience Tom faced at a bar in Los Angeles where he was surrounded by strangers high on cocaine and witnessed a woman having a total meltdown after someone spilled a drink on her. Tom stated that there was a look in the woman's eyes that I'd never seen before anywhere. Couldn't sleep that night because of it. This experience would also influence a similar scene in the music video, where the lead character Robin accidentally stumbles off and proceeds to get his drink spilled on a guy's pants, who appropriately reacts by strangling Robin and pouring the rest of the drink on his face. During their recording for No Surprises, the band wanted to play the song so slowly that it made it harder to play accurately on their instruments. To compensate for this, Nigel Godrich had the band play at a faster tempo, took that recording and slowed it down, which Tom then sang vocals over top of. Because the recording wasn't slowed down a full step, the pitch in the studio recording is somewhere between the keys of E and F, meaning it's practically impossible to make it sound like the studio version live unless the band tunes their instruments all funkily. In 2010, pop artist Katy Perry released a single titled "The One That Got Away." The song is pretty notorious for the batshit insane lyrics in the first verse, which say, "Summer after high school, when we first met, we'd make out in your Mustang to Radiohead." Unsurprisingly, a lot of people were confused by this lyric. Funnily enough, this isn't the only time a Radiohead-related lyric would make its way onto one of these massive teenage girl pop anthems. At first I had this confused with the song Here's to Never Growing Up by Avril Lavigne, which contains this lyric in the chorus, singing Radiohead at the top of our lungs, with the boombox blaring as we're falling in love. While it isn't as strange as the Katy Perry lyric, it can be something pretty funny to imagine if you think about it the right way. Honestly, there's no reason for me to even talk about this, as it doesn't pertain to anything important involving Radiohead. I just find the Gallagher's really funny when they start running their mouths, and it's certainly no exception when they start trashing on Radiohead. Perhaps the most legendary headline ever stems from an article by Ultimate Guitar that reads, Noel Gallagher, Radiohead are boring, One Direction are cocksuckers, everyone's a cunt except Kanye. The article contains no shortage of infectious vulgarity either. I'm aware that Radiohead have never had a fucking bad review. I reckon if Tom York fucking shit into a light bulb and started blowing it like an empty beer bottle, it'd probably get 9 out of 10 fucking mojo. I'm aware of that. It's great stuff. Don't expect Noel's brother Liam to spare any remorse on the band either. He took to Twitter one day with a few words to say about them. So I'm in this crazy house, every fucker is banging on about this band radio play, help. Some tune called Creepy Fucker. Planet Tickle. The Bond. I'm out, for fuck's sake. The rapping in the middle of the Ben's taking the piss. How the fuck did these Teds get big? Karma Police, that's it. Karma Police, for fuck's sake. Come on, you cunts, Porno Police. What album is fucking Karma Police on? We closed out the rant peacefully. Right, it's going off. In the Harry Potter universe, there exists a band called the Weird Sisters for the soundtrack of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. The music by the Weird Sisters was actually performed by Johnny Greenwood and Phil Selway, who played along with Pulp members Jarvis Cocker and Steve Mackey. The 3 songs recorded for the film include This Is the Night, Magic Works, and the legendary Do the Hippogriff. All the performing members even appeared in the film as well. Here you can see Johnny on guitar and Phil banging it out on the drums. The Blackest White Band refers to an article written by Daphne A. Brooks and published by The Guardian in 2020 titled, Why Radiohead Are the Blackest White Band of Our Times. I know this can be a bit of a sensitive topic to get into, but what I'm getting at is, well, what I'm trying to say is that...
Come on now.
Just take this excerpt for instance. It might sound absurd if judging by their slightly awkward, extremely white appearance, but I have long heard a strange and beautiful blackness in Radiohead. There are powerful resonances between their work and radical black art that are more meaningful than ever amid our current racial reckoning. Huh. I guess that's why Tom wanted to say it. Hail to the Thief went through many potential titles throughout the recording of the album, including The Gloaming, Little Man Being Erased, The Bony King of Nowhere, and Snakes and Ladders, though most of these would wind up being subjected as subtitles for the individual tracks. Hail to the Thief, the finalized title, originates from a chant which was used by anti-George W. Bush protesters following the 2000's controversial US presidential election as a play on the phrase Hail to the Chief. The band ended up choosing that title as a reference to Bush, as a reference to the album leaking before its release, and also in response to the rise of doublethink and general intolerance and madness. Like individuals were totally out of control of the situation, a manifestation of something not really human. I Will is one of those songs written during the Kid Amnesia sessions that wound up being released on Hail to the Thief. During the initial sessions, the band struggled to create an electronic version of I Will. Tom described it as dodgy craftwork, and without knowing what to do with it, they decided to just fuck with it instead. Through reversing it, they spawned a framework for what would become like spinning plates. Given from this, if you end up reversing spinning plates, it'll have the same chord progression as I Will. YouTube user Falcon Flurry has a pretty interesting video where he combined the 2 songs together. It doesn't sound perfect, but it gives us a good idea to what this early version of I Will possibly could have sounded like. A sample from Paul Lansky's early electronic piece titled
Mild und leise
can be heard all throughout Idiot Tech. The sampled part occurs at the 43-second mark of the song, and after hearing Idiot Tech so many times, it's quite surreal hearing the chord progression in its original context. The Kid Amnesia period is pretty notable for Radiohead's experimentation and sampling, but the Idiot Tech sample is one of the few that actually give credit to what's sampled. Stay tuned for when I talk about that later. On May 26, 2019, a Reddit user named Zimbra joined the Waste Discord server inquiring for people knowledgeable about bootlegs. The bootleg in question turned out to be 18 fucking hours of the OK Computer recording sessions. Zimbra initially intended to sell the discs, but this quickly got out of hand, as a false rumor of ransom requested a small loan of $150,000 for the entirety of the mini-discs. To cover up for this, Zimbra ended up releasing the entirety of the mini-discs he had for free through a mega link, although word of the ransom spread out much too quickly, and when it eventually got to the band, despite the entirety of the discs being out at this point, they ended up releasing the mini-discs themselves through their Bandcamp page. The download for 18 hours worth of studio sessions stayed up for 18 days, costing 18 euros, with all proceeds going towards Extinction Rebellion's charity to prevent climate change. Regardless of the morality of whether or not it was right to release this in the first place, it's honestly hard to argue otherwise that the mini-disc leak isn't one of the coolest fucking bootlegs to ever grace the Radiohead fandom. In 2009, Tom did a remix of the MF Doom song Gazillionaire off of his album Born Like This. Come 11 years later, following the announcement of the Mad Villain's unfortunate passing in December of 2020, Tom shared another remix of the same song along with a statement which reads, "I am so sad to hear MF Doom's passing. He was a massive inspiration to so many of us, changed things. For me, the way he put words was often shocking in its genius, using stream of consciousness in a way I'd never heard before." These wouldn't be the only Doom remixes pertaining to Radiohead, however, and this last one here is probably my favorite of the bunch. Tom and Johnny would actually collaborate for a remix of a song from the Villain's JJ Doom alias called Retarded Friend. Johnny's contribution is immediately apparent from the start of the song, as it's actually a sample of his song Proven Lands, which he made for the There Will Be Blood soundtrack. My favorite bit is around a minute and 40 seconds into the track when that plucked string line kicks in. It's a total earworm, and I always find it randomly getting stuck in my head. Wall of Ice is related to a rumored EP that Radiohead were working on around 2009, stemming from the mysterious release of the song These Are My Twisted Words. Forgive my brevity, but I'm really just using this as an opportunity to plug a Writer's Block video on the subject instead, as there's a lot of cool shit that goes on surrounding the song's release, and this video already does a great job at thoroughly explaining it. There's no real reason for me to regurgitate that information when it's already viewable on the same website you're watching this on, so go ahead and watch his instead. I'll have a link to it in the description below. Binary theory alludes to a fan theory about OK Computer and In Rainbows making up a cohesive project when put together. The theory originated from the prevalence of the number 10 leading up to the release of In Rainbows, with it containing 10 tracks and being announced 10 days before it would be released on October 10th, 10 years after the release of OK Computer, which is a 10 out of 10 album. It would alternate between tracks from OK Computer and In Rainbows, starting off with Airbag and then going into 15 Step. The entire album would rotate like this save for Karma Police leading into Fitter Happier, although you would go back into Faust Arp afterwards. Obviously, none of this is official, and it's just a bunch of fan doohickey quite similar to The Holy Gift by Tool. A 10-second crossfade can make any two pieces of music work together, so of course combining tracks from two albums made by the same band wouldn't be an exception to the rule. Despite that, it's still pretty interesting at the very least, and a fun way to shake things up a bit after you've heard both of these albums 8 million times like I have. Spotify has an official playlist made for the theory called 0110, if you wanted to take a listen for yourself. The title for Radiohead's debut album Pablo Honey originated from a prank call skit by a New York comedy duo called the Jerky Boys. In the skit, they depict an elderly mother asking for their son named Pablo with a desire for them to come to Florida so she could wash their ass. Tom confirmed in an interview that the reason they chose this for the album title was because they were all mama's boys, and they even sampled the skit for the third track off the album called How Do You. In 1987, Tom was involved in a car accident with his girlfriend at the time. Tom was fine, but his girlfriend ended up suffering from severe whiplash. Since then, Tom has had a strong resentment towards cars, with this phobia being a prominent lyrical theme in the songs Airbag, Killer Cars, and Stupid Car. With an album ripe full of themes about separation, A Moon-Shaped Pool fittingly starts off with the word stay and closes things off with leave. It could just be that fans are reading too much into things, but it's far from the only deep-cut secret the band would put in A Moon-Shaped Pool. In fact, there's bounds of secrets hidden in just the Daydreaming music video alone, which we'll be getting into now. There's a plethora of secrets hidden in the Daydreaming music video directed by Paul Thomas Anderson. It's a bit much to get into, so I highly recommend this video called The Secrets of Daydreaming, which you can find on Vimeo.
For this reason, the number 6 shows up throughout this video in many ways. We've already seen the importance of 23. It is made up of the numbers 2 and 3, and 2 times 3 is 6. But also, the total running time of the song is 6:24, or 6 equals 2 plus 4. The first time you watch it, you get the sense that, like an iceberg, much of its weight lies beneath the surface.
Never mind, I'll actually just get into it myself. On May 9th, 2016, Reddit user Harvest Luca posted a theory they had about the Daydreaming music video on the Radiohead subreddit. In their theory, he suspects that in the video Tom is walking through Radiohead's past. He backs this theory up by showing scenes that depict Tom walking through a hospital, which represents Airbag, a pretty house, which represents the No Surprises lyric, the grocery store aisle depicting the Fake Plastic Trees music video, and the final scene where Tom walks in front of the mountains representing the album art for Kid A. Reddit user YoSoYolo also added that the empty parking lot references a picture of the band sitting inside one taken for Telegraph magazine. What's really interesting though is that Johnny posted this theory onto his Facebook page shortly after Harvest Luca made their post, calling it interesting. Now while this doesn't explicitly confirm the theory to be true, it at least validates it in some way that makes it interesting enough to talk about. I like to think that in some way it is true, but I doubt this means the band sees a Moon-Shaped Pool as their potential final album. In hindsight, we do know nowadays that the band at least has plans to return to the studio together. Ed has remarked in an interview before that a Moon-Shaped Pool did mark an end for that era of the band, so perhaps the reason for them to be looking back is in regards to that. Radiohead were quite the nefarious group of lads during the 2009 Grammys. There was perhaps no victim who suffered their wrath far greater than the hit rap artist Kanye West. When he tried to approach the band backstage, they reportedly snubbed him, and the impact of which was so detrimental that it caused him to sit the fuck down during their performance of 15 Step. While it's hard to imagine the brutal trauma Kanye must have faced after this incident, I think it's safe to say he got the light end of the stick compared to another unfortunate fellow. Perhaps the greatest antagonist to prop up in the grand scheme of the Radiohead anime would be none other than teenage pop sensation Miley Cyrus, who played a prominent role alongside Kanye West during the 2009 Grammys arc. Her backstory started off simple enough with an episode of her hit Disney Channel show Hannah Montana, which featured a scene where two characters, Lily and Oliver, argued over whether or not Radiohead or Coldplay was the better band. Years later, during the 2009 Grammys, much like Kanye West, Miley Cyrus was also enthusiastic to meet the band, but was unfortunately shot down. Miley was infuriated as a result, and ended up having a complete meltdown over it, stating in an interview that she was going to ruin them. Radiohead manager Steve Martin ended up issuing a statement to Us magazine regarding the scenario, saying that when Miley grows up, she'll learn not to have such a sense of entitlement. Ouch. But in perhaps what's the greatest plot twist in anime history, however, is that there would be none other than fucking Coldplay to end up hanging out with Miley after the incident. My hat's off to you, Chris Martin. I had my doubts before, but there is nothing in my mind holding me back now from acknowledging that, for hanging out with Miley Cyrus after the 2009 Grammys, that Oliver was right all along. Your group is indeed the superior band. Krzysztof Penderecki is a Polish composer notable for his avant-garde utilization of string arrangements to produce extremely dissonant sounds. Penderecki would have a profound influence on Johnny throughout his career with Radiohead and as a solo artist. This influence can be heard prominently during moments like the climbing up the walls crescendo and with the strings throughout How to Disappear Completely. For more information on Penderecki's influence on Johnny, I highly recommend this video fittingly titled How Johnny Greenwood Was Influenced by Penderecki. Both him and David Bennett Piano do a much more thorough job explaining the subject than I ever could with a short blurb in an iceberg video, and it's some really interesting stuff to look into if you're interested at all with Johnny's contributions to the band. You can find the link in the description below. Ed O'Brien Best Guitar Solos refers to a YouTube video uploaded in December of 2015 by the account Jackson Polyester. Despite being titled with Best Guitar Solos, the video depicts Ed either lounging around or adding minor contributions to the performances of the band, playing into the joke that since transitioning to the Kid A sound, Ed has little to add to the overall sound as a rhythm guitarist. In case you're getting the wrong idea here, the video is just a joke, and only cherry-picks select moments and songs where there isn't much for Ed to do. Ed's actually an extremely detrimental factor when it comes to the atmospherics of the band, and the sound he can produce with just his guitar and some pedals is honestly some pretty insane shit. I'll refer you to Joe Edelman's video titled How to Play Like Ed O'Brien if you want to take a deep dive into what his guitar playing is like. I'll have a link to it in the description as well. Shortly after the band finished OK Computer, they were commissioned to do the soundtrack for David Fincher's 1999 film Fight Club. When talking about it with BBC Radio 6, Tom said things sort of come into my office, but they haven't really got to me. The one I remember is one from years ago after we'd finished OK Computer, and I was completely gaga. They asked me to do Fight Club. They sent me the script and Edward Norton and Brad Pitt wrote to me and said, "We really think you should do this." I went, "Nah, I can't. I couldn't. I wouldn't have been able to do it then." But every time I see the film I go, "Oh." Scott Pilgrim vs. the World is a 2010 comedy film created by Edgar Wright based on the comic series created by Brian Lee O'Malley. The soundtrack is notable for being executively produced and scored by Radiohead's longtime producer Nigel Godrich, and also being the first film score he's ever worked on. The soundtrack also contains collaborations from Beck, Metric, Broken Social Scene, Cornelius, Dan the Automator, Kid Koala, and David Campbell. Something really cool about this movie is that throughout the record store scene, you can see this chandelier-looking prop that features artwork from the Eraser. Not only that, but the OK Computer CD on one of the CD racks and an In Rainbows poster in the back of the store. Edgar Wright is a pretty deliberate filmmaker, so it's neat that he could have included these in reference to Nigel's work on the soundtrack. Tom is sort of notorious when it comes to his short temper. He's remarked before in interviews that he considers himself quite an aggressive person, and has even gotten in a few fights before. It ended up culminating in an experience in college where, in his words, he got the living shit beat out of him. That may have knocked him off of fighting, but the temper was still there, would prop up sporadically throughout the band's career. On September 3rd, 2019, YouTube user Ali C published a video titled,
"Tom York going mad for 4 minutes!"
Surprisingly, a lot of the comments called Tom out for exhibiting toxic behavior, and while it's hard to deny that isn't the case, I don't personally think Tom's reactions are entirely unjustifiable. For all things considered, touring and performing seems like a pretty obnoxious job in its own right. I mean, hell, we already talked about that entire documentary the band released showcasing just how pressuring it is for them to do it. Even from the standpoint as someone in the audience, I'd be pretty upset if I paid a decent premium to see a band like Radiohead and end up I mean, how would you feel if you spent $100 to see Radiohead, and then some dickhead decides to talk over it? It's not surprising when the audience is happy for the performers to call that guy out. As for dealing with technical issues, what can I say? It's just one of those things that can be frustrating to deal with. All I can really add here is that if you think Tom is bad when it comes to live shows, I fear for the day if you end up going to a Queens of the Stone Age concert.
Hey, do me one favor though. Don't throw any shit at me. Hey, you fucking pussy motherfucker. I will fuck you up. Come on up here. Come on up here, you fucking little fat.
It's floated on the internet for quite a while that in early versions of Paranoid Android, Tom's saying God loves his children, that's why he kills them, instead of repeating the first half of the line. However, there's nothing to our knowledge that backs this up. Through the plethora of early versions of Paranoid Android that we have from live performances to the mini-discs, not one of them says that's why he kills them. It's kinda hard to imagine the band being that obtuse in their lyricism as well. Suffice to say, it's just some bullshit rumor that has nothing to back it up, and it's puzzling how it even got spread around this much in the first place. Unless someday, somehow, we get a version of Paranoid Android where Tom actually sings that phrase, then it's safe to disregard it as nonsense. In live shows during their OK Computer tour, you can see Johnny wearing this wrist brace fucking thing. He had to wear it due to a wrist injury he had from playing his guitar too much. After beating on that thing for years, I'm ecstatic to see that it eventually got its revenge. Believe it or not, however, did you know that this isn't even the coolest thing that Johnny's worn on his wrist? In the mid-90s, Johnny used to perform with this thing that would suction into his fingers. Kinda reminds me of some sort of deranged power glove. It was mainly used for performances of Anyone Can Play Guitar. No, not that one! Where during the intro you can hear Johnny's guitar doing all sorts of insane wobbly sounds. It sounds pretty fucking cool, and I wish he would have performed with it more often.
Anyone can play guitar. Complete with robot arm. Get your foxy cameras on there.
According to the King of Gear, Johnny actually used two variations of the device. One that resembled its initial patent and another revision that contained lights and an extra knob. Also, apparently a magazine confused the device for a sex toy? That's just fucking hilarious. During a soundcheck performance of Idiot Tech, which we might as well consider the fucking Bully Johnny theme song at this point, Tom busts in with the brilliant observation he just made by singing the phrase, "I can see the crack in your ass, Johnny," over and over again.
I can see the crack in your ass, Johnny. I can see.
Unfortunately enough for Johnny, Tom was firing at all cylinders that night, as right beforehand he was even getting up in arms about the speed of the song too. Poor Johnny. Will the guy ever catch a break? In 2012, a remix of the song Hold On by British electronic artist Track was done by an artist under the alias of SkySteveSparrowS. At the time, nobody knew who this artist was, and it generated a lot of mystique as unknown producers don't usually wind up doing remixes for major artists all the time. A lot of speculation was drawn to it potentially being done by Tom York from a tweet by DJ Rob DeBank stating, "Listening to the Tom York mix of Subtract for the 18th time. Unbeatable." Also adding to the speculation was the fact that Subtract did a remix for Lotus Flower the previous year for the band's King of Limbs remix album. Eventually, it was confirmed on Waste that Tom was indeed SkySteveSparrowS. Kid 17 is a fan theory that hypothesizes playing 2 copies of the Kid A album 17 seconds apart unlocks a secret album that apparently blends quite well together. If you ask me personally, I think it's a bigger pile of shit than the binary theory, but I'll play this clip for you to decide for yourself. Not convinced? Radiohead, much like literally every band in the world, have been profoundly influenced by an obscure indie outfit called the Beatles. Nigel Godrich produced Paul McCartney's 2006 album Chaos and Creation in the Backyard, which was one of McCartney's more revered solo efforts in recent times. More recently than that, Ed O'Brien even had a remix featured in Paul's Reimagined album in April of 2021 for his track Slidin'. What's the greatest thing to come from that, however, isn't even the remix song itself. It's this interview Ed had with Paul on his Instagram page the same day as the album's release.
I think it's about... I'm coming back to the Bluebells. Yeah. You know, I can't be out of...
I don't care if you're a fucking Beatle, Paul. That type of behavior is simply inexcusable. Perhaps as a result of Paul's sickening displays of power, collaboration was turned down by none other than Tom York to play piano for Paul's song Mr. Bellamy from his 2007 album Memory Almost Full. According to Tom didn't want to be associated with a song that contained the last name of his longtime enemy, Muse frontman Matt Bellamy. Unravel is a song by Icelandic singer Björk from her 1997 album Homogenic, which Tom mentioned as being one of his favorite songs ever in an interview with Spin magazine from 2006. As for whether that's still the case nowadays is up in the air, as he didn't mention the track in his recent Desert Island Discs interview with BBC Radio 4 back in 2021, which is easily the worst thing to happen this decade so far. Interestingly enough, in the 2006 interview with Spin, he mentioned that he strongly desired to cover the song with the band sometime in the future, which is precisely what they did during their Thumbs Down webcast a year later. On top of the Unravel cover, they also did the Headmaster Ritual by the Smiths as well as Ceremony by New Order. Unlike Unravel, however, the latter 2 songs aren't officially available on the band's YouTube page. They're still easy to find though if you dig a bit, and you can even view the entire webcast on the Radiohead public library if you're inclined to do so. Early versions of Paranoid Android were quite the unit, as some takes of the song can be heard extended up to 11 minutes. These versions don't differ quite as dramatically as you'd assume, however. Most of the girth of these early takes stems from an alternate ending which features an extended organ solo played by Johnny, as opposed to transitioning back to the hard rock section like in the studio version. If you want to hear the full 11-minute take, you can find it on the mini-disc's 5th disc at around 5.5 minutes in, though honestly it's hard to consider this an 11-minute demo, as after around the 8-minute mark it's just a jam session that's mostly unrelated to the song. Ever since that one little peer-to-peer service called Napster came onto the scene and set the music industry ablaze to eternal hellfire, Radiohead were not just catching a break when it came to their albums reaching ears before the label gods could dictate so. Kid A ended up appearing online 3 weeks prior to release, and The Eraser a month early, which Tom expressed regret for not doing so himself. Perhaps the worst case of this came with Hail to the Thief, ironically enough, as not only did the album leak online a whole 10 weeks before release, but it was also a version that was unfinished. Suffice to say, the band was pretty pissed off about that, and it played a big part in the band choosing to release the music on their own terms come in rainbows. Just to clarify, it wasn't because the music came early, but rather that it was a version they weren't satisfied with. Colin Greenwood described the leak as being photographed with one sock on when you get out of bed in the morning, which is a punishment I couldn't wish to bear even upon my worst enemy. If you're curious about this early version of Hail to the Thief, you can find it online if you know where to look. It's honestly pretty interesting, as some songs like The Gloaming contain extra verses that don't appear on the proper release. The very first track on the first of the OK Computer mini-discs contains a song called Poison. Not only is it a rough take on Exit music that contains entirely different lyrics, but halfway through the track it changes to a similarly rough rendition of Life in a Glass House. It's easy to come to the conclusion that these songs were split apart intended as their own individual tracks, and explains how life in a glass house had an appearance and meeting people is easy. The worm buffet symbols refer to this little box guy who is used frequently in various Radiohead promotional material. He was first introduced in the most gigantic lying mouth of all time, during a short blip where he flies onto the screen with the words Worm Buffet underneath him, though it wouldn't be up until leading into In Rainbow's release where this little guy would become something quite significant. On September 20th, 2007, Radiohead posted this picture filled with a bunch of Worm Buffet guys dancing. I know for certain my dumbass wouldn't have thought twice upon seeing this picture, so thankfully the fans around this time were much brighter. They picked up that the Worm Buffet symbols actually represent a code that when deciphered reads, "Yes, we are still alive." With this, fans were able to construct a key to decrypt the rest of the Worm Buffet symbols for following messages the band would post on their website. Outside of the release cycle teasing, the Worm Buffet would also appear in various merchandise from the band, on top of appearing throughout the Scotch Mist film and on their website. A decade before works like the Kid Amnesia exhibition, Radiohead dabbled their feet into the gamer world with a mobile app series called Polyfauna. The apps were developed by the studio Universal Everything, and contained 2 entries in total. Polyfauna, the first game, was released in with a theme tied to the King of Limbs. Polyfauna 2, released in 2014, is themed around Tom's solo album Tomorrow's Modern Boxes. Something really cool about these apps is that, like the Kid Amnesia exhibition, each of the Polyfauna games contain stems for the music themed around their respective album. They're honestly really cool little experiences to interact with. I'd love to do a video later down the line that takes a deeper dive into them. Perhaps I'll lump them in with the Kid Amnesia exhibition when I eventually get around to doing that. As for now, download the apps and try them out for yourself. They're both free and still regularly updated, so if you feel like killing time, I strongly recommend both of them. Dog Wander is an unreleased track from the OK Computer era. There's a bit of mystique to the track, as it didn't appear at all on the mini-discs, and it was never played live to an audience. The only proof we really have of its existence is this page that appeared on the band's website during the time that reads, "Dog Wander. Bring down another take. Better than another cake." It's been speculated by fans that the song was played briefly during the soundtrack for their MTV 10 Spot show on December 19th, 1997. The song which was played doesn't resemble any tracks that we've heard from the band before, and contains lyrics about licking up wounds, similar to a dog, as well as a cake being mentioned. A YouTube commenter named Hilton E claimed that he met with the band after his show and asked about the song appearing on the OK Not OK cassette tape, to which Nigel replied that it was in the running but wasn't good enough. Obviously, since this is a YouTube comment, you should take it with a grain of salt by default, but I feel like the story at least appears realistic enough to be worth mentioning. From the note file in the Loophole set. In 2003, Radiohead released dozens of short audio clips on their website and invited fans to create their own tracks and remixes from them. Some of the clips are recognizable from released Radiohead material, mostly held with the Thief tracks, but also some Kid A stuff. The clips aren't very listenable, but there are some interesting moments, including what sounds like Johnny experimenting with a vocoder. Essentially what this boils down to is you have a collection of samples for your sick fucking Radiohead themed mixtape.
Better, happier, more productive, a pig, in a cage, on antibiotics.
Headless Chickens is a band Tom was in during college before the reunition of On a Friday. If you want to peer into an insane alternate reality, there's multiple videos up on YouTube of the band performing. They were a pretty diverse group too, ranging from your standard punk rock to some groovy ass funk. The song Change Your Mind reminds me a lot of something Prince would make. Something really cool about Headless Chickens is that their shows marked the debut performance of Radiohead's High and Dry, 5 years before it would show up on the Bends. It sounds entirely different too, being driven by a distorted guitar opposed to an acoustic on the studio version. Andy York is the brother of Tom York, who's boasted his own adventure into a music career. He was in a band called Unbelievable Truth that ran for 6 years from 1994 to 2000. Afterwards, honest, it's by no means bad. In fact, it's pretty good. But don't go into it expecting anything that reaches the heights of some of Radiohead's work. If you take it as it is, you'll have a solid alternative rock band with vocals that vaguely resemble Tom's, which can never be a bad thing. Tom's satiation for speed is an inherent trait that might possibly never be quenched. His very first words to Phil on the first On a Friday rehearsal was the polite request of, "Can't you play any fucking faster?" In the song facts page for Fake Plastic Trees, there exists a segment from a Vox interview where Tom is asked about a scene from the movie Clueless. In the scene, a character is listening to Fake Plastic Trees up until his stepsister, Cher, overhears it and refers to the song as crybaby music. When asked if Tom minded the insult, he replied, "I mean, I suppose it does piss me off, but I am a moaning crybaby from hell, really. Besides, the characters in that film aren't the kind of people I'd want to like Radiohead. They're just average two-dimensional Beverly Hills kids, and the person who is actually listening to us in the film is the only three-dimensional character. So the answer is, fuck you. We're for 3D people." I don't think I need to explain why this is hilarious. If you don't like Radiohead and you're still watching this video for some ungodly reason, I just want you to know that it's okay to be inferior. I mean, at least you've got some good women. Something funny to note is that years later, Clueless's music supervisor admitted that Cher was reflecting her own opinion of Radiohead at the time. I looked at them as the whiny band, and I was very whatever on them. I became a Radiohead fan later on, but I remember hearing at the time that they were assholes. I had to go to England to show them Clueless, and Tom York was such a great guy. I may have really played up how shallow Cher was. Like, of course she's going to call you whiny. It's a compliment, get it? They were fine with it. On June 11th, 2017, Reddit user Graham of Soma posted on the Radiohead subreddit about a discovery they made on the origins of the lyrics for Poke Pole from a children's encyclopedia. In the book titled How Themes Work, there exists a segment where it explains the functioning of various doors. The parallels to Poke Pole include the lines "there are barn doors, doors in the rudders of big ships, sliding doors, and doors that lock and doors that don't." A few pages later in the book, it also includes the line "doors that let you in and out but never open." Before a gig at Denver in 1995, the band had their equipment stolen from their rental truck outside of an inn, within that being Johnny's Ebony Frost Telecaster Plus. Nearly 2 decades later, a person who was browsing the King of Gear noticed that Johnny's stolen guitar was one they actually owned through purchasing it in Denver back in the 90s. The King of Gear redirected them to Plank, the band's guitar tech, and through that reunited Johnny with his stolen guitar after 19 years. Band Aid is a charity supergroup comprised of various British and Irish musicians that have performed the song Do They Know It's Christmas a total of 4 times since its formation back in 1984. The third performance, Band Aid 20, is notable for featuring 3 members of Radiohead: Tom on piano, Johnny on guitar, and Nigel as a producer. I don't know why, but it's quite surreal seeing all these guys playing your Christmas song of all things. But believe it or not, it's not even the weirdest thing about this performance. One of the many featured vocalists of the song would be none other than Chris Martin, meaning that this is an official Radiohead and Coldplay collaboration, which is just bizarre. And to pile on top of all of this isn't even the first time that Radiohead have done a Christmas song. During the Inside Out webcast in 2001, Radiohead busted into a more unusual sound for them with a cover of Winter Wonderland. They don't get too weird with it as it resembles the original pretty strongly, which honestly just goes to make it even weirder.
Isn't this the Smurfs? It's the Smurfs, isn't it? Sleigh bells ring, are you listening? In the lane, snow is glistening. A beautiful sight, we're happy tonight, walking in a winter wonderland.
For a brief period of time before Johnny would join On a Friday, there existed a member in the lineup named Raz Peterson, who was credited in their first demo tape for playing alto and tenor saxophone. In fact, he wasn't the sole saxophonist in the group, as in early pictures we can see that there was a trio that featured an additional 2 female members, though it can be speculated that they only participated in live performances and weren't around for recording sessions. Aside from his contributions in On a Friday, there's nothing else we know about Raz, other than that'll unfortunately have to go down as the Pete Best of Radiohead. During a performance of The Gloaming at Buenos Aires, Argentina, the railing separating the stage from the crowd suddenly collapsed. Upon taking notice to this, Tom halted the show while the railing would get repaired. This was no easy fix, as it took over 15 minutes until the show would resume. Upon halting the show, Tom started singing an a cappella rendition of The Gloaming himself to try and console the audience, like a lullaby of sorts. It's a really sweet moment. It reminds me of a similar occurrence that happened during a performance of Mixomatosis in Toronto, Canada. One of the audience members started having a seizure, and when Tom noticed, he halted the show until the person got help.
Stop. What's going on there? What's going on? This guy's had a fit or passed out.
After assuring that he was safely taken away, The band immediately resumed to the exact moment where they initially left off. It was brief and professional, and as a result of that, really fucking cool. Not everything is all sunshine and rainbows in Argentina, however. During a performance of Weird Fishes in 2009, Tom ended up getting the George Bush treatment after he sang the line "Follow to the edge of the earth." During a performance of False Start from a concert at Auburn, Washington in 2008, Tom and Johnny just kept fucking up the song. After the first failure, they broke into an impromptu cover of "Tell Me Why" by Neil Young. After Tom forgets the lyrics and starts moaning them, Phil runs up and leaves $1 on the floor as if they're street performers and gives a little clap for them, then runs away. After Johnny held the $1 up to Tom, they broke back into False Start again without making any mistakes this time. Despite going on to become one of the biggest rock bands in the world, not one member ended up studying music in college. In fact, up to this day, Tom doesn't... Technically, the only member that actually did learn some music would be Johnny, unsurprisingly, but considering that he dropped out of college just after 2 weeks to reform with On a Friday, I think it's safe to say that that doesn't count. Early versions of Reckoner can date back to live performances of the song all the way back to 2001, 6 years before it would wind up on In Rainbows. Calling it an early version is a bit of a stretch, however, as the Reckoner of these times is practically an entirely different song, and bears little resemblance to the studio version aside from the chorus containing the words Reckoner, and having a certain drum groove at certain parts. In fact, the song is practically the polar opposite of the studio version, as you've heard. It's way heavier, and almost reminds me of the song Tension Head by Queens of the Stone Age. This early take on Reckoner wouldn't see a proper release until 2 years after In Rainbows, in the form of a solo single by Tom called Don't go into this expecting a one-to-one similarity to the early take, however, as much like the rest of Tom's solo material, it's an electronic take on the song with a much bigger emphasis on ambience. Max MSP is a piece of music software that's controlled using coding in the form of drag-and-drop blocks. Johnny's used the software a plethora of times throughout Radiohead's career, especially during the King of Limbs era. Perhaps my favorite usage of it though would be from live performances of Go to Sleep. There was a pretty funny scenario that happened between Radiohead and Max MSP developers Cycling74 before. Back in December of 2007, shortly after In Rainbow's release, the band lost the password for their software. When Johnny tried contacting the developers for a new password, Cycling74 responded by saying, "Why don't you pay us what you think it's worth?" as a funny little jab towards the pay what you want model. Johnny Greenwood launched a drone strike on their headquarters shortly after. I do not have the fucking energy to get into this right now. No. I do not have the fucking energy to get into this right now. No Logo is a book written by Canadian author Naomi Klein that was published in 1999. In the book, Naomi criticizes brand-oriented consumer culture and the operations of large corporations, as well as accusing the corporations of unethically exploiting workers in the world's poorest countries in pursuit of greater profits. The book was a massive influence for Radiohead, especially during the Kid Amnesiac era, to a point where they even considered the title for Kid A as No Logo for a period. On Naomi's website, there's a section written by The Guardian which states, "The band Radiohead were so inspired by No Logo that they have banned corporate advertising from their British tour, deeming all venues logo-free, this being what inspired the tent venues they did during that era." Nowadays, however, it seems as though the band isn't as behind the No Logo influence as they once were. And I know that firsthand because I saw them live at fucking Little Caesars. During a show in Paris shortly after the release of A Moon-Shaped Pool, a woman fainted halfway through a performance of Nude.
Someone's fainting.
The show immediately resumed upon the moment the woman was safely escorted, but things must have got pretty heavy upon ending the song, as Tom can be seen tearing up afterwards. It's hard to say what exactly caused this, and I doubt Tom is the type of person to want to let us know regardless. I imagine it could just be a bunch of different things compounding together at once. What with witnessing the woman fainting, or dealing with the fact that his ex-wife Rachel was still suffering with cancer at the time, and with Nude already being an extremely emotional song on top of both of those things. Maybe it's the fact that he had to stop the performance at literally the best part of the song, who knows. Whatever it is that caused it, it's still a pretty upsetting thing to witness. I just hope that things were fine for him afterwards.
Relaxed and happy states. That's just part of the human experience, obviously. And there's a fundamental feature to the nervous system, which is this thing they call the autonomic nervous system, which is just fancy nerd speak for the components of your nervous system that raise your levels of alertness or bring them way down. Sometimes we hear fight or flight, rest and digest, but this system governs all that, but a lot more. And basically what happens is when we are at the extremes of the autonomic, what I call seesaw, of very, very alert to the point of being really stressed or panicked or concerned, or if we are very close to sleep and we're drowsy and we're exhausted. At those points along the autonomic nervous system, our thoughts become a bit like a runaway train. You know, if you're very upset, it's hard to talk yourself out of it. If you're stressed, it's hard to think yourself out of it. In fact, you can start doing all sorts of third-personing and rationalization. You can call someone, you can text somebody. It's very hard to get yourself out of those states with thinking alone. But the beauty of the autonomic nervous system is that it traverses the brain and the body, and it connects to essentially all the organs of the body. And it's a two-way street, such that certain behaviors, even certain patterns of breathing, etc., allow us to shift where we are on the autonomic continuum between very, very alert and stressed and very calm, and thereby give our mind a shift also in terms of the kinds of thoughts that we can entertain, the sorts of actions that we can engage in. To make this concrete, if you're very, very stressed, you're very, very upset, two things happen. One, it's very hard to take your focus off whatever it is that's upsetting you. And if you don't know what's upsetting you, pure anxiety, but you don't know why, it's very hard to take your mind off of the feelings of anxiety. In those states of mind, there's another component, which is that for whatever reason, and no one really understands why this is, it feels as if the state that you're in will go on forever. Now, when we're in happy, relaxed states, rarely do we think, gosh, this is going to go on forever. And yet when we are in these unfortunate states of mind, we get the idea somehow, it sort of hijacks our perception of time, and we feel like this is never going to stop. If we turn to the body and certain behaviors, and talk about what those are, we are able to move ourselves along the autonomic continuum, and at that point, when we've done that successfully, and it's actually quite straightforward to do, we are able to think about things differently. We start to get a sense that the way we feel might not be the way we're going to feel forever, and it's in those shifts that we start to realize, my mind actually is not my best friend at these extremes, but there's a lot more to it. You're only getting the tip of the iceberg in those states. So that's why I say, if you can't control the mind with the mind, look to the body to control the mind.
How would that be adaptive? How would it be adaptive for us to focus all of our attention onto the anxiety? Is that something that you could see a use for?
Absolutely. So let's take stress as an example, and this could be stress, panic, anxiety. Each one of those has a definition in medical terms, psychological terms, but to be fair, no one really knows how to draw the line in the brain between fear and stress and anxiety. But we can say with certainty that all of those states involve high levels of alertness, high levels of awareness, sometimes for things in our environment and sometimes just for what's going on internally. When we are stressed, anxious, afraid, waking up in the middle of the night, doesn't matter what triggered it, there are a couple basic things that happen to all of us. First of all, our heart rate quickens. That's kind of an obvious one. Fuel from our muscles and our liver is shuttled to particular organs of the body and away from others. In particular, fuel is shuttled towards the big muscles of the body to generate large movements. This is why we quake a bit when we're stressed. The hands will shake. It's preparing us we are prepared for movement.
How does that prepare us for movement?
The shaking actually is the consequence of trying to not move when we are stressed. Basically, this is why taking a walk or a run, you actually feel like you can kind of dispel the stress. You're not actually dispelling the stress. What's happened is it's like the RPM are getting cranked up. It's like idling it, right? It's, you could sit there in a parked car and do that, but basically you take the thing out of park and it just wants to go. And so a lot of the times when we're stressed, it's in conditions in which we're trying to remain still. Public speaking, in a tough argument, at the doctor's office about to get an injection, it depends on what stresses people, obviously. But that readiness for action is a second component. So heart rate, readiness for action by way of shuttling glucose and other fuels to the muscles, and then away from the reproductive organs, from digestive organs, etc., because that is just not the right time for that. Another very, very powerful feature of this response is that our pupils of our eyes, the dark parts of our eyes, get big. Now, you might think that expands your visual field, but actually the way the optics of the eye work, that narrows the aperture of your visual field. So when you are stressed, you literally are seeing things through a small aperture, soda straw view of the world, as they say. And under those conditions, you cannot see things in your periphery as well as you could prior to being stressed. But you become exquisitely good at measuring small detailed changes in whatever it is that you happen to be looking at. Now, there's an internal process too, which is that the aperture on your thinking also becomes very, very narrow. So that if, for instance, well, I had this happen the other day, I heard something very stressful. I couldn't think about anything else, right? And that might just seem logical. Like, of course you can't think about anything else. It's very stressful. You're concerned about this. But my mind wasn't thinking about this particular incident. It was thinking, if this, then this. Then if that, then that. And that, then that. And so you start, dropping into the future. You start dropping into the past. Like, God, why did we do that? Why? And you start doing all that kind of cycling through things. And of course, there are so many things that can help relax us. Meditation, exercise, a nice healthy meal, social connection. But the fifth column of the stress response is that your aperture of vision, your aperture of thinking gets very narrow, and it becomes harder and harder to do the very things that would keep you out of stress. And so this is kind of the double-edged sword that is stress. And so all the more reason why in those moments, if the stress is not desired, because there are moments when stress is desired, you're navigating an emergency, etc. But if you don't want to be in that narrow aperture of thinking and vision, etc., then you need to find some way to bring your level of autonomic arousal, as it's called, down slightly, so that you can start thinking about other possibilities. Or, there are instances, I think everyone's been in this kind of situation, where the thing that's stressing you out is not going to get resolved today, and you need to sleep. And of course, you need to sleep, and then you can't sleep, and then of course that creates a compounding stress, and now you're stressed about not being able to sleep, and then over the course of the next few days, you dissolve into a puddle of tears. But fortunately, there are ways out of that self-destruction.
You've done a lot of work on fear. That was one of the things that you mentioned before. Is there something that everybody is scared of? Because I've heard the story, the wives' tale, babies are born with fears of heights and loud noises or something. Is there any truth in that, or is there something everyone's scared of?
There is. I think the one that everybody who has a healthy nervous system will react quite robustly to is if you start increasing the amount of carbon dioxide that they're breathing and reduce the amount of oxygen that they're taking in. That's terrifying.
Am I right in thinking there's a experiment you can do where it's a single breath, and that is pretty reliable at bringing on an anxiety attack? Yeah, if you have people, please don't do this because you need the right proper medical staff around, but they're great experiments of having people breathe carbon dioxide directly, and you basically panic. It's terrifying. One big gulp of carbon dioxide will make you very afraid. It turns out that there are a little group of neurons, of course neurons are just nerve cells, but a little group of neurons in the brainstem that respond to levels of carbon dioxide in the blood. Turns out the reason we breathe is of course to bring in oxygen and then offload carbon dioxide, but we don't have neurons that stimulate breathing for oxygen. We have neurons that sense when carbon dioxide levels get too high. So if you hold your breath, eventually carbon dioxide levels go up, and then at the moment that they reach a certain threshold, these neurons fire and trigger the gasp reflex. So in that moment, you bring in oxygen, and then of course you offload some carbon dioxide. That's why it's so important to work on CO2 tolerance, right, for breath work.
Yeah, so free divers, a sport I actually don't recommend because there's only one way out of that sport, as they say. I have some friends who are free divers, and obviously you can do it safely with the right guide and training, etc. But it is a very dangerous sport because for most people, when carbon dioxide levels increase in the bloodstream and brain, it triggers this gas reflux. What free divers train is carbon dioxide tolerance. So they do that a couple of different ways. And again, please don't do this because people have died doing this. So one way is you can do what's called cyclic hyperventilation. Right, you do that 25 times or so, and you think, oh, you're bringing in a lot of oxygen. You are, but you're also offloading a lot of carbon dioxide, especially if you use forceful exhales. Normally humans breathe through active inhales and passive exhales. They just sort of dump their air passively. But if you do cyclic hyperventilation, you're dumping a lot of carbon dioxide. And then if you were to hold your breath, what you would find is you could hold your breath for a lot longer. Why? Because your carbon dioxide levels are reduced, so you don't have the same impulse to breathe. Now on land, that's a more or less safe thing to do, provided that you can get a good gulp of air once the gas reflux hits. If you do that before going underwater, cyclic hyperventilation, they call it air packing, and then you go underwater, you're going to be able to, cyclic hyperventilation to air pack and then go underwater, but your carbon dioxide is then lower, you're going to be able to stay under longer. But this is very dangerous because normally when that carbon dioxide threshold hits, you would pop up to the surface and you sort of panic and want to go to the top. Free divers learn to tolerate high levels of carbon dioxide in their bloodstream and stay very, very calm. The way they die is very interesting because it speaks to the physiology. The way they die is they'll just be swimming, feeling completely calm because they're very used to, they've trained up this CO2 tolerance, carbon dioxide tolerance. And when they die, they don't suddenly feel like, oh my goodness, I'm running out of air. It's just lights go black. That's it, they're just blackout. And so they're alive and then they're gone. And so this is why they use spotters, they have a line, etc. Anytime you hear about somebody dying doing free diving, it's rarely because they weren't comfortable at a given depth or because they've never been to that depth.
Their gas reflex has kicked in, it's because their gas reflex has been so desensitized that it's after the point at which they die.
Precisely. And this, it's sort of like when you hear that skilled parachuters die. Why? Well, because they're so comfortable with so many jumps, they actually forget to pull. There are many instances in which they're videoing the first time jumpers, right? And they're getting the video for them and they themselves forget to pull because they're so comfortable jumping out of planes. And so as people get more and more advanced in something, there's a new risk that surfaces because unless it's very reflexive and they've built all the protocols in, oftentimes they can overlook the very thing that allowed them to become expert in the first place.
Why do my palms get sweaty when I watch videos of people climbing up cranes and stuff like that? You know the ones that I mean? The guy's got a GoPro, there's a dude called James Kingston from the UK that's a psychopath. He goes up to the highest towers of Dubai illegally in the middle of the night, and then I watch it on a screen. It's only this big, and I get this visceral response.
Yeah, well, two things. First of all, I can relate. I saw the Free Solo movie with Alex Honnold, and he lives, and it's still scary to watch. Right? You actually know the outcome at the beginning. They sort of make it clear that he manages to do this, and it's still terrifying. And I think it's for the same reason that those YouTube videos are terrifying, which is that we are so visual as animals. We are so visual. I mean, rodents, even a lot of carnivore predators are extremely olfactory, smell-driven. Humans are incredibly visual. I mean, more than 40% of the human brain has something to do with vision. Visual navigation, eye movements, visual perception, color perception, face perception. We have dedicated areas of the brain that are just for perceiving human faces and the micro expressions of human faces. So it's so highly evolved for us. When we see depth of field that's not parallel to the ground, it is terrifying with good reason because what's the universal force that we all experience from the time we're born is gravity. The first thing you learn is that things fall down, not up, right? It's like the fundamental rule that we come into the world with. It's like day one, even though the baby's kind of flopping around like a potato bug, can't even hold its head up, the eyes are often, the ocular muscles of the eyes are often not very good, so babies, their eyes are rolling back in their head. That generally corrects itself over the next few weeks or so. But the feeling of gravity of them, if they feel like they're being dropped even the tiniest bit, right, they will go wide-eyed. So there's a built-in vestibulo-ocular reflex. So when you see depth of field in the direction of the gravitational pull, you actually get a little bit of activity in your cerebellum, which literally means mini brain, a little area of the brain in the back that actually looks like a little mini brain if you were looking at the brain. And that area of the brain is responsible for all the reflexes associated with the falling reflex. It does a lot of other things too. So when you see that depth of field in the direction of gravity, you have a little micro activity in your brain that you might fall. And if you've ever been to a tall bridge or a dam and you go to the edge, and you know, people love to play with this. There's also that tower in Toronto. They have the big
Sears Tower?
Well, the big tower in Toronto, I forget what it is. Maybe it's in Calgary. Goodness, Canadians are gonna hate me.
Okay.
I love Canadians, but for some reason I can't remember this. They have one of those glass floors there where you can walk, and it's terrifying, and you know you're not gonna fall through it, right? Or they tell you you're not gonna fall through it, but it's terrifying because your body and brain are preparing for this immense fall. So when you see this in video, it's the same thing. I always say a picture is worth 1,000 words, but a video is worth 10 million pictures. I mean, this is the reason why we're so drawn to things like Instagram scrolling. It's like text, video, you know, or the enormous popularity of TikTok. It's video. Now, the enormous popularity of Twitter still escapes me because that's a different sort of cultural gravitational pull. But video, and in particular action that gets us in a kind of a primitive mode, that is an extremely alluring visual image.
What about emotional fears, like fear of failure or social disapproval or something? Do they work in a similar way, or is there a different part of the brain that's using that?
Yeah, great question. So a few years ago, a postdoc in my lab, who's now a staff scientist, Dr. Melise Yilmaz-Balban, she has a long name, excellent researcher, studies fear, did a very broad scale survey of the general public, thousands and thousands of entries, created this kind of cloud of bubbles. The bigger the bubble, the greater number of people that had that fear. We saw some interesting things. So heights, certainly. Public speaking, certainly. Doctor's office and syringes, certainly. Public speaking fear is very common. Social isolation fear is very common. But we also saw some things like dogs. You know, there are a number of people who are afraid of dogs, which is inconceivable to me because I love dogs so much.
Exactly the same.
Yep, but people form these associations, whether or not through experience or through indirect experience, observing others. I think public speaking is one of the greatest. Fear of dying. You know, it's not funny, but figure of speech. I never think about dying and being afraid of dying. I think about all the scary things that could happen while I'm living. But there are many people who are just intrinsically afraid of dying. And so that's a big one. For people that don't swim, fear of drowning. For people that swim, less so. For people that have some sort of psychiatric disorder, genuine psychiatric disorder, like obsessive compulsive disorder, which is not just obsessive compulsive personality, but obsessive compulsive disorder, fear of being discovered and the shame that they have around their obsessions and compulsions. These are true OCD is very common.
Do they all live in the same place? All of these different fears that all exist in the same place?
So I was rattling off, and I didn't answer your question to the more important point, so forgive me. The short answer is they have a final common pathway, which is increased autonomic arousal, and that is funneled through a couple what we call limbic structures, among others. So there's certainly involvement of the now famous amygdala, which means almond, is this almond-shaped structure on the two sides of the brain. There's also an area of the brain called the stria terminalis that's also involved in fear. And then the hypothalamus, this small collection of neurons just above the roof of your mouth, which is really, to me, one of the more fascinating areas of the brain, harbors neurons that create a body-wide and brain-wide response to something that the higher order areas of the brain, like the forebrain, see and perceive as dangerous, as threatening. So the short answer is yes, it all funnels through hypothalamus, amygdala, stria terminalis, and autonomic nervous system. That's a final common pathway. But in terms of the variety of different things that can stimulate fear and the ways that they can do that, that is highly contextual. So the forebrain, this real estate in the brain right behind the forehead, is incredible because it's sort of free real estate for you to customize for your life, according to what happens to you early on. So for instance, you might not be at all afraid of heights. And you say, well, why is that so? Well, maybe when you were a kid, you were one of those maniacs that, like, you know, doing, in the States, we call them cherry drops, the kids that could, you know, swing on their feet and then jump off the bar. And then other kids are timidly crawling to the top of the thing, don't even want to go up the ladder to the slide. There's a ton of variation, and that variation does not exist in the kind of deeper circuitry, the final common path circuitry. It exists in the learning that we experienced early in life. One bad fall can do it. I mean, I was bitten very badly by a German Shepherd when I was a kid. Head almost got my eye, but, you know, for whatever reason, I've always liked dogs anyway, but there are other things that I've experienced that have left long-term negative imprints. So it's highly contextual, and a lot of it has to do with what happens immediately after the bad experience. This is why nowadays there's a lot of legal use of the drug ketamine after traumas. You know, this is all very dark stuff, unfortunately. But if you just imagine the family member that was just in a car crash and saw the driver, their loved one, impaled onto the steering column. I mean, what could be more horrible than that? Nowadays, if they come into the emergency room, they will often give them an injection of ketamine, which is a dissociative anesthetic, to get them to dissociate from this extreme emotional state. So there are ways now to treat this, and ketamine is used clinically at later periods too.
Didn't you did an experiment where you went diving with sharks, and I think that there was a complication, and you went back the next day to redo it. I'm going to guess that this is for the exact same reason, to sort of conquer and integrate the experience.
Yeah, to make a long story short, we went 2 years in a row out to Guadalupe Island, where there are a lot of great white sharks. Some of the more expert shark divers were cage exiting. They were leaving the cage. The first year I did not. The second year I decided I would, but the day before I did, I went down into the cage, just get comfortable again down there, and I had air failure, and the safety tanks were out also, and obviously I experienced extreme carbon dioxide overload and panic. I didn't full-blown panic. I kept enough awareness that I was able to, obviously I'm here. I survived doing a share air protocol, etc. But it was a very bad situation. I don't like to say I nearly died, because that's actually sort of letting the bug in my brain. I like to joke that the Reaper came in and offered me a fist bump, and I offered him a different gesture instead. So I survived, but the next day I woke up very, very distraught, because I had this loop in my brain. This notion that I came so close to the end. And so I did go back down, and I did cage exit. And I don't say that to suggest that it was the smartest decision. Obviously you're safer on the boat or on land. I don't say it to sound, again, tough or anything. I did it deliberately because I did not want to return home with this loop of fear. And so I went back into the traumatic circumstance and obviously made it out. And if you look at all the successful treatments for trauma, they all involve getting close to the trauma-inducing mindset. Exposure therapy, gradual and assisted by a clinician, but rarely, if ever, are people with serious trauma encouraged to get as far away from the feeling of, at least not in the clinical setting. This has a lot of implications for things like trigger warnings. Colleagues of mine in psychiatry, I've asked them directly, what do you think of trigger warnings? And they said, there's some logic to it on the surface, but if you really think about true trauma, and we can define trauma. Dr. Paul Conti was on my podcast, is amazing trauma psychiatrist. He said trauma is an experience. It's not just a bad experience. Trauma is an experience that changes your nervous system such that it behaves differently in the future, in a way that's maladaptive for you. So if you look at all the trauma treatments, they're all about learning to talk about the trauma, even experiencing some of the same feelings. So things like trigger warnings and all these things that buffer us against feeling our true feelings do nothing but prolong the trauma and prolong and exacerbate fear.
You had David Goggins in the lab to study him for fear. What did you learn from looking at that guy?
Yeah, David's great. I always chuckle with David because, the one thing about David is what you see on social media is actually what you get when you interact with David. We worked long hours one day, and everyone was ready to tap out. This was a bunch of people in Silicon Valley for a day, doing some workshop type thing, and he just was changing into his running shorts midway. He was going to run to the airport, and he ran to the airport, as far as I know.
To get his flight?
I believe so. But there was this moment of, should we continue? Should we take a break? And he was like, no, let's keep going. Everything you see and read and hear about David is exactly how he shows up. It's really wonderful. He came to the lab, and he did. We have a virtual version of the shark thing. Which of course is not the same as the real experience. But for people who are afraid of sharks, it's quite scary for them and allows us to study fear. He's very afraid of sharks, which was sort of amusing to me, given that as a SEAL, he had to spend a lot of time in water. But he was first one in, wanted to do the VR, talked about how he didn't like it, but that's why he did it. Constant testing himself. In fact, I think, even though David's quite successful, and has many, many options of how to spend his time, I believe this is correct. I think right now he's doing fire jumping. He's fighting fires in the wilderness by zip lining in or fast lining in or jumping out of flames. So he's constantly pushing that friction lever to create or build or further build this thing about leaning into friction. And this is a term that isn't really scientific, but that I decided to coin because this idea of limbic friction. That when we're very tired and we need to be in action, or when we're very stressed and we need to perform in a more calm and controlled way, there's friction on both sides. Getting out of bed when we're exhausted, hard, very hard often. Leaning into action in a calm and deliberate way when we're freaking out, like going to give a public lecture if one has fear of public speaking, also hard. So this limbic friction, and David just seems to seek what I call limbic friction in every domain of life.
Is that like exposure therapy for limbic friction then?
Essentially, yeah. I mean, what you're training and improving when you're getting better at dealing with stress is this ability to tolerate high amounts of adrenaline in your body and to think clearly and function well. I mean, adrenaline is epinephrine, and just a little bit of physiology. It's released from the adrenals, obviously, above the kidneys. And that gets your body organs amped up and energized. It can't cross the so-called blood-brain barrier. You have a high-restriction fence that we call the blood-brain barrier around the brain. Keep bad molecules out. Adrenaline, therefore, is released also within the brain from a little cluster of neurons called locus coeruleus. The name doesn't matter. So when you are stressed, your brain and your body both wake up, and that adrenaline hijacks certain systems, narrows your visual focus, et cetera, et cetera. If you look at almost all stress inoculation protocols, cold water, ice bath, cold shower, cyclic hyperventilation, those all do the same thing. They generate a lot of adrenaline release in the brain and a lot of adrenaline release in the body. But it's different if the adrenaline in the brain and body is evoked by you, that you did it. Because under conditions under which you did the ice bath deliberately and now you're wide awake and really, really alert, there's this feeling that you have options. It wasn't done to you, but you can train up an ability to, for instance, think clearly and calmly. Maybe even do some simple math problems in your head, or maybe try and relax while there's all this adrenaline in your system. And that carries over so that when you know, we've all done it. You're driving along, the person in front of you stops short, and you're almost in the accident, right? There's that moment where you could panic, or that moment where you could, road rage, or that moment where you could freak out. But if you are familiar with the feeling of adrenaline in your brain and body, you navigate that in a calmer way. How? Well, because adrenaline is generic. There's no adrenaline for the car crash, adrenaline for the heights, adrenaline for the relationship situation. It's all the same. So we can get better. We can raise our stress threshold, as I like to refer to it. And that can be done through cold water or cyclic hyperventilation, ideally not at the same time. But cold water, is a universal stimulus for creating adrenaline release. And there's a big range of cold, not infinite, but a big range of cold in which you can generate adrenaline without harming your tissue. Whereas with heat, you get into a very hot environment or very low oxygen environment, you'll also get a lot of adrenaline, but you can also suffocate and burn yourself. So this is why cold is used in Navy SEAL screening and training. And this is why I think so many people really like the ice bath and cold showers. It has a bunch of other positive effects, but it is a great trigger for adrenaline.
Speaking about relationships, one of the most common traumas probably that people are going to go through is heartbreak, right? You're going to be in a relationship that you imagine is going to continue forever, maybe when you're 18 or sometimes when you're 48, and then it's going to stop. Have you thought about the neuroscience of what's happening during heartbreak?
No, we did. So I've done episodes of our podcast on love, attachment, and relationships, which is a fascinating literature, mostly from psychology, but also biological literature. And that's mostly about people's orientation toward attachment. So there, just very quickly, there's the so-called secure attached style. This typically emerges in childhood when there's a very predictable caregiver-caree relationship between child and most often mother, but it can be father too or other caregiver. Just so happens that the classic experiments were done on mothers because this was in the 1970s and there weren't as many reverse role, homes, etc. There were some, but not as many as there are now. So that's one style of attachment. The parent leaves, the child gets a little distraught, but then can distract itself doing other things or just simply do other things because they have a high degree of intrinsic knowledge, not the thought, but intrinsic calm. The autonomic nervous system doesn't feel any need to ramp up because the mom returns. Then there's the so-called insecure attachment styles, and there are a bunch of different ones, but those are the ones where it's really stressful when the parent leaves. It's not clear they're going to come back, and when they come back, it's not clear that they're going to reestablish the bond, the child will feel supported, etc. Here's what's fascinating. Those same neural circuits are repurposed for romantic attachment in adult life. The same circuits, which shouldn't surprise us. I mean, why would the brain throw away valuable circuitry? But this whole Freudian notion that, childhood attachment styles map onto adult attachment styles, that's real. That's physiological. Now, one important point, it's not one for one in the sense that, let's say you had a secure attachment to your father. Let's say it's a young girl, and as a baby and a young child, she had a secure attachment to her father and an insecure attachment to her mother. In adulthood, and let's say she's heterosexual, so in adulthood, she prefers men as romantic partners. This girl grows up, and you might say, well, she had a good relationship to her dad, so she's going to have a good secure attachment style in her adult heterosexual relationships. Often it's not the case. They will transplant or superimpose the insecure attachment style to the mother onto male relationships, but have great relationships to female friends, for instance. So we have to be a little careful to not map one for one. That's important. So all of that is in us. And then you were talking about breakups, and we did an episode on grief. And the way that grief works in the brain and nervous system is that there are three sort of factors that are mapped in our consciousness and our subconscious. And these are space, time, and this notion of closeness, which is attachment. Space and time is very simple. It's where is the person that I love, and when will I see them next? Right? I mean, if you have a relative that lives overseas and you know they're alive, you're not going to grieve them. You might really miss them, but you're not going to grieve them the same way you would if suddenly you get the note, unfortunately, that they passed away. And then attachment is how close you are to them, like how critically you rely on them for internal control and support. And that doesn't mean they have to be an immediate caregiver. It could just be like a really good friend. You call them mates over in the UK, right? Like a really good friend that just your knowledge of him just makes you feel good. You feel better in the world. You know, as a guy who mostly grew up with kind of a big pack of male friends, I mean, I feel strongest and happiest and most secure in life when I see something about one of my friends doing well in life. It just makes me feel good. If one of them dies, and unfortunately I'm getting to the age where a number of them have died, then you feel like all of a sudden like goodness, like there's a loss internally, right? Okay, that's all sort of obvious, but what's interesting is that the grief process itself is about restructuring this map. This map, think of it like a tripod. It's got three pieces: space, time, and closeness. When someone dies, it's very confusing for the brain because where are they in space? Well, the body is put someplace. Maybe it's cremated, maybe it's not. We have notions of a spirit, and that depends on one's orientation, a soul or a spirit, okay? Or if you don't, then you don't, then where do they go, right? And then time, when will you see them again? There's the never. You'll never see them again. And the closeness component remains. And so there's an untethering of this. And so there's been brain imaging studies, beautiful work by Mary Frances O'Connor at University of Arizona, showing that if you look in the brain in people that are in grief from loss of a really strong attachment, the state of brain and body that gets flipped on is a motivational state. It's exactly the same circuitry in the brain that one sees active if someone very hungry is put just outside the wall of some delicious food, or if an animal that really wants to mate, I guess mate, with animals you call it copulate. They really want to copulate with another animal, is put just beyond the wall of that animal, but they can smell them. I mean, these are highly motivated, desiring states. So grief is a motivated state to bridge the distance in time and space, and yet it's impossible. And so the process of grief is a gradual waning of that motivation and a gradual shift of the memory of the person into some concept, whether or not it's a soul, whether or not it's just the past, whether or not it's their energy. You know, again, it depends on what the forebrain of that particular person believes, shifts that concept of that person into a place where the brain is comfortable. There's no more autonomic arousal. There's no motivation. And we've all experienced this. If you've had a loss, and I've had a loss, for instance, where my graduate advisor died and I adored her. And every once in a while, her daughter will call me from her cell phone, and she kept the same number on that phone and the name and everything. So every once in a while, it'll ring Barbara Chapman, and I'll reach for the phone, and then there's this moment where I'm like, oh, goodness. So anyway, I'm going on and on just to color this with an example, but when there's a breakup, it's exceedingly hard, especially if the person is young. You know, if you look at suicides after breakups, those are far more common in younger people than they are in older people. Why? Because the relationship represents the whole future. They have no concept that they know there are other people, but it sort of feels like the whole world is shutting down. So in breakups, what's happened is the person is no longer available in time and space. This is why when someone breaks up, you literally have to let them go, right? You know, constant pursuing of them is out of context, is not healthy. They have a name for that. It's called a stalker. Don't do it. But it's almost as if the brain has to think that the person is gone in time and space. This has become much harder with social media, right? Because people can check up on people, they can hear from people. In the old days, like when I was growing up, you just like took the phone off the hook, or you diverted your attention. Now we are constantly renewing that the person is still there. And so love and the loss of love and the death grief are virtually identical. It's that motivational state. And this is why it's so hard to not reach out to somebody that you really miss and want back.
Last week that had researchers asking participants to rate emotional and physical pain of a breakup. They found that women tend to be more negatively affected by breakups, reporting high levels of both physical and emotional pain. But while breakups hit women the hardest, they tended to recover more fully. Men, on the other hand, rarely fully recovered. I thought that was very interesting. I wasn't too sure what that meant. Yeah, it's interesting. It also rings true with my experience and my observations. I think, this could relate to a number of things, and here I'm painting with a broad brush, right? But, how comfortable one is feeling their feelings is male or female.
is going to strongly dictate how quickly one moves through grief. This is the same thing as trauma. The more willing someone is to feel the full depth and intensity of the feelings that they associate with that trauma, the more quickly they're going to move through the trauma. Again, I'm lifting from Paul Conti's words, so these aren't mine, but people use a number of strategies. They use distraction. They use states like, they sublimate to things like anger and avoidance of various kinds in order to not feel the traumatic feelings or not feel the breakup. People will, try and self-soothe with alcohol or try and self-soothe with multiple new partners or whatever it happens to be. It doesn't work. It just extends it because this map of space-time and closeness needs to be fractured. And the only way to do that is for the brain to have to confront the reality, which is that whether by death or by breakup, they are no longer available. It's like the food on the other side of that wall is gone. It's just not there anymore. Or that the food that was accessible, now there's a wall in between and you will not get through it. And you can see this actually in animal studies that are kind of hard. They're actually very hard to watch. You'll see the animal perseverate, literally damage its own body trying to get through a barrier to something it's highly motivated to see. People do that post-breakup. They usually do that by talking to everybody about the breakup, which is its own form of perseverating on the motivation. What did I do? What did I do wrong? This and that. And some of that analysis is healthy, some of it's not. Now, why would one group be more, let's just say, effective at dealing with breakups? It's probably the ability to really feel the full intensity of how sad it is and be able to confront that. And here I'm a male. I've only ever lived in a male body, so all I can tell you is that I think from a very early age, there's an ability that, at least I'm sure it transcends to women too, or extends to women too, but learning to pack down feelings, right? And so what are we really talking about when we're talking about pack down feelings? I'm not a psychologist, but what we learn is top-down control, forebrain to autonomic control. It's the same thing like, I don't want to jump off the high dive, or I don't want to do this public speaking, but I'm just going to force myself. I'm going to David Goggins it, right? Grief is an autonomic state. We say it has valence, it has negative valence, but it's high levels of autonomic arousal with negative connotation, because you can be high levels of autonomic arousal with happiness, right? You can be very alert and aroused and happy, you're very alert and aroused and sad. It's very alert and aroused and sad, and yet we learn how to tamp that down. What is tamping down? It's reducing our heart rate. It's going to work each day, being a functional human being. There's a lot of that, rather than allowing ourselves to, sob uncontrollably into a pillow. Some people are better at this. I mean, the late Steve Jobs was a big proponent of scream therapies. He used to go up into the hills behind Stanford. He actually still owns a property back there. He was really into, catharsis, cathartic release of internal state that he felt would allow him to return a happier, nicer person. He was also kind of well known for screaming at people in the office. So he obviously had a lot pent up inside. So I think the better that we can lean into the emotional states that we fear the most, but in a controlled way where we're not harming ourselves or other people, the better. The more that we try and avoid that, and we try and sublimate, or just, and I've done this, so I'm speaking from experience, I would use the anger or the sadness from an experience to just work 10 times longer, 10 times harder, to just get that much more focus. You're taking that autonomic arousal, that narrow aperture and that energy, and you're putting it onto something that moves your life forward. So in some cases that's good, because you still need to function, but it can give you I'll just say, it gave me the illusion that I was working through something, because you get all the accoutrements and the rewards of hard work, but what you don't do is remap that space-time closeness map. And then I guarantee, you find yourself 5 or 10 years later wondering why you're so exhausted, or why certain things in life aren't going well. And it's because when they say you haven't dealt with the loss, you never actually allowed yourself to feel the feelings. But once you do, it's like a valve that releases.
You hear musicians say that the most recent album was shit because I didn't have any heartbreak to work through.
Right.
And it is strange how people... It's a difficult thing to pass, because a little bit of it is kind of like alchemy, right? A little bit of it is kind of like turning something that's terrible into something that's useful and beautiful. It's fuel. But you're right, it's a hiding away from what it is that you actually need to do, from the work that you need to do. And in a world which is a meritocracy, where people want success and status and accolade and fame, and you go, well, enemies and revenge and bitterness, resentment, pretty good motivators. Maybe I could use some of that. Maybe I should go out of my way to try and put myself into positions where this motivates me. And working out where that falls on the ledger is a difficult one.
It is, and I think it depends on life stage, and it depends on how one is going to work it out. I mean, the narrative around the shark dive, I mean, even as I say it now, that was 2017 was the second dive. When I think about all that, You're like, that was crazy. I was out there studying fear, and I almost was the professor who died studying fear. It would have been a terrible end to the story. What was I doing? Don't do this. Don't do this. But, you know, there are times in our life where we feel compelled to take on certain challenges for whatever reason. There's a phrase that doesn't exist in the scientific literature, but it captures two components of physiology that are absolutely factual. Earlier we talked about limbic friction. As it relates to creative process and sublimation of anger and sadness and creating things from bad events, books, music, etc. The words that come to mind are limbic resonance. The human beings resonate with these extreme states. You know, there aren't many great albums written about a good day walking on a Sunday in the park. Like, it's kind of boring. I mean, there's the beautiful painting Sunday in the Park with George, but you know, I'll be honest, it's beautiful, but it's also kind of boring. You can look at the details of it for a while. People like intensity. The Scream is, you know, people look at that for a long time, and it speaks to the psychosis of the artist, etc. You know, people don't generally bond through passive, relaxed states unless they've also been through a lot together, right? I mean, you even think about we can talk about this separately if you want, but all of us are here because of the autonomic seesawing that is the reproductive act. It goes from highly aroused... Is
that how you refer to it in your lab?
Yeah, scientists...
Autonomic seesawing.
It is. It's very interesting that the arousal process is one of increase in autonomic arousal in order to get true arousal, but then not so much that it inhibits arousal, then mating behavior, and then the orgasm response in males and females is highly what we call sympathetic, not emotionally it can be, I suppose, emotionally sympathetic, but from a pure physiology standpoint, it's a activation, hyperactivation of the stress system, even though it has positive valence. And then there's a very quick rebound to the so-called parasympathetic arm of the autonomic nervous system, this deep relaxation, which we don't really know why. I wasn't consulted at the design phase, but we think that post-coital bliss and the kind of relaxing, the desire to not run around a bunch more for most people, was to exchange odorant molecules to increase pair bonding. And even if people aren't trying to pair bond, because people don't always just mate to reproduce, but that some of the molecules that are released in each of the two individuals, oxytocin being the main one, give people a sense of kind of post-coital bliss, and it's a very calm one that creates opportunity for bonding and discussion that is like pillow talk. There are other forms of pillow talk too.
Post-nut clarity, Andrew.
But for women it might be something different, right? Of course, a different name. I only speak in the language of physiology. But for both men and women this happens. It creates this little orb of closeness that is both physiological but neurochemical too. So what we can say for sure is that whether or not it was in vivo or in a dish, we are all here because two parents, right? A male and a female, unless you're a condor where two females can produce a baby. This has now been shown, right? But as far as we know, where a male and a female reproduce because they each went through this arc of arousal, not too high, arousal, extreme stress, relaxation. That happened separately or together, because in vitro could be fertilization could be separate. So the test of whether or not we get to reproduce is actually the ability to assuming that people are doing this together and not through in vitro fertilization, is a test of whether or not people can coordinate their autonomic nervous systems. Now, there are ways around that and to override it, but by and large, that's the way humans evolved and the way all other animals evolved. Now, limbic resonance is a good way, I think, to describe that process, but that carries over to other things too. An album about an extreme loss, a song or a poem about extreme loss, brings the reader, the listener, into a limbic state that's very similar or approximates what the creator experienced, right? The person who created that art or that poetry. And in the same way, if something's about a lot of anger, you know, if you like loud, fast music or something like that, it's an extreme state. It has a gravitational pull to it. There's, again, I'm using this language, limbic resonance. Rarely, if ever, do human beings bond through nothing. They bond through shared experience. And you think of what makes people feel close? Well, there are a couple of things. And this has everything to do with time perception. Typically, when there's a high degree of limbic resonance, it means that the molecule dopamine was increased substantially over baseline at some point. Dopamine is almost always discussed in terms of pleasure, but it's the molecule of motivation, drive, and to some extent reward. It tends to narrow our visual focus. And believe it or not, dopamine is the molecule from which adrenaline is manufactured. Biochemically, you get adrenaline from dopamine. So these two act as close cousins to put us into these states of motivation and have energy to pursue things. When dopamine is very present in our system, or if you're in the company of someone else and there's a lot of dopamine, two things happen. First of all, you're very motivated, narrowing your focus, that's one. The other is that the way that you perceive time is quite a bit different. For instance, if you ever had an amazingly exciting day, just tons of things, maybe you meet someone new, you're having the best time, I mean, just think falling in love and the most incredible date that you can imagine how it begins and how it ends, it just feels incredible. It all feels like it went by very, very fast. And yet when you look back on that day, it seems like so much happened. Now think about an opposite situation. You go to the doctor's office and you're sitting in the doctor's lobby and you're waiting and you're waiting and there's no phone reception, so you can't scroll Instagram. You're waiting and you're waiting. It's incredibly boring. It's a very low dopamine state. It feels like it goes on forever. And yet when you look back, nothing really happened. So dopamine changes our perception of time. And in terms of developing human bonds, this has been well established that if two people, for instance, go 3 different places in a given day, they tend to feel like they know each other far better than if they stayed in one place even for a longer period of time.
Did you know that pickup artists were weaponizing this about 15 years ago?
Oh no, it doesn't surprise me, but I'm sorry to hear it.
It was common held wisdom in the pickup artist community that you were supposed to have a 3-location date to manipulate precisely this, to make the girl feel like you had progressed further down the maturation process of spending time together.
Surely there have to be female pickup artists too.
Yeah, although I feel like their job's probably easier.
I can't comment. I don't know. I've never been one.
Going back to dopamine, how triggering are our phones when it comes to dopamine?
Okay, great question. We often hear that, that social media is getting dopamine hit after dopamine hit. When we first get on social media for the first time or after a long period of time, the amount of dopamine that's released we think is quite substantial. It's novel. Remember, dopamine is about novelty, surprise, and the sense that we are on some exciting track. That's what dopamine is really about. It puts us into states of readiness, anticipation, looking, seeking, etc., almost always for things outside the confines of our skin. Just to contrast it maybe for a bit more of a future discussion, serotonin does the opposite. When there's a lot of serotonin in our brain and body, typically it makes us feel satisfied, sated, and more quiescent, comfortable with what we have in our own immediate sphere and within us, right? The comfort of a good meal, the food you have. Dopamine is about go, go, go. If you look at somebody who's high on cocaine or methamphetamine, it's all about pursuit, because that's a very dopaminergic drug. You look at somebody who's taken a drug, and I'm not suggesting people do this, but it really ramps up serotonin. Let's say a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, Prozac, Zoloft, etc. The side effects of those drugs, if the dosages are too high, lack of appetite, lack of libido, kind of meh about life, then so they'll adjust the dose down. That's because those are serotonergic drugs. So in general, when we are in pursuit of things, dopamine is quite high. So now you have to remind me of your question, because I've set up the dopamine serotonin parallel.
Smartphones.
Cell phones, yes. Forgive me. So the thing about cell phones is when you first get on there, and you have, let's say you have no Wi-Fi on the flight or something, you land, it can actually be quite stimulating. You get a lot of dopamine. Oh, there's this. Oh, there's that. But very quickly, when you're scrolling on social media, you're no longer getting the novelty, but you're continuing to do it and you almost don't know why you're doing it. At that point, it shifts over to something that's a bit more like an obsessive-compulsive behavior, where we can define an obsessive-compulsive behavior where the obsession leads to a compulsion. So the obsession is a thought, the compulsion is a behavior, but the acting out of the compulsion merely serves to increase the obsession. Right? This is very different than being obsessed with food or obsessed with cleanliness.
There's no payoff.
Right, exactly. There's no anxiety relief by carrying out the compulsion. With OCD behaviors, like scrolling social media, the dopamine quickly wanes, and then you find that you're just and we've all been there, you're scrolling, like, why am I doing this? This isn't that interesting. This isn't that interesting. Now, the algorithms for social media are very clever, and I don't want to demonize it. I provide a lot of my life is spent on social media now, but in the algorithms that they've incorporated function on the most powerful way to keep people doing a behavior, or an animal for that matter, is intermittent random reward, or random intermittent reward, that you don't know when you're going to hit the jackpot. So you're scrolling, and then you see something. Typically it's very high, in nerd speak, you'd say signal to noise. So if you're reading some interesting things, this came out in the news, this came out, and then it's all of a sudden a riot, or a person that is base jumping off a building, or for people that are scrolling looking at bodies or something like that, live bodies. Hopefully people aren't looking at dead bodies. But look, if something's very tragic, then that has this gravitational pull. And then what happens is you start getting the system working for that next dopamine hit that you don't know when it's going to come. It's just like gambling. So I look at social media as initially being very dopaminergic, driving reward, surprise, and excitement, but very quickly transitioning to something more like OCD, and the kinds of behaviors where it looks, if we were to look at ourselves through the lens of an experiment, like we would an animal experiment, we think that animal is sick. If you saw an animal digging in the corner, looking for a bone, the dog is looking, you'd think, that's really sad. That's us, right? That's us. I'm pointing at myself intentionally. That's us. So we have to learn to self-regulate the amount of time, but that doesn't have to be a process of scruffing ourselves and saying, don't do it, don't do it. Think about it in terms of the positive. The more time away from something, the more positively reinforcing it will be when you return. And just to sort of superimpose this onto the relationship conversation, many of us are fortunate to have partners that we love spending a lot of time with. It's also good to miss that person every once in a while. Now, that might be an hour for some people apart of no communication. It might be a week. Everyone varies on this spectrum. But the idea of missing someone is that positive anticipation, that kind of pain, right? It's a motivational state. And then when you see them, it's all the richer. So you can imagine that the dopamine circuits can be used to more successfully navigate a number of different things. And, a lot of couples completely quash the excitement and the pleasure of being together. Not just physical pleasure, but just pleasure of being together because they just spend too much damn time together.
Familiarity.
Or they're texting all the time, right? Or they're, and this whole thing around texting has become a really interesting test of dopamine expectation. There's this thing called dopamine reward prediction error. If you think the reward is coming and it doesn't, you drop below baseline levels of dopamine.
That's why you should never tell someone that this restaurant's going to be the best restaurant you've ever been to in your life.
Exactly. I made the mistake of telling my girlfriend on the way here I want her to read this book. I'm like, this is an amazing book, you should read it. And I caught myself and I thought, damn it, I'm actually detracting from how good she's going to experience the book as.
Tell her it was terrible.
Oh, yeah, it's really good, though. This is the problem. It's hard to do. So I think the key is to leverage dopamine reward prediction error in the best way. It's the surprise that, if you take kids, you're driving home from school and suddenly you pull into the ice cream shop, they're going to be so ecstatic. But if you tell them you're going to go to the ice cream shop and it's closed, huge drop below baseline.
Does that mean if you tell them that you're going to the ice cream shop and it's open, that's less than not telling them that you're going to the ice cream shop and it's surprise?
Correct. They literally tier out into surprise is the maximum dopamine release. Then successful completion of the missions, as it were, is the next, and then unsuccessful.
Is there not an argument to be made that you would be able to drag out the amount of time that dopamine is released for because of the anticipation?
Yeah, and people do this in relationship quite a lot, right? Anticipation is the kind of ultimate fuel of the courting dance, right? I mean, this is also, but one has to be very careful because whether or not it's from the male side or the female side or whatever variation thereof, you only get so many reward prediction errors before people start to predict or associate low dopamine with somebody or some experience. In other words, if I'll use an example, not from my own life, but if you say, we're going to Costa Rica on vacation, and then you say, listen, I have to work. They might understand, but that's a letdown. It's a dopamine reward prediction error in the direction of lower dopamine. They might recover from it, they might not, but most people recover from it. If you do that 2 or 3 times, what ends up happening, you can model this beautifully, and they've seen this experimentally in animals and humans. Then you say, okay, we're really going to Costa Rica this time. And you think, well, the surprise is going to be that you actually go. The amount of dopamine that's released for successful completion of the initial goal is far lower than it ever would have been. So you can only cry wolf. I suppose that's not the right way to put it. You can only create positive anticipation so many times and then create a letdown before completion, that the delivery of the promise has very little impact. And so you have to be very careful with one's words. Better to say nothing than to let somebody down, for sure, in the context of human relationship. And, this plays out in some less perhaps amusing ways where, you look at people who are successful in life and you always hear success builds success. And it's absolutely true. Like when students come to my lab and they do a PhD thesis, it's very important for me to get them onto a research track quickly that they're going to experience some success. Because if they spend 4 years and then it fails, that's devastating. And then they have to start over again. Same thing with kids. I mean, getting some success early on, even if it's low bar success, really does build up one's positive anticipation, an ability to perform well in the future, because dopamine gives energy. Remember, it's the precursor to adrenaline, and the sense that the world is predictable. Now, this can go a wrong way too, and I see this a lot with the idea that everyone gets a blue ribbon. This is terrible too, because if everyone is rewarded, every child is rewarded regardless of how well they performed, if they're all rewarded to the same level, you actually flatten the dopamine curve. And so in that sense, yes, everyone might feel, celebrated, but you actually are lowering motivation for the given activity. This has a whole landscape of research in back of it related to intrinsic versus extrinsic reward. The strongest motivation is always going to be intrinsic motivation. If you reward kids or adults for something too many times, even if they like that activity, the propensity to do that activity will be reduced. But if you reward without effort or without success, that is devastating for a nervous system. In fact, I've gone on record, and I'll say it again and again and again, which is that dopamine that arrives without prior effort destroys people. This is this is drugs. This is, this is things like cocaine and amphetamine. It's high levels of dopamine with no effort. Okay, they had to buy it, they had to find it, they did whatever it. But there's no physical effort or mental effort involved in getting the dopamine peak. This is why hard work followed by reward, great. Working hard on a relationship and then it gets better, or there's a breakthrough, whatever it is. That is powerfully positive. Dopamine that just arrives because you say, oh, you're here, so you get reward, terrible. And this is why rewarding every little positive thing that a child does with their favorite thing eventually diminishes the value of that thing and diminishes their ability to get motivated on their own. It's a very, very powerful system. One has to be very, very careful how one leverages it.
What are your thoughts on dopamine detoxing? Is that legit? Does it work?
Well, up until about 6 months ago, I would have said no. But my colleague Anna Lemke...
She's been on the show. Yeah, she's great.
Fantastic. I have such admiration and respect.
She's great.
Yeah. Just a brief anecdote. I directed a neuroanatomy course for the medical students at Stanford. I should have known who Anna was. And then one day she came in to give a lecture on dopamine and addiction. And my first thought was, oh my goodness, I have to get her on the podcast and I want her talking to the world because it's such powerful knowledge. So if people haven't heard that episode already, go listen to Chris talking to Dr. Anna Lemke. I'm going to listen to it. I've listened to all her podcasts that I was aware of, but again, we were talking about it's sometimes hard to find podcasts. So I'm going to listen to that. Cannot listen to her enough times. The dopamine, you asked earlier about the arc of dopamine and how long it lasts. One of the key takeaways from that book, Dopamine Nation, that I've incorporated in my own life is that there are certain activities like cold water that create long-lasting arcs of dopamine. Those can be very useful for putting us into long-lasting motivational states. So these are not big peaks and troughs. These are the pain of the cold water followed by this long, long arc of dopamine. Wonderful. It's kind of an antidepressant, positive motivator, natural stimulus. I always say if you don't have access to an ice bath, cold showers, yes, will work. If you have a shower that doesn't get cold enough, keep in mind that the original study showing this dopamine increase had people get into 60-degree water, which is not that cold, 60 degrees Fahrenheit, for 45 minutes to an hour. So your water bill might go up, but you could just draw a kind of cool bath and get in that up to the neck. So, because I realize there are sometimes some cost barriers to people. Not everyone has an ice bath.
Look professional with GoDaddy. Let's say there are 2 new emails in your inbox. One from a legit-looking business, and one from whatever this is. Customers only open emails they can trust. Get a domain with a matching professional email so your business actually looks.
Dopamine detoxing.
Yeah. So dopamine detoxing is something that apparently today my short-term working memory is off. I swear I can't.
Oh, you have a mate. Get that in you.
I can't think of any. I'm caffeinated. I can't think of any pharmacologic reason for it, but no excuses. So dopamine detox, I would have thought was not something real. It seemed kind of silly to me, actually. And I'll tell you why it seems silly and why it still seems silly, but why it may have some utility. But then Dr. Anna Lemke told me that it actually can be quite useful to take some time and space away from social media, certainly from any addictive drugs, that's the treatment for addiction, and restore those dopamine levels to baseline. Now, the way that dopamine detoxing was initially described in the Bay Area, where it seems a lot of tech types were talking about it, was in terms of, I heard something like, oh, people aren't even looking at other people's faces. They're really kind of living this like monkish lifestyle, like no food that they really enjoy, no anything. That to me seems kind of crazy and kind of extreme. I mean, I can understand not ingesting a lot of highly palatable foods, eating some blander foods. I can understand certainly not doing any prescription drugs or taking some time off from caffeine. Caffeine increases dopamine receptors, which makes the dopamine that's available more powerful at evoking the dopamine response. I can understand avoiding certain substances and behaviors, but the idea that you weren't going to look people in the eye because there will be too much dopamine, I mean, I guess it depends on who you're looking in the eye and how much their look positively arouses you, but the fact of the matter is that that's not a very rational way to think about dopamine detox. But staying out of high intensity, highly rewarding activities, I think could be useful in terms of reestablishing that dopamine balance. And everything we know from Anna's work is that dopamine, if you drive those dopaminergic states too long, addictive drugs, etc., people can do this with sex, food, drugs, gambling, social media, all sorts of things, pornography. What ends up happening is the amount of dopamine that's released over time goes down and down and down and down and pretty much is traversing into the territory of pain. And then people, again, are back to this thing where, they're scrolling internet porn 8, 9, 10 times or hours a day, and then they're wondering why this isn't effective for them anymore, whereas it was before. And there's an additional issue with pornography, which is not often discussed, which is that, remember, guys in particular, the brain is a learning prediction machine. And I'm not trying to say that all pornography is bad, but there are good data to support the idea that if your brain learns to be aroused by watching other people have sex, it is not necessarily going to carry over to the ability to get aroused when you're one-on-one with somebody else, right? Especially young kids who are consuming a lot of pornography, the brain is learning sexual arousal to other people having sex.
So you're going to program yourself into being a voyeur?
Or just create challenges in sexual interactions with, with a real partner. Right?
Mary Harrington has the 3 laws of pornodynamics, and the second law of pornodynamics is the law of FAP entropy. And it says that whatever you start out wanking to will get progressively more intense over time. And I think that this is sort of speaking to that ever sort of escalating amount of the wildness that you need to watch in order to get an ever decreasing stimulus that comes back.
Yeah, and here I'm approaching this only through the lens of biology, right? I'm not a psychologist, and I'm certainly not political in any way. At least I have ideas about politics, but I just don't discuss them publicly. But the idea here is that I'm not saying pornography as a stimulus is bad or good. What I'm saying is, in its availability and its extreme forms, it's a very potent stimulus, and very potent stimuli of any kind, extremely palatable food, extreme pornography, extreme experiences like bungee cord jumping, those set a threshold for dopamine release. And Anna will tell you that, and I'm sure she did, that the higher the dopamine peak, the bigger the drop afterwards. And it's not that you drop to baseline, you drop below baseline. So again, it's not, these things aren't good or bad, they just have to be controlled in a way, because when people are pursuing dopamine peaks over and over and over, and they aren't getting them, typically it's because they've been pursuing that activity far too often.
And you're saying perhaps take a break from that, and there may be an ability for yourself, your system, to reset.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, all the things that we're talking about with pornography could be superimposed onto food, or could be superimposed onto real sex, right? That one also has to be cautious there, right? But the cycling back and forth between dopamine and low dopamine states, dopamine fasting as it were, but maybe just low dopamine states, these are natural rhythms that exist in the nervous system. We have to remember what the dopaminergic system is there for. I'll say it again, I wasn't consulted at the design phase, but we know as a generic form of motivation and pursuit. You can imagine the human or the animal that's hungry or thirsty. It needs energy to go pursue the thing. So the idea that you have to eat in order to get energy, that's true. You need energy in order to get the thing to eat. So our nervous system has energy also, that's dopamine and epinephrine. Yes, we use glucose and glycogen, etc., when we're pursuing things, but the idea here is you're pursuing something, and then either by smell or by sight, you think you're on the right track. So you go down that track, and then, there it is. You get some berries, or you get, let's get prehistoric about this, or you get to kill the prey and eat it, and then it gives you energy to continue this pursuit or to reproduce. I mean, there's a reason why humans and other animals seek out reproduction, is that every species, but certainly humans, have 2 innate desires built into them. Whether or not they decide to actualize this or not is the desire to protect young and make more of its own species. Every successful species does that. Even if people don't have children, in general, people care about children because of what they represent. Very few people dislike children. I mean, there are a few mutants out there that dislike children, but you always worry about those kinds of people.
You were talking earlier on about the fact that dopamine can be released when you set yourself a little goal and then achieve it. And one of the ways that you encourage your grad students is to give them a little bit of reward earlier on so that it keeps them motivated. Is this the same mentality that works during an endurance event when you want to say, I'm just got to get myself to the next lamppost, I've just got to get myself to that hill over there? Is that the same dynamic?
Yeah, we can call it milestoning. You just set some milestone. And the key thing here is that, and this is the beauty of the dopamine system, just like the stress system is generic, the fear system is generic. It's designed for a bunch of different scenarios. The motivation system is also generic. It can be to achieve the next lamppost as a milestone, or it can be 5 miles as the next milestone. You get to control that. And so it's completely arbitrary, right? I mean, one of the most brilliant things that was ever said to me by an extremely skilled psychoanalyst is so simple, and yet I do think it's the most fundamental thing to understanding oneself, is that it's all internal. Right? If you finish a marathon in first place, no one comes along and drips dopamine in your ear. You self-generate that. It's all internal. It's all about your internal representation. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't good and bad events in life, but the fact of the matter is that if you set the next milestone as just outside the distance of what you're comfortable with, and you make it there, if you allow yourself a moment to register that win, you get energy to then set the next milestone and achieve it. That energy is dopamine converted into epinephrine, into adrenaline. And this is why you hear these incredible heroic stories. Like, I mean, I think the movie, sorry, I I hate to say it, but the movie was less good than the book, but like Lone Survivor, the Marcus Luttrell story. And actually, I think today or yesterday might be the anniversary of Operation Red Wing. So all those guys sadly died except Marcus. And, you know, in the movie, he sort of, it's like fast forward to where I don't want to give it away, but where he basically is the lone survivor. But in the book, it's crazy. I mean, the guy dragged himself on elbows and knees for miles and miles and miles, right? You know, that kind of ability where you hear about people walking on stubs to, you know, these incredible feats of human endurance and willingness to persist. But those people were able to do that not because of glycogen or they drank their goo or whatever the triathletes are always using. It's because of nervous system energy, the ability to continue to manufacture adrenaline and keep going. And the extent to which that can continue is no one will ever know. I do believe that humans have a tremendous capacity to endure and persist, but that few human beings actually know how to tap into that system except under conditions of extreme survival. And you also hear from really good physicians, ones that aren't into woo biology or woo psychology at all, that to some extent, yes, there are people that unfortunately die in their battle against cancer, no matter what, but that the desire to continue living is a powerful force in of itself. There may be spiritual components, there may be, that's not the business I'm in, you know, so, and how I don't know the experiment I would do to test it, but almost certainly setting of milestones and the ability to generate dopamine and adrenaline is what allows people to persist and live longer. There's no question about that.
One of the best books that I've read this year is The Expectation Effect by David Robson. So he is a science writer from the UK, and he looked at a whole bunch of studies. The placebo effect, which everybody's familiar with, right? There is a particular expectation that an outcome is going to come from some sort of medication, and lo and behold, that outcome manifests. He found this across pretty much every area of anything that you care to care about. So my two favorite studies from this, so interesting. He realized that gluten intolerance, self-report gluten intolerance, has increased from 3% to 30% in 10 years.
This is why there's so many gluten-free options on the menu.
They've got 30% of the population to serve, yeah, so people need it. And he was wondering, well, what is it? Human biology hasn't changed that much. Is it maybe that the foods have changed and people are responding to that? Or is it maybe some sort of expectation because the type of news stories that are hearing about gluten and about how bad it is for us and inflammation and all this sort of stuff, maybe it's that and people are expecting it. So they brought people into a lab. They sit them down. These people do and do not have self-reported gluten intolerances, and they give everybody the same meal. They tell everybody in the room that it's got gluten in it. It's got no gluten in it. After a while, people who don't have a gluten intolerance biologically, who haven't eaten gluten, have diarrhea, they have hives, they're breaking out in inflammation, they're having to run to the bathroom. Okay, well, that's kind of interesting. He did another story that he spoke about. VO2 max tests that they were looking at. Apparently there's a particular genetic mutation that allows people to blow off CO2 and upregulate oxygen in a better way. They brought people in, even numbers of people that did and did not have this genetic trait, split them into two random groups. So there was a mix of both do and do not have the trait in each. First group was told, you've got the right genetic trait, you should be really, really good at this. Second group was told, oh, sorry, you don't have it, you shouldn't be too good. No surprise perhaps at the group that was told that they did, they ended up performing better. But when they actually looked at what was happening in the physiology of these people, they found that the people who didn't have genetic mutation but were told that they did had a lower overall lactate threshold, they had a lower overall heart rate, they were blowing off CO2 more effectively and upregulating oxygen better than the people who did have the genetic mutation but were told that they didn't. So he coined this term that said your expectations are even more powerful than your genes.
I love that. I'm going to read the book. That's a remarkable example. And I think that, you know, a lot these days is being made of epigenetic effects and things, but this is almost in a different direction. This is a psychophysiological response. I find this kind of thing, to be honest, among the more fascinating and interesting aspects of neuroscience, if not the most interesting lately. Those examples are tremendous, so I can't counter those at all with anything more spectacular. But the work of Dr. Aaliyah Crum at Stanford, she runs the Stanford Mind Body Lab, and she's done simple experiments, but they're really elegant, instructing people, one group, all about the terrible effects of stress. It destroys your immune system, et cetera, et cetera. Other people telling them also true things, but all the positive effects of stress. It sharpens your ability to function, you can remember things better, et cetera, et cetera. You see exactly what you were told, basically. Now, you can't lie to people. You can't tell them things that aren't true. It's just about the subset of information that you get dictates the response you get. And perhaps the most dramatic was they gave 2 different groups of people, and then they actually each got the opposite condition too, a milkshake. And they gave 2 different groups of people a milkshake, and then they actually each got the opposite condition too, a milkshake. And then they actually each got the opposite condition too, a milkshake. And then they actually each got the opposite condition too, a milkshake. And then they actually each got the opposite condition too, a milkshake. And then they actually each got the opposite condition too, a milkshake. And then they actually each got the opposite condition too, a milkshake. And then they actually each got the opposite condition too, a milkshake. And then they actually each got the opposite condition too, a milkshake. And then they actually each got the opposite condition too, a milkshake. And then they actually each got the opposite condition too, a milkshake. And then they actually each got the opposite condition too, a milkshake. And then they actually each got the opposite condition too, a milkshake. And then they actually each got the opposite condition too, a milkshake One group is told this milkshake is very high calorie, it contains a lot of fat and sugar, etc. Another group is told the milkshake they're getting is very low calorie, it's very nutrient sparse, etc. Then they measure hunger, so how long it takes for them to get hungry again after ingesting it. They also look at insulin, and they also look at ghrelin, this hormone that is secreted as you get, it essentially makes you hungry. It's associated with hunger. There are other things too, but you see exactly what you would expect, which is that people that get the nutrient-dense milkshake are satisfied for longer, their ghrelin is suppressed, and their insulin is higher. You see the opposite in the group that had the so-called low-calorie shake. Turns out it's the exact same milkshake. This is remarkable, right? Because this is not simply the placebo effect. I think it's the placebo effect plus the expectation effect plus a real physiological effect, because that's what you describe as well. And the way that Dr. Ali Crum, as she goes by, the way she describes it is that any event causes a real physiological response, but that real physiological response is braided in with our expectation and our understanding of what the response ought to be to create the actual response. So it's sort of real plus perceived equals your reality.
Yes.
Right, exactly. And so I love this kind of thing, as you can tell. I'm eating up the example that you gave. I think it's spectacular because what it means is that, no, we can't lie to ourselves. We can't tell ourselves that, drinking water is going to sustain us just as food would for 5 days. We're not going to be hungry. But to some extent, if one understands that, well, you can survive a long time on just water, and you don't need to eat, then you might experience less hunger. That's the way the nervous system works.
Well, you can definitely survive longer on just water if you believe that you can survive longer on just water. There is no reason not to believe this. So I was really, really averse to the whole Rhonda Byrne, The Secret, woo, sending out messages to the universe. And David positions himself very anti that as well in the book. But you can't deny the fact that the positive thinking has a real physiological impact on what you do. He was talking about, they did a study with older people that were past retirement, and they asked them to use, what sort of words do you associate with getting older? And they split these people into two different groups, and the sort of words that people used perfectly mapped onto how long they were going to live. So the people that used the sort of words alone, frail, fragile, injury, death, they were the ones that lived the shortest. The people that said happiness, freedom, liberty, connection, maturity, those sorts of words were the ones that lived the longest. So your expectations can literally impact your longevity.
I'm yet to read the book in detail, but I've talked to a guy named Ethan Cross. He wrote a book called Chatter.
He's been on the show.
Oh, fantastic. Okay.
I
think that internal chatter world is a very interesting one that neuroscience will eventually have something to say about. I think the most powerful mindset, at least to me, is one that, again, I learned from Ali Crum. This is a mindset that in her peer-reviewed studies of different populations, it's clear exists universally in people in the SEAL teams, but less so, or is perhaps even absent from the general population, sadly. The idea that stress grows you, that challenge grows you, but isn't the only way that you can grow, I think is a very powerful mindset. So,
what do you mean by that?
So what they did is she surveyed a bunch of different people, different professions, and asked, what's your view of stress? Do you think it grows you, it diminishes your ability, etc.? So this isn't giving people information, this is asking them for information. And the only group that said stress grows you, the more challenge, the better you get, etc. The more stress you experience, the more likely you are to succeed, was this group from the SEAL teams. I don't know if they were new recruits or if they'd been in a long time, but that was the group. I would add to that yes, if you adopt the mindset that stress grows you, you're going to be much better off, but also that stress is not the only way to grow in life, right? There's this idea, we have this, and again, there's sort of a gravitational pull of this side, like stress grows you.
Yes.
Forward center of mass, or, always be in friction, limbic friction. How about a more expansive or nuanced version of that might be, stress grows you. So if you're under stress, you're back on your heels from something, you think, okay, how can I get flat-footed or even forward center of mass? You tell yourself, stress grows me, stress grows me, stress grows me. But that doesn't mean stress is the only thing that will grow you, right? Learning to cycle between periods of hard work and deep, what I call non-destructive, deliberate reset, right? That's what really works over time. I can attest to that. People who just really go out and tie one on in order to recover, you can only get away with that for a few years before your body and mind start to give out. Right, so find non-destructive ways to reset, and also adopt the mindset that stress grows you, and adopt the mindset that there are other ways to grow that don't involve stress. And I think you're set up to have a pretty fantastic life. That's my simple view of the way these things work.
Speaking of endurance and suffering, What have you learned from Lex Friedman since you've been friends with him?
The guy works a lot. You can text him or call him at pretty much any hour except the early morning hours that he happens to be in, because he's likely to be asleep. You know, Lex is a really interesting one, because, you know, like a lot of scientists and engineers, he has that ability to really drop into the trench, which is certainly not unique to scientists and engineers, but is really helpful. I think, you know, Lex comes at things from at once a very engineering physics perspective, which, you know, obviously computer science, robots, and all AI and all that. He loves that stuff. But, you know, there's a phrase that he's used over and over again in our conversations, and he's talked about this publicly, that I've started to pay a bit more attention to because he says it so many times, which is, you know, approach life with love in your heart. You know, which is weird, right? You think about an engineer who's thinking like this goes there and this is what's going to predict the best outcome, and then you think like approach things with love in your heart. And I think he's right, because, and I think that is very powerful, because there are so many pitfalls, and by pitfalls what I mean are energy sinks. There, you know, across the day from the time you wake up until you go to sleep at night, there's so many places for you to put your energy. It can go into online battles, it can go into you know, texting 5 different people, it can be investing in one person, it can be, there's so many things. And so much of success in any domain is about, yes, maintaining focus. We hear about that a lot. Focus, focus, focus. But what is focus? Focus is really about not allowing energy to dissipate into these kind of meaningless trails. So I think about Lex, and as I do for all people, I think, you know, what animal does he best represent, or what animal best represents him? I think of all people like this. I have this kind of weird process where after I spend some time with somebody, it just pops to mind. Like, I can't tell you what animal comes to mind yet.
You might see that after the ice bath later on. We'll see how long it's staying.
You might be a polar bear, super comfortable in the water, the cold water. But I think that, you know, at some point I realized that Lex gets very fixated on things, very, very fixated, but he also knows how to disengage. And he really avoids energy sinks through this, and losses through this kind of love thing that he's really into. Because anger is very energetically demanding. It's great fuel, but it's not efficient fuel overall, right? It's like having a gas tank full of fuel, but there are a lot of leaks in it. Whereas I do think that doing things out of genuine desire, there's a calm, sort of energized balance that comes with that, and you feel like you can go forever. So this is starting to sound a little bit woo. It sounds like, oh, you know, the heart is more powerful than the adrenals, and look, they're both powerful. The adrenals can keep you alive and enduring for a long, long time. But if you do things out of anger and friction for too long, your immune system will crash. We know this. But it is essentially infinite how much energy you can derive out of genuine desire to engage with something or somebody.
What animal is he then?
You know, Lex, well, his hair makes me think some spiky thing. He's sort of like, he sort of has the persistence of the porcupine, but he definitely has, I think he, as much as I don't want to admit it, because I wish it were me, not him, but I think the animal that best captures Lex, because he's also a bit of a loner, is the Wolverine. I've spent a lot of time thinking about actual Wolverines, not the Hugh Jackman version of the Wolverines, but the actual Wolverine. They're very solo animals, unless they pair up to mate. They are incredibly strong. He is freakishly strong. I've done jiu-jitsu with him. I'm not good at jiu-jitsu. He's a black belt jiu-jitsu, but he is freakishly strong. So if I had to pick an animal, I'd say probably the Wolverine.
What's interesting about him, I went to Thanksgiving with him last year, which was my first time of enjoying that holiday here, which is a fantastic holiday, I actually think. We don't have something in the UK where people sit back and do that gratitude, reflection period, except for Christmas. You know, people do that end of year review, but I really think, and especially the time of year it's in, it's perfect. So we were talking, and he was talking about the fact that he was working hard, but he feels this gap between where he is and where he could be, which I sense is a common pattern, yeah. And he was saying that a lot of the friends that he speaks to will say, you know, you're doing well, you're working hard. And he looked me in the eyes and he's like, I don't want them to say that. I want them to tell me to suck it up. I want them to tell me that I need to stop being such a pussy and keep going. I was like, it takes an unbelievably singular person to work as hard as he does. I don't think that the internet, whatever people know about how hard he works, is only a small sliver of just how obsessive and committed he is. And for him to say that he wants to be around more people that push him in that way, it made me realize that perhaps I could be offering more to my friends as well, that offering just sort of support in the form of acceptance and presence, and I'm hearing you, and dude, you're doing great, or whatever, reassurance in that way, maybe isn't always the best way to go about things. So yeah, it's just something that stuck in my mind. It's a little model that I've kept with me, where I'm thinking, look, does my friend need me to tell him that he's doing good, or does he need me to tell him to suck it up and get his nose down because I know that he can do it?
Sounds very much like Lex, and I'm learning about your internal workings a bit too. There are 3 kinds of reward. 2 of them are often discussed. 1 is rarely discussed, but is pretty powerful. And I think it's useful to think about toggling between these different rewards, whether or not for ourselves or whether or not in trying to stimulate and motivate other people. 1, of course, is reward. You did great. Congratulations. That was awesome. Loved that podcast. Great that you got an A+ on your report card, or B+ because last year you got a C. Whatever it is, reward. Then there's punishment, right? This is obvious. You screwed up, like you take something away, or you take the anticipation of reward away, whatever it is. You screwed up, you're punished, you're grounded, etc. You're not watching TV for a month or whatever it is. No screens for a month. Then there's the 3rd kind of reward, which is the reward that you hang out in front of somebody at a distance, like a carrot on a stick out in front of them, which is not reward for what they've accomplished, but reward that they can anticipate if they accomplish something. I think this could be very effective in the context that we're talking about it, which is, how would I do this with Lex? I'd say, you know, I really loved this particular interview. If only the next time you have that person on, you also ask them this, right? That's not a punishment. You're not saying it sucked because it didn't include this. You're not saying it wasn't great. You're saying, if next time you were to do that, I think it would be even better. So you're hanging a potential reward out in front. And I think that can be a very powerful motivator. So you can, you know, we could build up a number of different examples around this, but this is not often talked about in sort of reward punishment schedules and motivation. We always think reward and punishment, but we think immediate reward, immediate punishment. Now, in terms of building habits and goal setting and goal seeking, we know that visualizing failure is, for better or for worse, is a far better motivator than visualizing success if you want to get people motivated to start, right? To start. Now, getting people to continue involves regular rewards for reaching milestones. However, and I should have said this earlier, I want to make sure that we do emphasize that the best schedule really is random intermittent reinforcement. So if you're setting milestones on this run, or in your intellectual pursuits or business pursuits or relationship pursuits, if you set a milestone and you get there, you do want to have a little bit of an internal celebration. Remember, it's all internal. So internal celebration, not extrinsic celebration and reward. But every once in a while, it's good to just not reward yourself. Now, at what ratio should you do that? Well, the computer modeling data say that the optimal ratio of successful trials and unsuccessful trials for learning and motivation is going to be about 85% of the time to reward yourself, and about 15% of the time to not reward yourself. So random intermittent lack of reward is another way to think about it. And I talked about this with Jocko a little bit, and he thought, oh yeah, probably what we should do is have workouts where it's a big fishbowl full of ping pong balls, and about 15% of them are marked with reward. But the other ones is you do something and you get to go take a ping pong ball out, and if you take that out, then you get some reward if it's marked, and if it's not, then you don't. And rather than every time you accomplish something, you go reward yourself. So here we're getting kind of into the weeds of reward schedules. But I think if you really want to support a friend, punishment you should use very judiciously. Although if they really screw up, a good friend, as they say, will put the friendship ahead of the friend, or the friend ahead of the friendship, excuse me. The friend ahead, like you're going to tell them what they really need to hear, even if it compromises the friendship, if you really believe they need to hear that. Other times reward, like that was awesome, congratulations. And then occasionally, if it's warranted, that was great-ish, but it would be so much better if the next time you did this. Or that was great, but, you know, honestly, I think it was a mixture of good and not so good. So I think those are 3 powerful ways to reward, and they can be mixed up and toggled back and forth according to whatever schedule allows that person to continue.
What does your morning routine look like at the moment?
Morning routine is wake up. If I...
Round about what time?
I'm waking up these days around 6 a.m., 6:30 a.m. I'm trying to go to sleep by about 10:30 p.m. Sometimes it's 11, sometimes it's 10. I wake up, and I have to be careful here because whenever I've described my routine in a little bit of detail, people always say, "I can't believe you don't go to the bathroom." I said, "Well, I want to be
my pants on,
exactly
my
right
on.
foot, left foot." So I want to be clear. I take care of my basic functions, but when I wake up, I make a beeline for sunlight. So I'm going to get sunlight in my eyes. I'll probably go into the grave saying this, so forgive me if people have heard me say this before, but the single best thing you can do for your sleep, your energy, your mood, your wakefulness, your metabolism is to get natural light in your eyes early in the day. Don't wear sunglasses to do it. It takes about 10 minutes or so. If you live in a cloudy area, if you're in the UK in the winter, yes.
Or the summer.
Or the summer, maybe you resort to some artificial light as a replacement, but as much as one can, get bright, natural, and if not natural, artificial light in your eyes early in the day without sunglasses. Contacts and eyeglasses are fine. Don't try and do it through a window or windshield. It's going to take far too long. This sets in motion a huge number of different neurobiological and hormonal cascades that are good for you, reduces stress late at night, offsets cortisol, a million different things really that are good for you. So I get that. And yes, sometimes...
Is that a walk? Doing a little walk?
Ideally, that would be a walk, but sometimes we'll just go into the yard and have some coffee and soak in whatever sunlight through the clouds. If it's a cloudy, overcast day, it might be 20, 30 minutes. If it's a very bright day, it might just be a few minutes. But really, the quality studies on humans that have looked at this say, try and get as much natural light as you can in the morning hours, whenever it is that is for you, especially the first 3 hours after waking. If you can work outside, great. If you can get near a window, because as opposed to just in a dark conference room, that's better. But if you can get outside, that would be fantastic. So I get sunlight. I hydrate, I drink water, and then yerba mate is my favorite form of caffeine.
Are you waiting? How long are you waiting from
90 to 120 minutes.
Are you doing any salts during that time? Are you taking any electrolytes in?
I am a fan of water with element. Yep. Before I had element packets, I would just take a little bit of sea salt or pink salt.
What's your favorite element flavor?
I like them all. There's one I don't like. I'm not a fan of the chocolate one, but I like it. Yeah, some people love it. My podcast producer, his wife loves that, so I give it to her, the chocolate mint one. But I like the raspberry, the citrus one. I love that stuff.
Mango chili is, if you open the mango chili and breathed in shortly afterwards, it's like being pepper sprayed. No, it's absolutely insane. It's like being blasted in the face. But yeah, I mean, that's just the best way. That cold glass of water and that first thing in the morning. And I mean, it was you who reassured me of what I thought was bro science about your adenosine system not being active for the first 90 minutes, and if you're going to pump caffeine onto that, you're not really actually acting on that. Your adrenal system is the one that you need to be looking at, optimal U hydration, all that sort of stuff. It's just such a good way to start the day. So, okay, we've got 90 minutes deep. What have you been doing in that? You've had your light in the eyes. What have you been doing between that and the yerba mate 90 minutes?
I do everything I can to not do email, not do social media, and to take care of a few critical tasks. These days, I have this obsession with trying to do one cognitively hard thing a day, and one physically hard thing a day. Now, it does not extreme physical, not David Goggins level workouts or anything, but in that 90 minutes, I'll typically try and read a research article start to finish, or I'll work on a document that I might be doing a grant or research paper, or planning a podcast or researching a podcast. I try and get my brain into kind of a linear mode. I try and narrow that aperture. Because if I don't, the distraction that's created by social media and interactions with others can kind of wick out into the rest of the day. So I'm not necessarily trying to finish something in that time, but I try and do something challenging. I experience great pleasure from battling through something mentally challenging. But that's something that I built up since my university years, when I was about 19 or so, got serious about school and really started to experience the deep pleasure of like, I figured that out, or like, that was really tough. I don't always succeed, but that's what I'm doing in that hour to 90 minutes. But I confess sometimes we'll take a walk during that time and maybe talk through some things that are challenging, or sometimes I get lazy and I'll miss a day of that cognitive challenge. Then I do caffeine about 90 to 120 minutes after waking. And even though I prefer to work out earlier, I generally will then do some sort of physical workout. I have a very consistent routine. I've done it for 30 years, where I weight train for 45 or minutes to an hour every other day. And occasionally I take an extra day off. And occasionally, due to travel or other commitments, I'll occasionally double up 2 days and then take 2 days off. So it's really boring, talk about workout schedules, but it's really simple. It's like, I'll do a kind of pushing day, rest, pulling day, upper body, push, up, rest, upper body, pull, rest, and then legs, take 2 days off, something like that.
Are you doing, on the off days, are you doing some sort of zone 3?
Always jogging or skipping rope. Those are my favorite forms of cardio. Sometimes swimming, but typically I'll go running for 30 to 45 minutes. Or if I'm feeling a little bit lazier, because I always find the high intensity stuff to be easier than the long drawn out stuff, I'll sometimes throw on a weight vest, a 30 or 50 pound weight vest, and I'll go out for a shorter run. Or I'm a big fan of Knees Over Toes, Ben Patrick. I know you had him on.
Yeah, great guy.
We were down in Costa Rica with him and his wife, who had the best time and learned so much. I'll occasionally do a backwards, hill walk, or throw on the weight vest for that. We sometimes will get bands, and so there's a great way to combine this. We will sometimes get two people in one of these thick bands, do hill walks in the morning while getting our sunlight.
Yep.
But that I don't really consider a workout. I consider that just kind of rehabilitate as a movement. So on the off days, I'm doing cardio, and sometimes that's in the morning, sometimes that's in the evening. I do not like to weight train in the second half of the day, because I like to be really caffeinated when I weight train. I like to listen to loud, fast music. Most of the time, not always. I keep my phone out or off of for most workouts. Podcasts maybe if I'm running, but I really try hard when I'm working out to just focus on the workout. And those workouts, the weight training workouts, are always 10 minutes or so of warm up, and then no more than 40 to 50 minutes of really hard work. If I do train hard any longer, I don't recover enough to be able to come in a few days later. And when I train that way, I generally make pretty consistent progress.
And you're taking yourself up until, what's that, probably maybe 10, 30, 11 a.m., something like that?
Yeah, and then I'll eat my first real meal. Now, occasionally I'll wake up really hungry if I didn't eat that well the night before. But typically, after I train, I like oatmeal after I train. Oatmeal, fruit, some fish oil, protein drink. And then maybe 90 to 120 minutes after that, I'll have a real lunch. My lunch is pretty much the biggest meal of the day. If I have my way, it'll be a steak, a salad, maybe a little more starch, although I sort of got it earlier. Brazil nuts. That meal sometimes can extend longer and longer. I love to eat. I love to eat. Yeah, so I'll eat, and then I confess I usually will work a little bit more for about 30 minutes or an hour, typically email, and then I'll take a 10 to 30 minute yoga nidra nap or a nap, and then come back refreshed.
I really struggle with the naps, man. I come back after that and my emotions are all over the place. I'm disoriented. Maybe it's because I struggle to fall asleep super quickly, and therefore I'm extending that period out for a little bit longer than I need. I probably need to try the yoga nidra thing, but for me, I'm absolutely all over if I do that. I wake up and I don't know what day it is, and my emotions always feel a little bit out of whack as well.
I wake up grumpy from naps sometimes, I'm told.
Okay.
There are a few times when I've woken up just really angry. I have no idea what that's about. I don't know any of the neurochemistry associated with that. Sometimes I wake up from naps, it's really pleasant. I'll occasionally, if the nap is early enough in the day, afterwards I'll have a nice double espresso and get back into work. That's the hardest part of the day, actually. If I was well structured in the early part of the day, it's that 2 or 3 p.m. The key is then to try and get something really useful done cognitively again. So some people might look at this and say, wait, you're working for an hour in the morning and 30 minutes here and an hour in the afternoon. When are you actually working? But it's really about the depth of the trench when you're working. And so if I'm going to drop into something again for a few hours in the afternoon, I'm really going to drop into it. And that's typically phone off and out of the room. And my goal is to get to the evening time so that I can do the things that I want in the evening. I can enjoy, I'm always setting a goal of the next time block. So this is something I've been doing for a long time, but even more so lately. I don't think my goal in the next hour is to do blank. I think this is dopamine reward predictions in action. I think, okay, if I get this workout done, then I'll be able to eat at more or less the same time, which I enjoy, and then something else will happen. So I'm very focused on what I'm doing, but I'm doing it for the purposes of opening up the next door to the next thing. So if I can get that afternoon work block done, I'm thinking, if I can just really get this podcast recorded, which I enjoy.
Is that your usual time to record, middle of the afternoon?
Well, it used to be in the morning, but I'm putting more and more preparation into them all the time. My poor podcast producer, he's like, I always joke that the one thing these podcasts probably will succeed in doing, meaning my podcast, is they're going to cure insomnia, because some of them are so damn long. But I experience so much pleasure from spending a week or two researching something and then putting some structure on. And as you know, podcasting is its own sort of natural drug. It just feels good if you enjoy doing this sort of thing. So typically we'll be starting late in the day now and going till pretty late.
For me, the problem that I have, so I'm fasted right now, we're 1 minute to 4 p.m.
You haven't eaten anything today?
No, nothing.
Goodness gracious.
So, but that's the only way. If I eat, my thoughts become slower. I'm not as verbally articulate. I'm nowhere near as agile. Now, I could push this super, super late, I'm sure, and it would be probably a pretty bad idea. Maybe I could maybe I could go protein and fat, or just mostly protein earlier on, and that would have avoided. But I just find that my thoughts and my verbal articulation just goes through the toilet.
It's adrenaline. I think that, sorry to interrupt you, but if you ingest a bunch of glucose, or I think you're getting that. You've got to have a nice, I'm guessing that if we were to tap your vein right now, if we could do microdialysis on your brain, that you have a nice low but steady level of adrenaline. And listen, this adrenaline thing, this dopamine thing, is no joke. This is the stuff of human evolution, right? These are the same neurochemicals. This is the energy drink of human evolution. This is not the Rockstar Red Bull, etc. That stuff just hijacks this very system. I'm not saying it's bad, it's just feeding this very same system. So if you find an eating schedule or a fasting schedule that allows you to tap into that as a resource, I don't care what anyone says about whether or not fasting will make you live longer or not, who knows, right? If you're in the control group, you know what's gonna happen. So, but presumably everyone dies eventually. So pick your mode of eating, be my guest. But if you figured out a way to tap into this in a way that works for you, by all means leverage that. Because until somebody comes along and says that intermittent fasting is unhealthy, well then to me it seems, at least for me, eating between 11 a.m.-ish and 8 p.m.-ish is great. And what I can also tell you is that having a consistent meal schedule, meaning a feeding window, we absolutely know, I don't know why this isn't discussed more, we absolutely know that helps anchor your sleep schedule. And having a anchored sleep schedule helps anchor your light viewing schedule. And a light viewing so it all starts to piece together. I think that what's lost in the discussion about nutrition, except for the fact that most online discussions about nutrition are carried out by
They're religious.
Well, they're religious, but they also seem to be carried out by people that have, like, I don't know, like real feelings of powerlessness in themselves. Like, it comes through, like, because they're quibbling over, like, whether or not you should eat a cracker or not. Or whether or not, inhaling oxygen, westward is going to break your fast or not. I'm obviously joking.
I once saw David Sinclair came on my show twice, and he's a fantastic human. I know you're friends with him. And he talked about the fact that his resveratrol goes into a small amount of fatty yogurt, I think, because it's like brick
That's what he
dust,
does,
right?
yeah.
So you need to mix it in, and it's homemade yogurt and something else and something else, and it's like it's a shot of yogurt, right? It's enough for him to put his little capsule of resveratrol in, and the comments were alight with people saying that's not a real fast because you've got.
It's so sad. It's so sad that we can't have a nuanced conversation about nutrition online. Let's be fair. Calories in, calories out applies, right? I don't think the laws of thermodynamics have disappeared. And yet you have people who would argue that it doesn't. And okay, like, we'll let them have their arguments. I think that the key thing is when you find an eating schedule that works for the other things that you need to do in life, it's really beautiful. Because then you really start to exert some control over these energy systems. What we're talking about is focus and defocus. We're talking about focus and deliberate decompression, whether or not it's yoga nidra or a nap or simply a walk. And food, as you point out, is a wonderful source of caloric energy. We need it at some point, but it also can create this parasympathetic response where we feel very tired, especially if you don't eat for long periods of time and then you eat substantial amount of starches, you will feel calmer and more relaxed. And maybe sleepy and maybe brain foggy. So I've been, of course, assaulted by this for this online. I do tend to eat some more starches in the evenings and fewer proteins. And sure, you can show me 20 double-blind, placebo-controlled or randomized control trials saying that if you're going to eat starches, you should eat them in the early part of the day. Well, I do that too after I train. But ultimately, what I'm interested in doing is maintaining the kind of bodily health and aesthetic that I'm looking for, my blood lipids that I'm looking for. But I want to accomplish things in life. So I think if one gets too distracted by what's possible with nutrition, it can really take somebody off target. No one ever succeeded in creating anything useful in terms of work or relationships by overly focusing on changing their dietary intake. But so once it works, once something works for you, I say just stick
lean
with
into it.
Just lean into it, and that can change over time. So that can really change over time.
Do you know Alex Hormozy? You familiar with him?
Sounds familiar.
Really hot shit on the internet at the moment. This sort of gym bro who has founded this company and is now moving on to bigger and better things. I'm pretty sure he's eaten the same lunch for 10 years or something. He always has the same lunch, and he's got the exact same thought process around this that you do. If you were going back to the morning routine thing, if you were to design, or if you were to instruct someone to do the worst possible things in the morning to set their day up for failure, what would they be?
Wake up and stay in bed. There are good reasons to stay in bed in the morning. But once those are completed, then staying in bed is...
Curtains drawn.
Yeah, curtains drawn. Just using your... passively scrolling on social media. There are neurobiological data showing that when you are upright, you actually are stimulating this area of the brain called locus coeruleus, whereas when you recline, you actually are less alert. Literally, the position of your body dictates some of your levels of alertness. So
that's why you suggest people to not sit like this at their work desk, right?
Yes, and if you're looking down while working, you're actually less alert than you could be if your eyes are averted slightly over
most people that are on their phone,
including me. And the postural stuff is really bad too. I mean, I'm trying to really combat that internal rotation, the C-shaped human kind of thing. It's really not good. I'm really trying. In fact, this is so common now, this C-shaped human thing, that it almost feels strange to be upright. Like people, exactly, the open, the sort of external rotation is good for us. We know this, but
in bed. I
would say in bed, so people are on their phone, they're in bed, they're not getting enough light, or they just artificial light, or they're trying to get the sunlight through the window. Terrible. They are then going and sitting and getting into like hip flexor contraction. They're drinking coffee too early in the day. They aren't getting into any kind of movement, but it's mostly about this sort of randomization of activities. You're sort of making a cup of coffee while texting. not getting sunlight, then they're scattering that in with like a little bit of work, but then something hits that's stressful and they're diverting their attention. They're sort of building in this attention deficit-like disorder through behavior.
So they're not single tasking, they're not monotasking, and they're not being deliberate or intentional with the things that they're doing. They're just allowing the morning to kind of come and take them wherever the wind blows.
That's right. And I have to say, even though I describe my morning routine accurately, if I were to really optimize it, and I've done this from time to time, I would get up, I would hydrate, and I would immediately exercise. I would use that early, peaking of the cortisol response that comes with waking to get the body into action, sort of Jocko Willink style, at 4:30. I always see his posts, but I see them at 7 a.m.
Yeah, precisely.
So,
Jocko was up before me again today.
Yeah, he seems to always beat me by a few minutes, unless I wake up in the middle of the night for a moment. But to really get into action, because that's going to generate its own dopamine and adrenaline response. Anytime I've worked out really early, like if I have a flight, and then moved into the other components of my day, I find that I feel better all day long. I also will say if I work out really early, maybe between 7 and 8 a.m., well, then my first meal might land at 9 a.m. Yeah. So, you need to be flexible with some of these things, but the general principles apply.
I noticed that you haven't put cold exposure into your morning routine. I'm going to guess you must have a cold tub of some kind.
Yeah, I have a cold tub and a sauna. I've been less good about that lately. The best time to do that for me is on my cardio days. I do it after the
Because
run.
you don't want to do it post-hypertrophy because you're going to blunt some of the responses that are actually you're trying to get by the workout itself.
That's right. And I have one rest day per week where I don't do any cardio or weight training. I really like having a complete rest day, but on that complete rest day, if I can, I'll do 20 minutes of sauna and then cold for 3 minutes, 20 minutes of sauna and then cold. I'll make the rest day reparative.
Yep.
And generally we make that social where we're talking about things. And we're very social in our working out. Like we talk, my partner and I talk while we work out. When it's time to do a set, I become a little bit of like the drill sergeant. Like, let's do your set. But then occasionally I'm the guy doing a set and I'm like, all right, so this afternoon we're going to, but I try and really focus. And I enjoy training by myself too, but generally we train together. And then typically if we're doing ice bath or sauna, we try and coordinate those things.
So I've seen a bunch of research about sauna, seen a bunch of research about cold exposure, contrast therapy, which is huge here in Austin, going from sauna to cold. And it seems like 20 and 3, 3 rounds is very typical. Is there something that we're gaining or something that we're losing by doing that cycle rather than doing a block of heat and a block of cold separately?
Not that I'm aware of, but we finally have some good science to put to this, and unfortunately it wasn't from my lab. This is the beautiful work of Susanna Soberg, who's over in Scandinavia, published a paper in Cell Reports Medicine showing that the threshold you're trying to hit each week is at least, you can do more, but at least 11 minutes of uncomfortable but safe cold exposure per week total. So that could be 3 minutes Monday, 3 minutes Wednesday, so on, to 11 minutes, and 57 minutes per week minimum
So
of
precise.
sauna. That's what they found. What do they find? Increases brown fat thermogenesis, thereby metabolism, thereby comfort being, in cold, etc. Clearly there's a resilience effect. Clearly there's a dopamine increasing effect. And clearly you can do more. You could do all that in one day, or you could spread it out throughout the week, or you could do more. It kind of depends on what you're shooting for. How cold? People always say, how cold, how hot? Well, for heat, it's generally between 187 degrees Fahrenheit and 212 degrees Fahrenheit, somewhere in that range. And for cold, it's cold enough that you really want to get the hell out, but that you can stay in safely, because I don't want anyone to kill themselves with doing this stuff.
Did I see you say that evening time heat exposure increases growth hormone release by 16 times or something insane, but subsequent sessions of the same only increase it by a very small margin?
Yeah.
Am I talking out my ass here?
No, you're absolutely right. So we can delineate some protocols. If you want to get better, more resilient, cold exposure is going to be great anytime. Post-cold exposure, your body is going to heat up. Think of your body heating up as waking up. So if you are concerned about not being able to sleep, then I would suggest you do your cold exposure earlier in the day, right? Heat does the opposite, so I'm laying out some parameters here. Heat does the opposite. You're going to heat up while you're in the deliberate heat exposure, but afterwards there's a post-heating dip in temperature. This was all covered in an episode I did with Dr. Craig Keller on thermogenesis. Gets a little bit down in the weeds, but take my word for it. If you want to get the science, you can go there to find the science behind this. So sauna at night is great as well. Now let's think about how to combine these things. So let's say you're on, it's a Tuesday, you've done your weight training on Monday, and you want to do your heat and cold. You don't have time to optimize everything perfectly. You could say, okay, I'm going to do my heat and cold at 10 a.m. or 8 a.m. You get in the sauna for 20 minutes or so, and then get into the cold for 3 minutes. And then you might get into the sauna again for 10 minutes, and you get in the cold for another minute or so. You end on cold.
Yes.
Why? Because it'll wake you up, and presumably you want to be woken up for the day.
That also means don't then, if you're doing it in a facility, don't then go and have a warm shower.
Right.
Once you've finished.
Right. Coolish shower is fine because you want to clean off often. I mean, the ice bath is cleanish, but it's,
Depends where you're going.
In laboratories, you're absolutely right. In laboratories, if we want to preserve something, in particular a virus, we put it in the freezer. If you want to kill a virus, you heat it up. This is
you can have as dirty of a sauna as you want, but the cold tub.
Well, the sauna sort of its own autoclave if it gets hot enough, right? And the cold stuff needs to be cleaned out now and again. You get mold growing in a freezer, which is kind of freaky to think about, but you really can.
It's never going to grow in a sauna.
Never going to grow if it gets hot enough. Now, there is what I call the Soberg principle, which is if you are using deliberate cold exposure to increase metabolism, end on cold. So finish on the cold, not just because it wakes you up more, but because then you have to heat your body up naturally, which is a thermogenic metabolic response. So end with cold, and if you really want to push it, you can do things like don't use a towel, use evaporation, spread out your limbs and don't huddle so that you have to shiver more, etc. I mean, there are a lot of little games you can play. But let's say you want to reduce post-exercise inflammation. You're not concerned with hypertrophy gains, muscle size gains or strength gains. Well, then get in the cold after your workout. Do that for some people can do 10 minutes. Reduce inflammation. Let's say you really want to hit growth hormone, which is what you asked. The biggest effects of sauna on growth hormone, and they are big effects, are when the sauna is only done once per week, but it's done in 4 cycles, or sets, we could say, of 30 minutes each. So that means 30 minutes in the sauna at the temperatures I described before, then a 5-minute break, just air cooling off, or 10-minute break, then back into the sauna for 30 minutes.
This is brutal.
Then again in the afternoon, 30 minutes in the sauna, then 10 minutes just air cooling off, and then back into the sauna for 30 minutes. So that's 2 hours at 187 to 212 degrees.
In one day.
In one day.
With a maximum of less than sort of 20 minutes of rest in between those little sessions, then the big rest in between.
So you have to be very careful, right? Heat can kill you. You got to hydrate. You need to make sure you get enough salt. This is work, right? But you see in these human studies up to 16-fold increases in growth hormone. So you can imagine this could exert some very strong reparative effect if you're training for a big event or endurance event, or maybe you're just really wiped out from the week. This is a stressor, but it's a stressor that delivers a potent growth hormone response. Now, if you do sauna more often than that, you're not going to want to do 2 hours a day in the sauna because presumably you're doing other things.
You have a life.
You have a life. And in addition to that, the growth hormone effect starts to diminish if you become too heat adapted. And that raises a more interesting question perhaps, which is why is it that this 2-hour protocol really works if you do it once a week to increase growth hormone? It's because it's a stressor, and certain stressors increase growth hormone. Does it have to be heat? No. You probably also do 4 really long rounds of ice bath, and I'm guessing you probably see a similar effect. No one's ever really looked. You probably see a similar effect because it's all about the stress stimulus. Now, those that work on exercise science and weight training would probably say, yeah, you could also do this has been shown, a 90-minute, 10 sets of 10, multiple exercises for 10 sets of 10, high volume, German volume training, workout and get the same growth hormone effects. There's so many studies like this. I personally like to do the sauna 2 or 3 days a week. And if I'm traveling, I often don't get the opportunity. If I'm in Austin, it's great because there are all these sauna places. But if I'm traveling abroad, I don't have the time, then I might take a day and I'm thinking, wow, I did 3 podcasts, I'm exhausted. When I'm in New York, I like to go to a place, I have no relation to them, but I think it's called Spa 88. It's a Russian banya. And I'll just go for the whole day. If I've been working really, really hard, they serve food there. They serve borscht and all this other kind of like pickled vegetables. And
they must think that you're Russian. You must walk through the doors and they go, "Hello, brother."
Sometimes I usually just don't. The best way to appear Russian, Lex, I hope you're listening, is to just not say anything. Just to nod.
That's the most Russian thing that you can say is nothing.
Exactly.
Hilarious.
Stoic. That place is great, and they have different saunas, steam sauna. They have cold dunk, and sometimes I'll just spend 3-4 hours there. There's one in San Francisco called Archimedes Banya. So sometimes that's an occasional thing. Now, most people are trying to incorporate this into their daily life. And just like as we said, for ice bath, if you don't have access to ice or ice bath or cold tub, you do a shower or longer cool baths. With heat, I realize not everyone has access to a sauna. Hot baths do work. Now, one thing about hot baths and hot sauna is they will nuke your sperm. It's not nuke. A nuke is slang. They will reduce viable sperm count. So for males that are trying to reproduce, trying to create children, you want to be careful about hot baths and hot sauna too often. Some people will bring a cold pack in and put it in their groin. You can't do that in a bath. But sperm are maintained outside the body. The testicles are maintained outside the body.
For a reason.
Right. The scrotum has varying elasticity in order to maintain temperature of the sperm. That's why that is. That's the various effects that have been described are there on purpose. So why human evolution designed this way, I don't know. Someone will say. But in any case, unless you're trying to, and again, the ice pack approach is interesting. Some people do that. Actually, there's a kind of interesting relationship between cold and testosterone and spermatogenesis. There's a little cottage industry out there. I think on Amazon, people will buy these gel pack underwear of, I think they're called snowballs. This is cooling the scrotum in order to try and increase spermatogenesis.
Okay.
Now, I'm not aware of any data on this, but people report anecdata and have shown their blood work and stuff that it actually works to increase testosterone levels. I am not aware of any peer-reviewed studies. I am not. I'm not. I would not be sitting as comfortably as I am right now. But I find this sort of amusing on the one hand, and then on the other hand, I think what we're arriving at is some general principles of physiology, which are that light, exercise, temperature, both heat and cold, are all very powerful stimuli for creating hormonal and neuromodulator dopamine epinephrine effects. And when you start to dig beneath the surface of all these protocols, Wim Hof breathing, ice baths, sauna, snowballs, what you are finding is that these are all different stimuli to tap into these different neuromodulator systems, right? Sunlight on our skin and into our eyes organizes all these hormone cycles. There's a beautiful study out of Israel just this last year, peer-reviewed study showing that if women are told to go outside and get a lot of sunlight exposure on their skin for 20 minutes a day, 3 times a week, testosterone and estrogen levels go up substantially, feelings of desire and sexual passion go up. There's a real effect of the summer months for people, and it's hormonal, and that's because the skin is an endocrine organ. These effects shouldn't surprise us, and some people hear these and they go, oh, so basically you're just telling us to get sunlight and exercise and eat well and and avoid bright lights at night so that you can sleep. Yeah, that's basically what we're saying. We're saying that because there's now substantial physiology to support that. There's nothing new in terms of the mechanisms. The mechanisms haven't evolved in, we believe, hundreds of thousands of years, if not more. The ways to tap into these systems are many. High-intensity interval training, you're going to get increase in adrenaline. Yoga Nidra, meditation, a nap, you're going to get increases in serotonin. So it's not trivial, though. I want to be really clear. These sorts of things are not trivial. They are exceedingly powerful because they tap into systems that we all harbor. So the beautiful thing is they work the first time and they work every time. And there are very few things you can say that about. They work the first time and they work every time. And the reasons they work are now becoming clear to us through these more high quality studies.
There's a lot of conversations at the moment around concerns for the average amount of testosterone that men have got. The estrogens in the water and stuff like that. Should we be worried? How worried should we be? Yeah.
So I just recently came back from Copenhagen. I was there to give a talk for the Lundbeck Foundation, and there was another talk that the Lundbeck Foundation put on. They do a great popular science series called Coffee and Cocktails. I'm not a drinker, but it's so European. It's so different than over here.
Was everybody smoking outside?
No one was smoking, but people were allowed to bring in real glasses with ice in them, and yet the auditorium was silent. This was a big it's in the concert hall in Copenhagen. It's a very beautiful venue, and you couldn't hear an ice cube chink the entire night. No clink, 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 no chinking of the ice cubes. People were in there with their cocktails and enjoying science. And earlier that week, there was a talk by Dr. Shayna Swan. She wrote a book called Countdown. She went on Joe Rogan's podcast, I believe earlier last year. And she talked about the decline of sperm counts from the 1930s until now, and ties it in she's a serious researcher with National Institutes of Health grants, etc. Ties this to the increasing presence of phthalates, the most difficult word to pronounce in the English language besides ophthalmology. Phthalates that are present mainly in pesticides. If you look at sperm counts and testosterone levels in males in different areas of the United States, they are significantly lower in areas where there's a lot of pesticide use, in rural areas where there's a lot of farming and pesticides. Very serious issue. And in the offspring of mothers that ingest phthalates, there's the anogenital distance is what they study in the lab.
The what?
The anogenital distance, literally the distance between the base of the scrotum and the anus in males is much greater than it is in females.
There's a word for that.
Females don't have a scrotum, obviously, so they measure from the base of the genitals to the base of the vagina to the anus. In males, they go from the base of the scrotum. Depends on the study. Sometimes it's the top of the scrotum. I always say, you always have to be careful when people are measuring anything related to genitalia because somebody's going to cheat in the measurement. So in any event, I don't know how they controlled for that, but she shows these remarkable pictures in mice and in humans of people that are exposed, or mice that are exposed to phthalates, and basically males are showing the more female-like pattern of anogenital distance when they're exposed to these phthalates in utero. Okay, this is not post-birth, this is in utero, the mother's being exposed, it crosses the blood-placental barrier. What's happening? Well, this is reducing sperm counts. Now, what can people do about this? Well, first of all, there's this question of whether or not phthalates are having a similar effect after a child is brought into the world. One doesn't know, but we do know, and this goes back to my early graduate work, was on the effects of androgens like testosterone and DHT on different traits of brain and body. We know that, for instance, just very briefly, that during pregnancy, the brain is organized male by way of, believe it or not, testosterone converted to estrogen through a process called aromatization. But the growth of the penis, the fact that there even will be a penis, etc., is set by a testosterone called DHT, dihydrotestosterone. Testosterone converted to DHT through 5-alpha reductase and on and on and on. That's an organizing effect on the system, as they call it. But then there's an activating effect where during puberty, the testes just start producing testosterone. Some is converted to DHT, and the DHT is what creates the growth of the penis. Okay? In people that ingest phthalates during puberty and in the post-puberty years, it's conceivable that those phthalates could inhibit the activating effects of androgens, not just what we call the organizing effects of androgens early in life. Okay, why is this interesting and important? Well, sperm counts are definitely going down. Are they going down so much so that people are incapable of reproducing? Probably not, because, as they told us in school, it just takes one, and indeed it just takes one sperm, but it is a probability. It's a numbers game, right? The reason, people that take anabolic steroids, unless they do things to offset the effect on their own testosterone and sperm production, sperm counts are down, so the probability of successful insemination of the egg is reduced also. It's a numbers game. It just takes one, but having many improves the probability that the one will be able to fertilize. So the short answer is yes, I think it is very concerning. Now, which things should we be concerned about? My understanding of the literature, and here I'm now venturing into territory for which I am certainly not an expert, is that things like plastics that have BPAs may be a concern. Drinking water may be a concern, but the most serious or enriched source of BPAs are things like printed receipts.
I was out for dinner the other night. This was probably about a month and a half ago, and the server came over and I reached for the receipt, and as I was going for it like this, one of the girls who I'd never met before, she's a creator online, hit my hand away. I was like, are you really going to touch that?
Look professional with GoDaddy. Let's say there are 2 new emails in your inbox. One from a legit-looking business, and one from whatever this is. Customers only open emails they can trust. Get a domain with a matching professional email, so your business actually looks like a business. Earn your customers' trust at GoDaddy.com.
And this is the first time I've ever heard about this. Yeah. This is legit.
Yeah, printed receipts are a rich source of BPAs.
And topically, that could come through the skin?
Yeah, it could go transdermally. I mean, now, you'd probably have to handle a lot of receipts. I mean, I don't think you're
going to handle... If you're a checkout cashier, perhaps, this would be the sort of thing...
Definitely checkout cashiers. And listen, it's going to vary. Some people are operating with a testosterone level and sperm count that's already back on its heels, so to speak. Some people have abundant testosterone and sperm. So it is really going to depend on the individual. I don't think people should get paranoid or delusional about any of this.
But just don't start sleeping in a bed of receipts.
Don't start sleeping in a bed of receipts. That's an interesting... There are all sorts of jokes that could be made about that one that I won't make. But there are also some other things like, do a little bit of online research about phthalates and don't go to fringe sites. Go to Dr. Shana Swan's website, right? I believe she's at Mount Sinai or one of the other larger medical schools in New York. Go to her website. She's a legitimate researcher and see what's there. See what the sources of phthalates are. Pesticides. Does that mean you should only eat organic fruits and vegetables? Maybe. I don't know which pesticides people are using on which fruits and vegetables, right? So there's some research that needs to be done. But the moment we start talking this way and people start saying, oh, wow, this is really like hippie science. This isn't hippie science. This is serious NIH-funded researcher saying phthalates before birth can dramatically alter the trajectory of the male's ability to make sperm and testosterone. Phthalates in puberty may be able to do that, but we know that androgens, in particular DHT and testosterone converted to estrogen, have a powerful role in masculinizing the brain and body during those years. Why wouldn't people be, do half an hour of research online? Or, for instance, the abundant data that melatonin suppresses puberty, and yet people will take melatonin like it was,
insane super physiological levels.
Yeah. Am I saying melatonin is going to suppress your puberty? If you took it as a kid, you're messed up? No, and yet it's freak out about it.
How do you think that creators like Derek from More Plates, More Dates, or Greg Doucette, or someone who's changed the way that the internet understands hormonal profiles and supplementation, because since watching a lot of Derek's stuff, since he's become big on YouTube, I have been much more considering the balance that's inside of my body. But I don't think that was super common before guys like him were around.
Yeah, look, Derek's not a scientist by training, but he's done an immense service to the world, because no one was talking about this stuff. It was talked about in bodybuilding circles, where they talk very openly. It was starting to emerge in testosterone replacement therapy clinics, and then mostly guys were doing this stuff and lying about it. Right? They're doing it, but then they don't want to talk about it. Actually, kudos to Joe Rogan, who years ago came out and said, yeah, he decided to start doing TRT and low dose of testosterone. He's already successfully reproduced, and so he brought it up, and it's clear that this is becoming more common. Here are some of the general principles that I think, forgive me, Derek, if I get this wrong in terms of what you believe, because I never want to speak for anybody else, but my read of the science and the actual protocol speak to the idea that many people do not need testosterone replacement. Young guys should really avoid doing anabolic steroids. It can really mess up their system, not just physically, not just for the ability to have kids later, but lead to all sorts of sexual issues and sexual performance issues. Like, there needs to be some medical incentive, right? Hypogonadism, for instance. But at the point where someone either has banked sperm or decides they don't want any more kids, or is willing to do something like take HCG to maintain testicular and function in spermatogenesis, it's very clear that going with the lowest, doctor described, right? I'm not talking about illicit use. The lowest possible dosage of testosterone therapy is going to be better than, for instance, taking 200 milligrams in a 1 ml injection every 2 weeks, right? Because you get these huge increases and then these troughs. So people
Is this something that you've learned from Derek?
Yes, and in talking with other people, and I'm no longer doing this, but I did a run of it from 45 to 46 years old, and nothing before that. And I did it because I'm working on a book really that has a whole section on hormone therapies. I wanted to see what it was like. I'll tell you, basically testosterone gives you more energy to work more, if it's done appropriately, right?
Maybe that's the secret for Lex. Maybe
Lex
homeboy's just brimming.
He's brimming. And I'll say, when I went into it, my levels were mid-range. They were fine, high to mid-range. They were kind of like 7s, 8s, but I was doing some supplementation to support that. I've since gone back to that. It was funny, when you say something on the internet, people think that means it's forever, right? It is possible to start and come off, right? So what I've done. And so here's what's relevant here. People are now spacing out, 30 milligrams on Monday, 30 milligrams on Wednesday, 30 milligrams on Friday is like kind of a low reasonable dose. Again, talk to your doctor. These aren't recommended dosages. That's more typical. Another thing that's really important is that people have traditionally blocked estrogen by increases while doing this by taking an aromatase inhibitor, Nolvadex, Arimidex, these kinds of things. That almost often is a bad idea, almost often, because having enough estrogen around allows you to maintain cognitive function and libido. A lot of guys think it's just, and it is true, if estrogen is very high and testosterone is very low, libido can suffer. But if testosterone is very high and estrogen is very low, libido can really suffer. So a lot of people who are crushing their estrogen realize that by coming off some of those drugs, they feel far better. Far better. So most people I know that are doing this are taking low doses of testosterone semi-frequently throughout the week, 20 to 30 milligrams every other day or so. There's a lot of variation around this. And then not doing anything to reduce aromatase, or if they are, taking very low doses, not 1 milligram of Arimidex, but maybe something like 0.1 milligrams of Arimidex every third day or so. Again, not a recommendation. Talk to your doctor. The smarter clinics are starting to think about this. And actually, I don't have any financial relationship to Derek or to Merrick Health, which is his clinic, but from what I understand, they do a very good job. I did help them design a mostly herbal supplement for testosterone support for people who are not on TRT, as things like Tonga Ali Fedoja. But unbeknownst to most people, I have not made 1 penny on that. That was just based on a conversation of the research with him and Dr. Kyle Gillette and a few other people. So estrogen can help maintain libido, also can increase libido. Now, here's something I learned that's really interesting from Peter Attia recently. Women, as we know, make both testosterone and estrogen, and of course a bunch of other hormones too. If they get their blood work back and you were to adjust the units that those hormones are measured in, nanograms per deciliter in some cases, picograms per deciliter in other cases, if you normalize them all to the same nanograms per deciliter, you would find that a healthy woman has more testosterone than she does estrogen. That's right. I asked him this 3 times. I'm like, you're telling me that women have more testosterone circulating in them than estrogen? He said, absolutely. Now, maybe there's a caveat to that during some phase of the menstrual cycle, but that does not mean that their testosterone levels are higher than that of men. But this is remarkable, right? This means that these androgens, testosterone and are doing interesting things in men and in women, and estrogen, as we just described, is doing really interesting things, certainly in women and in men. So this idea of more testosterone, less estrogen good is always the case. That's simply false. You have to think about whether it's a man, whether it's a woman, whether or not the goal is more or less. Typically people aren't going for less libido, but I suppose it's possible.
Some people out there with that.
Some people might be highly distracted by an excessive libido, right? That's a different story. And then of course DHT. So I think one of the things that Derek has really contributed to the world, and I think is important for people to know, that a lot of the drugs that are used to treat hair loss, finasteride, Propecia, things like that, block DHT receptors, dihydrotestosterone. DHT is responsible for beard growth in the face and for balding, male pattern baldness. People, because they want their hair, will take these drugs. If they take them in pill form, they're blocking DHT everywhere, and they can experience severe defects in libido and sexual performance. Now, before that,
choice between your hair and your erection.
For a lot of people, it is, right? I mean, there are now topical things, and Derek talks about all this kind of thing. There are topical.
He went really deep.
He goes really deep into all this. And what's interesting is, we also can take a step back and say, like, what's the landscape of health information that created this opportunity for a kid in his 20s? By the way, no one knows his last name. Very clever. No one knows his last name.
Well played, Derek.
It's kind of an avatar of a human, right? Although he's real. What created this landscape for this guy to be able to get this information out there, even though he's not a physician, he's not a scientist? And I think what it is that he saw that there was all this information nested in these very niche communities that most people don't want to look like a bodybuilder, right? And yet what he did was he sort of normalized the discussion about hormones. He normalized the discussion about other things like dopamine and cortisol, etc. And what's interesting is that science now is kind of following suit. 10 years ago, a discussion about hormone therapies would never come up in the hallways of discussions with my colleagues. Since doing an episode of the podcast on optimizing testosterone and estrogen, no fewer than 10 of, I'm not gonna name names, but these are serious scientists, and it's a mixture of men and women, have approached me. They're like, hey, what can one do in order to adjust testosterone or estrogen levels? Is estrogen therapy for menopause a useful thing? When should one start? Now, I'm not an endocrinologist, so all I can do is point them in the way of information, but this is an important area, and here's why. Hormones control neuromodulators like dopamine, estrogen, and so on, and those neuromodulators powerfully influence our states of mind. So if your hormones are out of whack, your neuromodulators are going to be out of whack. Typically, the treatment for depression would be to go in and just give a serotonin reuptake inhibitor or Wellbutrin type dopamine thing. Now that has its use, but I love this trend now, not towards hormone therapy necessarily, but just toward a thinking, a mindset of how deep in the layers of my biology can I go to create these sort of waves of health that rise up to the level of ability to focus, and etc. For so many years, it's all been attacked at the surface, kind of the waves on the surface of the ocean, and yet there's this, we're now talking about the deep tectonic plates movements that are affecting all that, in any case.
Around about 30 years ago, you took a real hard turn in life. It seemed like you drastically altered the trajectory that you were moving on for quite a while, and I'm very interested in how anybody manages to make severe life changes like that. I think that many people they believe that they have control over maybe their daily habits and little things here and there, but they don't have huge global control over their life direction, certainly not in the way that they want. Reflecting on that now, does it almost surprise you, sort of the ability that you have to be able to change that direction? It seems so unbelievably rare.
Right, so I don't know. I like to think everybody harbors it inside themselves. I can say, without going into the whole backstory, because I've done it before, I mean, at 19, I basically just looked at myself and decided that I was a loser, right? I mean, I was able-bodied, which was helpful. I had a mind that could remember things, which was helpful. I was interested in a few things, but none of those things were setting me up for career or ongoing progress. And I had a lot of maladaptive behaviors, right? At the time, I was getting involved in fighting. I wasn't completing my schoolwork. I was just really in a bad place. And it was really fear and desperation, mostly fear, that inspired the switch. Along the way, I haven't talked about this publicly, to any great extent, but along the way I hit numerous roadblocks again and again. Sometimes they were situational, like people close to me dying and the grief that came with that. Sometimes it was my own kind of feeling like I was getting pulled back toward a state of mind that wasn't healthy for me, and so on. But I think what I've been good at least good at, not great at, but at least good at, is finding really good mentors that would allow me to get to the next node, the next milestone. And I should say that some of those mentors were real people that I didn't say, can you be my mentor? Not that that would be a bad thing, but really tried to model my behavior after people that I respected. And sometimes those mentors were people that I didn't know at all. I mean, I'll just say this right now. I mean, I'm going to embarrass him by saying it, but I was a junior professor, meaning before I got tenure, running a lab. I had a bulldog puppy, a laboratory, and a home for the first time in my life, and feeling very, very overwhelmed and distraught. And I made many of the things that I heard Tim Ferriss say sort of central to my way of doing things. I didn't go 4 hours of work a week, but I did start to get extreme about organizing my schedule.
So he was a big influence on you, Tim?
Huge. And I know Tim a little bit. We have some common friends, and I feel very fortunate that now we're in touch because I've gone on his podcast and gotten to know one another, which is huge. I mean, like, there were no organizational forces in my life for me at that time that could help me navigate through this landscape of, I'd never been a professor before. I had taught it now. This was many years ago now, but I knew how to do science. I felt confident in my ability to take an empty room and a budget and buy the right equipment and do the experiments, hire the people. I had no problem with that. But how to regulate my time and my energy, and how to communicate with people. I mean, he had these like little things that I don't like the word hacks. I hate it because hacks implies you're using something for a purpose that it wasn't intended for. That's a hack. But he had things like, instead of asking people, like, what's up when they come in your office, asking them, what specifically, what can I do for you? Like, what do you need? Right? Really cutting to the chase, because time became a valuable resource. Little things like that, tiny things on the surface that translate into huge conversion in terms of time and energy. And even just setting aside some savings and things. It's not that I'm not dumb about money, but I've never really taken the time to think about how I was going to invest money or do anything. So Tim did a tremendous service for me. Without realizing it. And I've thanked him now a million times. I'm going to thank him a million times. Thank you, Tim. I'm thanking you again. Things like that. So selecting mentors. Then eventually, when it came time to start podcasting, I mean, Lex, whether or not he knows or not, just thinking, oh, here's another guy he's a scientist, he's MIT. The fact that he always wore that suit, that I'm going to copy him and just always wear the same thing because I don't have to take guesswork. I can take the guesswork out of it. There were little things that were super deliberate that just saved me time and energy. And I think that's helped me along the way. And then the other thing is, I have really tried to adopt this idea that when it's inevitable, and it will inevitably arrive, that stress grows us, that it really sharpens decision making. It really sharpens decision making. And if you have a very stressful event and then you recover from it, the worst thing to do is just go and keep going. You need to take some time and reflect about what led into that. So I think I'm very good at leveraging fear into positive change. If I really think about most of the major shifts in my life, it was, I'm scared as hell to remain in this situation, and I'm very good at broadcasting fear into my future. If I've ever been in a bad relationship, it was clearly, if I stayed in, it couldn't have been so bad that I felt like I had to leave. So I would broadcast and project, how horrible it would be for my future children. And I might even build that up a little bit in my system. Now, one could say, well, maybe you could have navigated it successfully. I'm better at projecting fear into my future. And that has led me to make, I think, better and better decisions over time. That's it.
How much of the old Andrew still rises to the surface today? I know that the music that you tend to listen to when you're training is still pretty punky.
And when I work, I have two very polarized versions of music. I do love, I love Bob Dylan. I love Joe Strummer acoustic. I like melodic music too. But I'm listening to Rancid's Stiff Little Fingers. I own.
Was the first ever gig I went to. Stiff Little Fingers.
I'm jealous. I've never actually seen them play live. I'm a huge Stiff Little Fingers fan.
Yeah.
Huge Stiff Little Fingers fan. Huge Against Me fan. Huge Rancid fan. For people that of my generation, they probably remember it. People who are younger probably think, oh, that's all 90s stuff. But to me, I have huge collections of like 80s and 90s music, 70s music, second wave punk, third wave punk. I collect a ton of that stuff. I love it. How much of me still exists? I believe that we are all born fundamentally with some gift, and it's our job to reveal that gift to ourselves. And here I want to thoroughly acknowledge someone else who's been a great mentor without ever meeting him. Is like Robert Greene. I think is a wonderful,
fantastic guy.
Fantastic. I've never met you, Robert, but I'd love to meet. It's one of these things where I used to
put you in touch. He's been on the show twice.
Amazing. I used to suggest the book Mastery to graduate students and to undergraduates. Learn this process of finding a mentor. And in science, we have natural mentors, graduate advisors and postdoc advisors. And I made sure, I will say this, I should have said this earlier, when a mentor has sort of arrived in my life, either virtually or in reality, I make the most of that relationship. I really nurture those relationships. I still go to visit the children of my dead graduates advisor kids, because I care so, these people are like family to me. How much of it still exists? Well, the energy has always been the same. The energy is, I have an absolute obsession from day one. This maybe was what I was kind of born with. I like to learn things and share them with the world. I was 6 years old giving lectures on Monday after reading about medieval weapons or, goldfish biology in class. I mean, my parents thought I was crazy, and they took me to a psychiatrist, and they're like, no, he just really likes learning and really likes telling people about what he learns. So, and I had a little bit of an underlying Tourette's when I was younger. I had a grunting too. And when I'm tired, it sometimes emerges a little bit. And for me, learning and kind of seeking kind of calms that somehow, as does training. As does skateboarding. I did boxing. Of course, head damage isn't good, so I stopped boxing. But that's always been in me. That's how my nervous system kind of tilts left in that way. The energy, I would say, I'm able to turn the dial. I'm able to tap into kind of some old hurts and angers as fuel, but I really try and orient towards things in a very Lex Friedman-ish way, from a place of love.
Show them love.
Show them, do things from a place of love, because it's a more continual resource. I really believe it's this dopamine epinephrine cycle, positive feedback cycle. I really do. And so that's all there. I have pretty much eaten the same way I have since college. I haven't really changed the way I eat that much. I mean, I probably ate more junk every once in a while, ice cream and pizza and stuff. Now I have less of an appetite for it, but I still am the same. I still train every other day. I love music. I love movies. I love nature. I love the flora and fauna of life. I mean, I have this kind of obsession with fish tanks, freshwater fish tanks. I love, and listen, my ex-girlfriend is she's a florist. I developed a love of flowers, in those years. I love, I'm probably the one guy who was like wandering around in college. I would go to these like orchid festivals, and some of them look like aliens. And I just love learning, and I love digesting novel information. And now, I have to say I'm in a place where the people that I'm closest to, thankfully really kind of support that, and I can indulge it through podcasting.
It's so lovely now, the environment of curiosity, I think, that podcasts and YouTube and creators have engendered. So cool. The fact that you get to find out about something that you would have done, right? You would have done it for free without anybody else knowing about it.
Right.
And then somehow telling other people the thing that you found out in this version of the simulation is called a job or a pursuit or something. It's wild. Another thing that has carried over from your youth are your tattoos, which I've heard you talk about, but never seen. What's your relationship with your tattoos, and why has no one ever seen them?
Actually, it was Tim Ferriss that outed me on this one. He was like, I found a picture on the internet with you in full sleeves. I believe that, tattoos are, this has come as no surprise, are a literal expression of what we feel on the inside. And I'm not recommending this. Kids, don't do this. I started getting tattooed really young.
How young?
About 14, I got my first tattoo.
No way.
We did them ourselves. With India.
Your first one was yourself?
Please no one do this. India ain't gonna need it. And we used to do these. It was really bad. They're called knick-knack tattoos, and we kind of would do this at home. Don't do it. It's really bad. You get bad infections. They're ugly. They blur. They bleed. It's not good. I started getting tattooed. When I was a kid and growing up skateboarding in the punk rock scene, there were these guys that in the town where I lived, they called themselves the Yahtzee guys. I don't know why. I don't know what that was about. They all had full sleeves, and they were super nice guys, and they were all into skateboarding and and vehicles, and I just looked up to these guys. I thought, someday I want full sleeves. I've got full sleeves. I'm basically like neck to wrist.
So chest piece as well?
Yeah, back? Chest covered. Back's covered, yeah. Nothing on my legs, nothing on my stomach, ribs, tops of my shoulders. And I got a big picture of Costello, my dog, back there. I've got a picture of his paw back there. I've got a picture of another dog I used to have. There's still some space for a few things. There's some things very personal to me.
Is that the reason that you prefer not to show them?
Yeah, I think that there are a couple of reasons. I'll just be clear as to why. First of all, when I show up to podcast, it's the same way I show up to lecture in the classroom auditorium. And I swear on my life, this is my mindset and this is my mantra when I do it. I'm there to teach. It's not about me. It's about the student. It's about the people learning. I don't want it ever to be I don't want the focus to be on me. Obviously I'm the voice and the person talking, but I really want people to internalize the information. And I do think that the tattoos, because they have nothing to do with the information, are a distraction. They're just a distraction. I don't know. It would sort of like be wearing like a bright yellow shirt or something. It's not my style. I prefer to kind of make myself disappear as much as I can and let the information come forward. That's, even when I gave scientific lectures, which I still do, of course, for my professor job, I generally liked the room to be pretty dark, and I wanted the light to be on the data, on the slides. I was happy to be the voice, but I want people thinking about the data. So podcasting is a little different. You come through as a voice, or on YouTube, a voice and an image, but I really prefer that it not be about me. Now, there's a human element too, and I think things have changed a lot. When I was growing up, tattoos were not accepted. there are many work environments where, for instance, where people prefer that their surgeon or their doctor not have tattoos. Some people might prefer their surgeon or doctor have tattoos. When I was growing up, if you had I never had one, but if someone had a nose ring, they had to cover it up with a Band-Aid or take it out if they worked at the coffee shop. Remember that? You probably don't. You're probably young enough.
No.
Or eyebrow ring. Trends have changed, right? Yep. Things have changed. And I'm kind of old school because I'm kind of old now, 46. And the etiquette for me has always been to, and this is Lex does this too, is I personally find that if I can just show up as formal and consistent as possible, that people will at least know that I'm taking them seriously. So I don't really do it for me. I pretty much do it for the audience. And also, none of the tattoos are like that interesting. It's my dog. I really like raptors. I've got a bunch of birds. I have all sorts of different things.
Like raptors, like the dinosaur?
No, raptors like red-tailed hawks and blue. I like birds and things
I had either dinosaurs or trucks. Like, you really need to love Ford Raptors.
No Ford Raptor. I drive a Toyota 4Runner and I love it. I've got one truck and I love that thing. Although with gas right now, you kind of got to wonder about having a gas-driven vehicle like a 4Runner. In any case, the tattoo thing, I would say for younger people coming up, just be aware that you can't control other people's perceptions either. And so, I always made it a point that I didn't want things on my knuckles, I didn't want them on my hands, I didn't want them on my neck, I didn't want them on my face. Do I judge people when they have them? No. But do I want them for me? No. I also think that, this is very neuroscience-y, is that we have dedicated brain areas called fusiform gyrus. It's a face area that's dedicated to the processing of faces. Even if I just put two dots and a line in between them, on a piece of paper, you see that as a face. When one puts a tattoo on their throat or on their face, it actually changes the way that the face is perceived, right? It almost looks like another mouth there, right? It's a very different look. It can be a little bit jarring. I'm not saying one shouldn't have it, but it can be a little bit jarring. It changes the look of the person forever. It's not just that it's above the neckline, it's that it kind of competes with the processing of their face in its normal way. And so for me, whenever I see somebody with a throat tattoo or a face tattoo, it's sort of like, it's hard to orient around that. And I think there's some biology to that relates to that. But look, when it comes down to it, people need to be individuals and live their life the way they want to live their life. I've also never been that much of an iconoclast. I'm not, I grew up in the punk rock thing. I hate in-group, out-group stuff. I always had friends from a lot of different, friends that are jocks and hippies and punk rockers and, straight and gay. And I don't care as long as people are living their best life and they're not harming anybody. I'm great, go for it. I'm very laid back in that way. Of course, if people are harming other people, then I believe that liberty and independent freedom. Liberty is, one of the highest things, for me. So, but I don't consider myself a very judgmental person, but you can't always control the perceptions of others. So I would just think people should be thoughtful about what they want to accomplish in life in terms of a life mission, and just ask whether or not some of the permanent cosmetic changes they might make might align with, compete with, or be neutral for those life missions. My life mission is very simple. I want to teach people the beauty and the utility of biology. I'm going to do that today. I'm going to do that until I take my last breath, in one form or another, because that's what excites me, and that's what keeps the dopamine cranking.
Dude, let's bring this one home. Look, I really, really appreciate you, the work that you've done, the fact that I feel like I have a lot more agency over my life, because I understand that my internal processes are something that I can influence. The first time that I heard you say that you cannot control the mind with the mind, a lot of different things clicked for me. So I'm very glad that Lex bullied you or convinced you to start doing your show. And I'm looking forward to hearing a lot more of what you've got to do in the future.
Well, thanks so much, and thanks for bringing me on today. Obviously, we've been in touch, and I align with you, and I feel resonance along the life as a podcaster, right? But also we've had a chance to interact a few times. I'm looking forward to more, because I think what you're doing, bringing knowledge to the world, is so important, and I so appreciate your questions and learning from you. I'm also going to get these resources about the expectation effect and the rest. I've been taking notes here because I'm obsessed with learning. So
where should people go? People want to make sure that they listen to more, watch more, follow more of your stuff. Where should they go?
Thanks for asking. Yeah, it's very straightforward. It's Huberman Lab is the podcast, and it's all the standard places: YouTube, Apple, Spotify, etc. Huberman Lab on Twitter, Huberman Lab on Instagram, and the Twitter and Instagram mainly are short content. I used to do a lot more hand drawings and kind of.
I think you're doing Instagram pretty much as well as any science communicator that I've seen. I don't think there's anyone else that's optimized it better than that.
Thanks.
Right now.
Thanks. Yeah, I try and answer comments and respond to things, and any of those three places. And we have a website, which is hubermanlab.com, where all the podcast episodes are, links to all things in all formats. We have a newsletter, and people can peruse that if they want. It's all, I should say, zero cost to access. So that's been a major goal that we've stuck to, which is to just, we don't put anything behind a paywall. The information that's there is the information that anyone can access.
Dude, I appreciate you. Let's go and get hot and cold.
Let's do it.
What's happening, people? Thank you very much for tuning in.
edition. Make it even.
Bitch, I'm fly as a bird in the Montclair sky. Purple hood on my head, riding on a dirt bike. Almost crashed to a turnpike, then I turned right. Remember when I couldn't turn right, I had to learn right. That's another lesson learned right. I'ma be alright, don't fuck this thoughts to get you burned right. Living that dog life, rap Sam in Adidas, but I earned stripes. Yeah, you damn right. In the airport, cutting the TSA line, late for my flight. Travel the world, whoa, juice world, whoa, not the world, blow. Let your girl know I'm flying the gun, show. 30 clips in don't get in the cannon, from my cannon. Hit a nigga with a drum roll. Yeah, you keep on going back. Yeah, got my reasons like, yeah, got my reasons like. Car so fast, yeah, it's moving like I'm feeling like. That's rock star all the time. Hope that I don't die. Cause I am immortal. So back you immortal. No wonder you normal. Your girl told me once, yeah. She said I'm adorable. My diamonds are sick. What? This shit's not curable. Like, look at these diamonds. Like, look at these diamonds. Some of these niggas, I swear they be lying. I never keep it, you know I would not. Doing these drugs, yeah, I'm out of my body. Yeah, out of my body. Real niggas, yeah, they right here on the side. That's another lesson learned right. I'ma be alright, don't fuck these thoughts to get you burned right. Living that dog life, rap Sam in Adidas, but I earned stripes. Yeah, you damn right. In the airport, cutting the TSA line, late for my flight. Travel the world, whoa, juice world, whoa, not the world, blow. Let your girl know I'm flying to the gun, show. 30 clips and drums, don't get in the cannon, from my cannon. Hit a nigga with a drum roll.
My dick was so cool. Since the shit I wasn't cool, I couldn't fit my shoes. Like, what it suit? I drop clothes like you. You can flip on her with eggs. I need a minute. He dropped a P just to double his digits. I wasn't living with sunny, no digital. Yes, I had bitches right on my motherfucking jail phone. Ayy, kiss trouble one of my locations, so when I get up, we got have on the floor.
In the summertime, with a buffer vest still. Tuck it 45, you can get your shit spilled. And then the clip on that kill, take you to get your shit killed. Jokes like a secret, I'm fucking in that bitch, man, just get revealed. She saw me hustle like a rocket. Another lesson learned right. I'ma be alright, don't fuck these thoughts to get you burned right. Living that dog life, rap Sam in Adidas, but I earned stripes. Yeah, you damn right. In the airport, cutting the TSA line, late for my flight. Travel the world, whoa, juice world, whoa, not to the world, blow. Let your girl know I'm flying to the gun, show. 30 clips and drums, don't get in the cannon, from my cannon. Hit a nigga with a drum roll.
Yo, you're late.
This is iconic. We got Tommy and John Baptiste.
Today's episode is brought to you by Skillshare. Nick Drake is regarded as one of the most influential singer-songwriters in recorded music history. But after releasing only 3 remarkable albums, he passed away relatively unknown at the age of 26. And so much of who he was is shrouded in mystery, as he only gave 1 interview in his whole life, and there's really no film footage of him other than when he was a little kid. On today's program, we're going to explore his life and try to understand who was Nick Drake. Nick Drake was born on the 19th of June, 1948 in Burma, where his father worked for a British lumber company. His family moved back to England in 1952, settling in the village of Tamworth in Arden, about a 30-minute drive south of Birmingham. He grew up in a house that placed a high value on music. They had a dedicated music room with a record player and even a tape recorder. Both of his parents played the piano, but it was his mother Molly that had the most musical influence on him at a young age, and perhaps where he got his talent. She also taught both him and his older sister how to play piano. Growing up, Nick was sensitive, well-mannered, kind to all, sociable, and the kind of kid every parent wants their child to be. By all accounts, he had a happy, healthy, normal childhood. When he turned 8, Nick left for boarding school, where he excelled in academics as well as athletics, and he was a leading member in the school choir. Then in 1962, he left for Marlborough College, an all-boys public school where his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all attended before him. Here he learned to play alto saxophone and clarinet. He continued to be active in sports, playing rugby, field hockey, and track and field. And despite his smoking habit, he even set a school record for the 100-yard dash that went unbroken for some time. His favorite subject was English, and he fell in love with the poets of the Romantic period, with William Blake having the most influence on his later songwriting. His schoolmates remember him as always smiling, with a sharp wit. He was well-liked, respected by many, and despite being a little shy, he had a mysterious, cool persona that never felt like an act. By nature, Nick preferred to be in the background and not be noticed, but that became hard as he grew to be 6 feet 3 inches tall. Nick's housemaster described him as a dreamy student who was a bit reserved. Still waters run deep seemed to describe him best. Then in 1964, he formed a band with his mates called the Perfume Gardeners. They played mostly rhythm and blues covers, chosen and arranged by Nick. He played clarinet, sax, piano, and was forced to be the singer of the group since no one else could carry a tune. The following year, he bought his first guitar and learned to play it very quickly. It was during this time he started to develop his unique finger-picking style that would be a staple of his sound in just a few years. He graduated school in 1966, but he had almost a year before starting at Cambridge in the fall of 1967, so he spent 6 months in the south of France to improve his French, but more importantly, it was here that Nick came into his own. He started writing songs and honing his style, taking cues from such folk singers as John Renbourn, Bert Jansch, and Jackson C. Frank. He practiced guitar every day, sometimes playing the same riff over and over again for hours. He even performed blues and folk covers on the street and eventually in the local clubs. He also got into the burgeoning hippie scene, letting his hair grow longer, and even started smoking marijuana and experimenting with LSD. And in a strange twist of fate, on a spur-of-the-moment road trip, he ended up in a Moroccan restaurant at the same time as Brian Jones and Keith Richards. He actually played a few folk covers for them, but nothing ever came from their meeting. All in all, his time in France was some of the most carefree and happy times in his adult life. Nick returned to England and started at Cambridge. He continued to write new songs and perform them for his fellow students at parties, clubs, and other venues around the university. But his big break came in February of 1968 when he played at London's Roundhouse. Ashley Hutchins of Fairport Convention was there in the audience, and he was so impressed with Nick that he introduced him to Fairport's manager, Joe Boyd. Upon hearing Nick's demos, Joe signed him to a recording contract with his own company, Witch Season. Joe became Nick's agent, manager, producer, and publisher, effectively his guiding voice. At 19, Nick started work on his debut album and enlisted his Cambridge friend Robert Kirby to arrange the strings for the record. However, since Nick was still in college, the album took almost a year to complete, starting in 1968 and going into 1969. They recorded at Sound Technique Studio with engineer John Wood. The working title for the record was Saturday Sun, but it never felt right for Nick, and at the last minute he decided to call it 5 Leaves Left after the little notice that would pop up in the packet of his favorite rolling papers. 5 Leaves Left was released by Island Records on July 3rd, 1969, but it didn't sell very well. It was pretty much ignored by the press, save for one small mention in Melody Maker that spent more time talking about the title than the actual music. I think part of the problem was that competition was fierce. Nick was an unknown artist, making music in a genre that wasn't a big seller to begin with. He just couldn't compete, and Island didn't have the money to promote him as well as they should have, nor were any singles released. It also didn't help his music didn't easily fall into one category. The album was lumped into the folk genre, but it was more nuanced than that, marrying folk-style acoustic guitar with classical strings, while his love of modern jazz influenced some of the chord changes, which were unusual to hear in folk. The lyrics danced in the realm of melancholy, and his songs rarely employed a chorus. Besides his whimsical vocals, what made the record stand out was his unique finger-picking guitar style. He employed different and rarely used guitar tunings, often changing them from song to song. Nothing sounded quite like it, and maybe that was the problem. In August, Nick performed live on BBC Radio 1, now known as the John Peel Sessions, but this also failed to move the needle on album sales. The only thing left for Nick to try was touring, but that wasn't exactly easy for him. In September of 1969, he opened for Fairport Convention at the Royal Festival Hall to a crowd of nearly 3,000. While the audience enjoyed the music, he didn't really engage with them. An unfortunate byproduct of his unique sound was the fact that he had to change tunings on his guitar after almost every song. Sometimes this would lead to him fumbling with his capo, sometimes dropping it. Ultimately, there would be these long pauses that would distract the audience, and he did nothing to fill the silence. He barely acknowledged the crowd. In fact, he only played 6 or 7 songs with his gaze mostly at his shoes and then walked off the stage without ever saying a word. It seemed the live setting didn't suit Nick's nature of not wanting to be the center of attention. To make matters worse, the first proper review of his album came out soon after this concert, and it was less than favorable.
Setting up our Squarespace online store was really easy.
Joe Boyd reassured him that he would have a breakthrough and insisted that Nick start writing songs for his next album. For Nick's part, he felt that college was holding him back from having a career in music, and so he left Cambridge before his final year. He moved to North London in order to pursue music full-time, but by the winter of 1969, his parents noticed a change in him. The dull audience reception and poor record sales were starting to take their toll on Nick's sensitive ego. He started to overanalyze the smallest criticism, and he saw his album as a failure, even though other publications were starting to review it favorably. I think part of the problem was that in the past, things he was successful at seemed to come to him easily. Athletics, school, but with music, he knew his songs were great. It wasn't arrogance as much as it was confidence, and so he couldn't understand why he wasn't successful yet. Joe Boyd told him that since his songs weren't getting radio play, he would have to perform more concerts. Reluctantly, he continued to play small clubs and pubs around mid-England, but it didn't do much to help. At best, the audience was polite but not enthusiastic, and at worst, they talked over his music, not understanding. Recording for his second album began in 1970, again at Sound Technique Studio with John Wood as engineer and string arrangements by Robert Kirby. For this new album, Joe wanted to make it sound more contemporary by adding drums to most of Nick's songs. The idea being that the music could get more radio play, find a wider audience, and thus increase the odds of it being a success. They also brought on guest musicians, including Velvet Underground alum John Cale. While still recording the album, Nick continued to tour throughout the first half of 1970, playing more than 20 shows. Some gigs went better than others, but he was still having the same problems that he had in the past. Then on June 25th, in the middle of his set, he stopped playing and walked off the stage despite a positive reaction from the crowd up to that point. This was his final concert. In retrospect, many have wondered why Joe Boyd never provided Nick with more than one guitar and a roadie to keep them tuned between songs so that Nick could focus on performing. But Joe believed that even a backing band wouldn't have helped him. In a 2007 interview, Joe said he saw two sides of Nick, the part that wanted success in the music business and the part that desired to blend into the background. As work completed on his second album, both Nick and Joe were very happy with the result, and they believed it would be Nick's breakthrough record. It was slated to come out in November of 1970, but at the last minute the cover was redesigned, causing a 3-month delay. Then Nick got hit with another blow, this time in January of 1971 as Joe Boyd left for the US, selling his production company to Island Records. Nick felt at a loss, like Joe abandoned him. When Brighter Later was finally released on March 6, 1971, again it didn't sell well. Unsure of what to do next, he withdrew once again, this time moving to a smaller, cheaper flat in the northern outskirts of London, further isolating himself from where he needed to be. At this point, he felt confident that he wasn't going to get the recognition for his music that he thought it deserved. Out of concern, his parents took him to see a psychiatrist, and he was diagnosed with endogenous depression. He was prescribed 3 drugs, an antidepressant, an antipsychotic, and a drug for convulsions. The drugs worked for a time, but he hated taking them as they made him feel dull and unable to write music, so he would self-medicate and stop taking them for a bit to write songs, but then his depression would come back, but even stronger than before. This prevented him from being creative, and so he would go back on his meds, and thus began Nick's vicious, cyclical downward spiral where there was seemingly no way out. By late October 1971, he began work on what would be his final album. Once again, recording took place at Sound Techniques, with John Wood returning as engineer and now producer. After Brighter Later failed to be a hit, Nick wanted a different approach. This time it would be just him and his guitar. No strings, no other instruments other than one piano overdub. Recording only took 2 nights, and at just 25 minutes, Pink Moon was his most raw, honest, and stripped down record. On here, he's older, wiser, but more disillusioned with the world. For the cover, photos were taken by Keith Morris, who also worked with Nick on his previous albums. Having known Nick since 1969, Keith couldn't help but be taken aback by the change in his appearance. He didn't look himself. He was hunched over, withdrawn, and had great difficulty looking at the camera. Keith said it was like intruding on private grief. Also present for the shoot was Eileen's creative director, and she could tell the photos weren't going to work for the cover, so she commissioned a painting by Michael Trevithick without any direction from Nick other than the title, Pink Moon. After recording, Nick stopped by the Island Records office, hung out for about an hour, hardly saying a word, and then left the master tapes with the front desk receptionist. When she finally realized what they were, it surprised everyone in the office as they weren't aware the album was even finished. Nick left London soon after this and moved back home with his parents. Pink Moon was released on the 25th of February 1972, and it also came out in America, making it the first time in his career one of his records was available there. This, along with a full-page ad campaign in the major UK music magazines, Island hoped would be the charm. Sadly, the album got mixed reviews. Some publications loved it, others didn't know what to make of it, and again, Melody Maker spent more time on the man than on the music. Just 2 months after the release of Pink Moon, a compilation album made from his first 2 records was released in the US, and Rolling Stone gave it great praise. Whether or not he saw this praise is unclear, but perhaps it was too little, too late for his weakened state. He'd become resentful over his lack of success and felt like a disappointment to his parents. He really wanted to make them proud by having recognition and success in the music business. Somehow, through his depression, Nick was able to write new material, and in February of 1973, he recorded 3 songs with John Wood. However, it was only the guitar parts as the lyrics weren't ready yet. John noticed that in previous sessions with Nick, there was always the feeling that an album was waiting to reveal itself. This session lacked that feeling, and so they agreed to put further recording on hold. The following year and 9 months were marked by swift mood changes in Nick. Some days he wouldn't speak, other days he would be vocally angry, and still there were times when he seemed like his old self. Most days he barely ate, and sometimes he would spend all day in the house doing nothing, or other times he would get in his car and drive until he ran out of gas. He would sometimes visit his friends, or they would come to the house. In either case, Nick said very little, barely made eye contact, and just had a general sense of staring off into space, like he was physically there but his mind was somewhere else. Then Nick read a very positive article about himself in Zigzag magazine, and this boosted his spirits so much that he re-entered Sound Techniques in July of 1974, this time with Joe Boyd. He finished the 3 songs he started earlier and proceeded to record 2 new ones. But it seemed his good mood was only fleeting, as John Wood described watching Nick trying to finish these songs as agonizing. It's clear Nick himself was unhappy as he felt like he could no longer write music. After a brief, rejuvenating trip to Paris in October, his depression roared back, and on a cold November morning, his mother and his housekeeper found him unresponsive on his bed. His bottle of antidepressants sat empty on his bedside table. It's still unclear if he died by suicide or if it was an accidental drug overdose. Appreciation of his talents came slowly at first, starting with various articles reevaluating his music after his death. Then came a 1979 box set featuring his first 3 albums, followed by a 1987 compilation album made of rarities and newly discovered songs, and culminating with a 1999 Volkswagen TV ad featuring the song Pink Moon. Within a year, Pink Moon album sales jumped to over 74,000 records in the year 2000 alone. He finally achieved the success he always wanted. In the end, I think Nick was a very intelligent, articulate man who was incredibly sensitive and sincere. He unfortunately suffered from depression at a time when we didn't know as much as we do today. Despite his parents' and doctors' best efforts, he didn't get the help he needed. I don't know if things would have turned out differently if his records sold better, but I understand why he was so frustrated. I mean, can you just imagine making those 3 phenomenal albums by the age of 24 only to have to move back in with your parents? I mean, he had the belief of Joe Boyd, who produced Pink Floyd's first single, and he was on Island Records, who were putting out albums by Traffic, Jethro Tull, Cat Stevens, and King Crimson. I think for Nick, it was never about becoming the next big star. It was more about being respected within the music industry, being seen as an equal. Maybe he'd never have a hit song on the charts, but he'd be happy with a small and loyal fan base. Sadly, whether he saw it for himself or not, he understood how many artists, writers, and other creatives are only revered after their death when he wrote his song, Fruit Tree. During my research on Nick, one of the many details I found interesting is that he never used a pick when playing guitar, and while I'll never be as good of a guitar player as Nick, I was inspired to brush up on my own finger-picking skill.
It's going to be a monumental event. It's going to be worth the wait. All right, with that being said, enjoy part 2. Go watch part 1 if you haven't.
Good news. Turns out that the top 50 is about 1,000 times better than the top 100 to 51. Those songs kind of blew chunks, but the top 50, they were about as good as you remember. Stay tuned.
Hello everyone, my name is Bradley. I have a Brad taste of music. I'm sorry if my voice is a little but I'm recovering from a sickness. That being said, it's not going to stop me from reacting to the rest of the top, now it's the top 50 songs of 2010.
Heaven can wait, we're only watching the skies.
First song we have is actually not even on the playlist. Jay-Z Young Forever featuring Mr. Hudson.
Let's dance in style, let's dance for a while. Hoping for the best.
Yo, I love Coldplay. Young, I wanna be forever young. Do you really wanna live forever? Hey, Crystal.
We ain't even thinking never get old, and the champagne's always cold, and the music's always good.
Sounds like dog shit. I was a defender of this album because I think it has some of Jay-Z's best songs of this era where he was going a lot more pop. But this is not one of them. I feel like it's a little too far in that direction. It ends up sounding like the awful collaboration he eventually ended up doing with Justin Timberlake. And I know what you're thinking, Bradley. That song's not bad, Holy Grail. It's not bad because Justin Timberlake sounds good on it, but Jay-Z doesn't work on it. He just doesn't work as a pop rapper in this instance. Let's smoke some wine. That song is boring. Definitely not the best Jay-Z song in this era, mostly because it's such a snoozer. I find the lyrics to be really... I think the chorus is really catchy. It's a nice interpretation of a song that already sounded like this, I think. I don't know. Either way, it's just Jay-Z flexing. It's kind of a mid to low shrug for me. What the fuck? What is this? My hair's not greasy, it's wet. Love the MIDI horns. Always a good sign. The song's kind of quiet. Oh, that's loud. Actually, this beat is hard. I'm so hard. I'm so hard.
Go hard or go home. Back to your residence, to the presidents in California. Tell them give me back my swag, they try clone it.
I feel like hard is cheesy. I don't think that saying that you're so hard is as in fashion nowadays for multiple reasons. I think the cheesy feature is not the best, but also not his worst. He just sort of exists in it. He fills in the space of a needed rapper. I think the little pre-hook or the bridge is pretty cool. I think this is kind of a mid to low tier Rihanna song, honestly. It's a shrug. She is better in this era. This ain't it.
Say, gotta live like we're dying.
Live Like We're Dying by Chris Allen. Oh God.
Sometimes you fall down, can't get hungry.
I think I know what this is. See, look, it's songs like these as to why mid to low tier Rihanna songs are still like relatively positive, because you could be listening to this crap, you know what I'm saying? Yet another forgettable American Idol one-hit wonder. Dude, these people were all industry plants, dude. Like, this was industry plant before the word even was, like, known. Like we're dying. I will admit that I kind of like this fast-paced, high-energy moment here that's kind of like rap, but not really. That sort of just feels like a fast-paced way of moving the song along. I think it makes this chorus actually kind of kick harder when he says, gotta live like we're dying. I don't hate this. I just think it's very of the time, aged, and nondescript. Like we're dying. The song's in... Oh, whoops. Hi, Debussy. The song's in 4/4 at the key of C, 0 out of 10. It's probably 120 BPM also, you know what I'm saying? Nope, turns out it's actually a good song. It's at 92 BPM, which is also very standard. Live Like We're Dying is really catchy and fun. I'd give it a strong shrug to a light smiley ball. I think it's actually pretty decent. Sure, you know, American Idol, Industry Plant, One Hit Wonder. I like the fact that this song isn't just like trying to flex his vocals, and he's actually trying to do something fun with it. The high speed feeling of the guitars and it kind of feels like, yeah, we gotta live fast. You know what I mean? It's anthemic. I actually think it's pretty decent.
This song is false, cheery, really cringe, and also really white. I don't like it. Coming back to it, I just don't feel the vibe of this track anymore. It's shrunk a lot.
Only girl in the world. Oh yeah, this. I got my hot dog. Only girl in the world. This song was like the biggest line of cocaine for my 8-year-old brain when this came out. Oh yeah, that's what pulled me into this shit in the first place, is this very bright pop production was like otherworldly to me at the time. I mean, nowadays it sounds like dog water, but you know, at the time, this shit was the shit. GTA 5 2013 non-stop pop FM driving while hitting pedestrians vibe. Only girl in the world slaps. I feel like this song, sure, it has aged like a lot of electropop of the 2010s has, but not as bad as a lot of other electropop of the 2010s has. I feel like it still, first of all, has like a throwback quality. You know what I mean? Everybody knows this song. You put the shit on the club, people are gonna fuck with it. You know what I mean? People are gonna vibe with it. It kind of has that quality of vintage. I feel like a song like this has aged better than a song like I'm So Hard. I'm hard. You know what I mean? Like, bro, if I hear in the club, I'm hard, I'm like, but if I hear, you want you to make me feel like I'm the only girl in the world, you know what I mean? That shit is a lot easier to get down with. Good song. I like it. Smiley ball.
The happiest meal in...
Your t-shirt fits...
Taylor Swift.
You were in college working part-time, making tenders, with the fear of falling, wondering why we bother with love if it never lasts. I can see it now. Do you remember we were sitting late
For the first time. I definitely like the Romeo and Juliet song a lot better. This one's still a little bit catchy, but also a bit messy and compressed, and honestly a bit boring. Like this just doesn't hit the same. It's not as instantaneous as you were but with a girlfriend he just met, and I could treat you better than he can. Mine is a Taylor Swift contender in the loudness war, which I think is just sort of garbage in concept. For me, the song's a shrug. I think even though it's kind of catchy and sweet, it just fails in the mixing for me. Like, this just feels like a big, loud mess.
Hey, slow it down.
What You Want From Me by Adam Lambert, another industry plant from American Idol.
Hey, what do you want from me?
My ex loved Adam Lambert.
Yeah.
She made me listen to this entire album. It's true! I also had a dream about her last night. Does that make me weird? Maybe. Maybe a little bit. I had a dream that that I went back to school, which is a reoccurring dream for some reason. And they just happened to be there, and I had a class with them. And then we worked things out, and she didn't hate me anymore, and life moved on. You know what I'm saying? And life moved on, goddammit! Okay! Oh yeah, what was happening? Oh yeah.
What do you want from me? When I would give myself away, oh, once upon a...
Why is it spelled like what-ya? Because honestly, it's something that makes the song distinct, and Adam Lambert distinct with this song. I actually like the fact that he did do that as it stands out.
So what do you want from me?
How was this full album? It was just like this. Decent, at best. It was fine. It was a fine listen. Look, I'll just be honest. I was shocked that, like, a cover like this could pass, even in 2010, like, sure, it could be excused as hyperpop, but this shit to me looks like something that would receive so much backlash like 13 years ago. So I'm really surprised that it wasn't like, I never heard anything about it. It's too gay. It's too gay. Boo. You know what I'm saying? But yo, this album, it gets a lot of streams, but yeah, this is definitely the big hit from it. Hold on, this is one of the few albums I bought in real life when I was 11, and my dad told me not to because it looked too F-slur-y, and then I bought it anyways. He was oh Jesus Christ. Oh god, I should have probably read that last line. Oh god. Mods!
What?
Anyways, he was to F-slur-y, and then I bought it anyways. He was oh Jesus Christ. Oh god, I should have probably read that last line. Oh god. Mods!
I'd like to give some context here that a large portion of my mod base is trans, bisexual, gay, whatever the fuck.
Allie's verdict is in. They say, I'll allow it. It's kind of true. All right, but the call has been made. Alright, so this song to me is a shrug, but for reasons that I cannot specify that have to do with this album cover, I'm going to have to give it a red headphones. Now, I refuse to explain my reasoning why. Just know that it probably has to do... Oh god damn it, the police! It's the special... It's the private... It's the Paw Patrol. It's privatized stuff. I'm just saying, you know, you would think that for a cover this gay, that the music would be more expressive, you know what I'm saying? Alright. Hey, chill with the booze, okay? Chill! I'm just saying. Oh God, why? Why?
You love me, I know you care. Ever be apart, baby. Oh, baby.
You guys remember when we used to think that this was like the worst music ever made? This shit sounds like every other garbage industry plant crap. I think the only reason we cared is because it was someone who was young. Because at the end of the day, this is just like so
bad. It's terrible. It's so insufferable. It's a really bad fucking song.
The shit that Justin Bieber's putting out now with like Yummy, I'm just saying, like, there's a ton of clips of young Justin Bieber saying the N-word after I saw that. Bro, wasn't he like 14? I don't mean to defend the guy, but like, you don't know shit when you're 14. You just do everything in your power to be edgy, especially when you're in the spot. I'm sorry, but I know there's no defense for that, and I know I'm not the one to speak up on this, but bro, at age 14, unless you're killing somebody, alright, I don't give a fuck what you said. Boo, bad take. Boo! Look, Lil Squeaky. Love Lil Squeaky's music, okay? He's a goofy artist, makes hilarious shit. Except for one thing. He happens to be, or he happened to be, a Trump supporter. Now listen. He was like 16 when this happened. He wasn't even old enough to vote. If you aren't old enough to vote, and you don't know shit about the world at age 16, you are basically still a seed of your parents. I don't give a flying fuck what your political opinion is until you're an adult. Because it doesn't mean shit. You don't know shit about the world. I'm just saying. Alright?
I'll throw myself into the game. I'll throw some skin in the game as well. When I was 16, I was the exact same way. I was like, yeah, Trump, fuck these socially justice motherfuckers. All these people, you know, taking money from the middle class and crap. I know talking politics is going to get a lot of people, you know, divided on this crap. The dude's a terrorist. I mean, what? My point being that before the age of 18, you're still developing as a person. You're learning about the world, and I believe that things like, you know, saying words you're not supposed to at the age of 14 should not be held over your head when you're a full-grown adult.
When I was 13, I had my first love. There was no Starbucks, she made my heart pound. No, she got me dazing, cause she was so amazing.
This is like Kids Bop, but they don't even have to intervene, you know what I mean? This shit is a red headphones. I find this shit to be, for anyone who's listening to this shit over the age of 14, check yourself. Hey, what? What? Come on. You can't be serious. You guys are giving me L's for that? I couldn't even make it through this song to get to the Ludacris verse. The synths sound like dog shit. The Ludacris verse is so corny and stupid. The song is ass. I can't even make it all the way through. I'm sorry. I gotta write some notes. Horrible synths. Kids Bop without the Kids Bop. Dog shit. Chat. Common L. They get no bitches. Next song. What you say?
Only trying to please myself. Girl, I treated you better. But me and you were meant to
Hated and the truth came out, but you didn't know what to do. And when I become a star, we'll be living so large, I'll do anything for you. So let me get this straight. He cheated on her, right? He got caught. He then apologized and said, when I'm rich, you won't have to worry about any of this. Myself, I would never let it up go. Clever, you and me were meant to be together. Cause when the moon came in and the truth came out, on the start you can deal with the abuse. I'd do anything for you.
I don't want you to leave me, though you caught me cheating.
I'm very conflicted on this song. I don't really know how to feel about it. So, the real question is, can I forgive Jason Derulo for what he's done? Honestly,
Catch me in the coop like it's 1992. Had to go and drop the roof just to show you what it do, man. That bitch was off the goop. for my pants, yeah, that's sitting on my waistband. Trips out to Japan, trying to bag me a new agent. Wait, catch me in the coupe like it's 1992. Had to go and drop the roof just to show you what it do, man. That bitch was off the go, shit, she really need a view. And that pussy with a suit, trying to eat me like a souffle. Like, where for my? Oh, there. Oh shit, she's right there. Bitch, I'm at the coupe. Catch me in the coupe like it's 1992. Had to go and drop the roof just to show you what it do, man. That bitch was off the go, so she really need a view. Had that pussy with a suit, trying to eat me like a souffle. Like, where the fuck my ass at? Bitch, don't wear no Adidas. Hit that, then I pass it back with your fucking ratchet ass. Oh, bitch, I be the GOAT. You don't even know. Stepping on my toe, bitch, I your fucking ratchet ass. Oh, bitch, I be the GOAT. You don't even know. Stepping on my toe. Bitch, I do not fuck with romance. A brand new bubble coat. Bitch, she got me feeling cold, man. You talking about some snow. Bitch, you got that on your nose ring. Like, catch me in the coupe like it's 1992. Had to go and drop the roof just to show you what it do, man. That bitch was off the go, so she really need a view. Had that pussy with a suit, trying to eat me like a souffle. Like, hold up, wait, bitch. I don't take no pics. I ain't fucking with you. Bitch, I'm fucking pissed off. Taking trips to Bali. Hope they don't try like my wrist, though. I just took a molly. Now they trying to test my piss, so I'm low-key fucking scared.
He's admitting to shit he never did.
That nigga gave us that Carly. You say he touched those kids?
That's right. Free Jason Derulo. He had to admit to what he did when he probably didn't even do. He ain't do nothing. He innocent. He innocent. I'm just saying. All right. The song is catchy. The sample is stupid. Everything's very tongue-in-cheek. It's a shrug. It's a low shrug for me. I think it sounds trashy, but I gotta say the nostalgia's there. It hits the right mental buttons, though it is kind of garbage. I don't know what this is. Bulletproof.
Don't advertise on Google Ads or Facebook before blocking click fraud with Clixies. Not a fun fact. 1 out of every 4 clicks is fraudulent. Lucky you. Clixies gives you an extra layer of ad protection. It helps you secure your campaigns against bots.
What the? My fucking ears! Guys, take off the nostalgia glasses for a second. This shit? You kidding me? You hear how awful this sounds? Like, the singing's great, don't get me wrong, but holy fuck! Those electronics are so over the top. Bro, this is like IDM if people who made IDM had like an IQ of 80. This song sounds like fucking garbage. It sounds like extremely dated electropop, and I'm sorry, any song from the 90s would sweep this crap under the rug. Corona, Corona killed my taste. I can't believe you guys are putting this crock of shit on a fucking pedestal. That alone makes me hate this song even more than I probably should. It's aged like crap. It's a low shrug to a strong red headphones. But you guys are putting this crap on a pedestal? I'm just saying, get some bitches, man. All right, hold this, please, chat. All right, common chat L. Horribly dated production with Catchy chorus, but dog shit electric. 3+. Baby, if the sky is falling down, down, down. Baby, if the sky is falling down.
Put on a show, fly with me as we make a great escape. Don't worry, you will be my only. You won't be lonely, even if the sky is falling down. Sky is falling down.
So, this song I feel like is very comparable to a lot of the bigger hits of this era, but I think what makes this a better track for me personally is the faster beat, as it feels like it moves very quickly, which I think works very well with this style. I feel like it's extremely catchy, having that one word descending like that. I mean, this shit sticks. It really.
I respect this guy saying he can't judge this song until he's heard Lil Wayne's verse. This guy understands Lil Wayne and this era of Lil Wayne.
But I actually genuinely really enjoy this track, though. It does sound dated like a lot of the other ones here. Hold on, this guy performed at my primary school when I was 6 before the song came out and sang a song called Ride It to a bunch of kids 11 and under. Excuse me?
Got that girl from overseas, now she's my Miss America. Now can I be her soldier, fleet down like the economy? Yeah.
I should look at Lil Wayne's outfit in this video. I like the bowler hat. It kind of looks so stupid, not gonna lie. It's like he saw that there was the British flag behind him. He was like, fuck, I gotta fit in somehow. I like that. It's a smiley ball. Even with the shitty, crappy Lil Wayne verse, I personally love the chorus here. Sure, everything sounds like very dated auto-tune, but I feel like it's charming in the same way that like how I use it. You know what I mean? Where it's just sort of all over the place, but it's done well enough. I think that the beat's fine. I think everything here is very minimal, but I think that this is in the positive for me.
Shout out to his family.
Club Can't Handle Me, Flo Rida, and David Guetta. Pause, I have a funny story. So I went to a festival to go see 21 Pilots with Tina, and when we left the set, Flo Rida was performing live. Now, I have very sensitive hearing, so I'm always wearing earplugs in, right? Into my ears. So he's performing, and you just hear like a wave of bass, right? He's singing a song about shots. Just how he needs to drink, you know? So it's a song about shots, and then, all of a sudden, literally the loudest bass I have ever heard infects the entire fucking area. Like, I feel like it was like an earthquake. Like a sonic boom of bass. And I thought it was the funniest thing ever. I was dying of laughter. You have this generic shitty song about drinking, and just the most overbearing bass ever. This song's boring. I'll be right back. I like how that synth sounds like a T-Mobile ad. You can exchange your phone right now at T-Mobile at your newest T-Mobile store, and we'll get you the newest model. Club Can't Handle Me, if it wasn't obvious, as a club banger, and definitely listening to it in this environment is different than when you're drunk and high at a fucking club. Alright? If this comes on, the bass is booming, I'm gonna be like, fine, whatever. But in this case, I find this to be unbearable. Oh, sweet mother of baby Jesus. Next song is by Michael Bublé. Target music? Dude, I was in a Target recently and I heard Michael Bublé playing.
I'd like to correct this false information. I was actually in a Walgreens.
Talk myself in, talk myself out. I'll give so much more than I get. Just haven't met you yet.
Okay. How much you want to bet he didn't write this song? I feel like, I can't say for sure, but I would bet money. I would bet $100. Yes, $100 that he didn't have anything, and I mean like not at all, a credit on the writing here. Well, it's too bad I have no way of giving you guys $100, you know? How? It's one of the least genuine sounding vocal performances I've ever heard. Oh, I think this is terrible. I think it sounds so empty and lifeless. Everyone in chat gets $100 each.
And see every promise you kid, I'll give more than I get.
Kid?
Promise you kid.
Thank you, Victor. Genuinely one of the most lifeless and joyless songs to come out of this fucking era. His voice is insufferable. So red headphones.
Dog.
Seriously, I'd compare his lifelessness in his vocals to the degree of Chris Brown on a lot of his hits. God damn.
Michael Bublé is the equivalent of a bad, cheesy Hallmark Christmas movie.
Carry Out, Timbaland. Oh. Okay, so you guys ever had like a psychic vision? This is one of the songs that was playing. I told you guys. I discovered basically like modern pop music on a plane somewhere. Like I was going somewhere on a plane. This is one of those songs that fucking infected me and made me go, oh, I like this. And I gotta say, instantaneously, I'm fucking feeling this.
Good, baby, must taste heavily. I'm pretty sure that you got your own recipe. I feed your appetite. Let me get my ticket, baby, let me get in line.
Put your body like a and let me walk into your body till it's easy with me. Now it's a pull of myself to want you pulling me. And if there's room for dessert, then I want a piece. I'ma touch you in all the right areas too.
Holy shit. One part I didn't tell you about this story is my parents at one point tuned into what I was listening to and said, turn it off. Don't listen to it, right?
So for the first time ever since hearing this specific song, I did a little bit of research into what it was the song was. As the only lyric that I remember is something thinks hell is a place called home, and apparently it's a song by Ludacris called Runaway Love. Or at least that's what I assume it is now, looking through it. And it would make sense that that would be the song, especially since it's talking about, like, someone living in an abusive household in very graphic detail. As a kid, I had no clue what the fuck was going on, so the only word I recognized was hell. I was like, oh my god, they said hell on the radio? But now I look and I see it's a Ludacris song. It sounded nothing like fucking Ludacris, or at least I didn't think it was when I was a kid. But anyways, yeah, music like this being played, my parents are like, I don't know about that. I could touch you in all the right areas. Look, after watching like an hour of To Catch a Predator today, okay, that I'm just telling you right now, that shit's not sexy.
I think I'm starting to maybe see why, okay?
Feed me, girl, deliver that to me, come see me. Take my order 'cause your body like a.
This is back when Justin Timberlake can get away with doing somewhat, actually I'll say super cheesy sexual bars, in a way that still slaps and has character. I feel like Man in the Woods or whatever he did, like in 2017, 2018, was like the death of that, of that cuteness, you know what I mean? You put it all together, it's like, yeah, I get what he's going for. I know, it's like, ugh, disgusting. Song fucking slaps. It's a sex banger. It's cheesy. It has Timbaland's, like, you know, characteristics in it. And, I like it a lot. Okay, so the whole idea of Carry Out is comparing this love and this sexual attraction like getting takeout food, which is stupid. But whatever. I don't give a shit. It's okay. It's Smiley Boy.
Give me that Momo wet, wet. Give me that crystal stab, down. Give me 2 more bottles, 'cause you know it don't sound.
Oddly enough, a G6 is apparently a type of plane, a reference that flew over a lot of people's heads. Dynamic? Goodbye. So I've heard this song before. I'm actually going to give it a like. Let me explain this, alright? The song is stupid as shit, right? Which to me makes it kind of the penultimate club banger. I love how spacey this song is. Everything has a lot of reverb. The bass just really fucking fills the space and kicks. I feel like a drinking song for a club should be this. Those are the 2 requirements. It needs to go stupid. It needs to kick. I think it does. It's a Smiley Ball. Yeah, like these verses kind of suck, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't give a shit. How low can you go? Face down.
When I see you do it better than I've ever seen it done before. Lower than your mama's ever seen it in a lifetime. To the crib, then I might show you girls a thing or two.
I'm so used to the chipmunk shit that it doesn't affect me, but I could really see how people would get annoyed by this pitched up chorus, but I'm honestly used to it. It doesn't weird me out. It doesn't like feel weird to me or strange to me. It's just like, oh yeah, it's this. It's the chorus, you know? To me, it works as a build up to the actual chorus. It's a pre-chorus. And if you get really low, I'm shoot a video and put it all on TV. I know it's everywhere. Asian persuasion, discrimination, I love to seem to please us. Sorry, but this is unbearable to me. This sucks, man. Annoying auto-tune. This song is ludicrous. I like this song. It's like this song is challenging Brad to give it a 0. Ludacris oozes confidence, which for a club banger like this, you really need if you're going to be the star of it. Claps work for this ass-clapping sound, you know what I'm saying? I think the verses go hard as shit. I think the album The Chipmunks crap is only annoying for the first, like, 2 times you hear the song, and then you're like, you know what, I kind of see it. It kind of works. And I like the chorus. Honestly, one of my favorites of the day. Next, Just a Dream by Nelly. What the fuck is this? This is a Nelly song? I had no idea this was Nelly. Brad, don't you love someone? I love someone, but not to this song. It's the red headphones.
Dog.
I think it's aged like dog shit. I think that Nelly is not made for this kind of song. I think it sounds like shit. I think his verses sound terrible. The chorus is kind of catchy, but that's all it's got going for it. The compression is terrible. The bass is nice, but it's completely drowned out. I think the song sucks. It's like a 3 for me, but still, it's pretty bad.
I'm solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo.
Oh my god, it's Han Solo. Yeah, J.O.
I'm feeling like a star, you can't stop my shine.
I'm solo, I'm solo.
I'm living life now that I'm free, yeah. Told me get my
percussion.
Hi.
Hi.
If you skip, you homophobic. dance to this, it's a 5. That's how I feel. It's a shrug. Age like crap, but also age better than what you say. What you say. What did you say? I think it's slightly better. Alejandro. What the fuck is this? If you skip, you homophobic? I'm a defender of Gaga. I'm not gonna defend this crap. She got a passionate performance, but this is mediocre for her. Not terrible, but man, I'm not feeling this crap.
I'm more than just an option.
Find Your Love by Drake. Oh god. This crap.
I'm more than just an option. Hey, 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 so hard. I better find your love and I give up.
I don't know what you guys are talking about, okay? There's obviously no Kanye West influence in this song. I hear none of it. 808s and Heartbreaks, never heard of her, okay? I'm just saying. I don't know what you guys are going on about.
I'm more than just
This is literally written and produced by Kanye. You know, I gotta hear it.
I better find your heart. I better find your love.
Let's be honest. If Kanye was singing this exact song word for word, you guys would say that this is incredible. This like seriously, Smiley Ball. You guys are defending 808s and Heartbreaks, but not this. It's literally as if it's like a different dimension, but the same crap. I think it sounds fun. Say feature. Say
Don't move my shit, man. Oh, baby, what's your name? Go, girl, I know you're thirsty.
The fuck is this album cover, dude? Bro, you serious? Are you promoting an OnlyFans or something? Jesus Christ, just move the camera down a little bit, heifer. What are you implying there? What are you asking for?
Pocket full of money, club don't jump like a condo. We can move the party to the bedroom. I'ma beat your body like a Congo now.
I'ma beat your body like a Congo?
Might as well get out. Try to dance like a video vixen. Settlement. You start drunk texting and suddenly you miss him for your girl. Like, what the hell you gave me? She like, don't blame me. You better do like Jamie.
Put Molly all in her champagne, she didn't even know it. I took her home and enjoyed that, she didn't even know it type beat. Why would you include that in the song? What the fuck?
Somebody's birthday. Well, will you? And I know.
That took a weird turn. Low shrug. Low shrug to a red headphones. I thought that song was honestly an extremely boring Trey Songz song. It's a 3+.
You would not believe your eyes. Open air and leave teardrops everywhere. 'Cause I get 1,000 hugs. Lightning.
It's so funny how I've actually listened to this entire album and I made a video on it. When you're listening to this dog turd of an album and you get to Fireflies, you're like, wow, this is a lot more dynamic. I think this is significantly more enjoyable than whatever the crap was I just listened to. But when you compare it to some of the better songs of the 2010s, this sounds like actual horseshit.
I'd like to make myself leave my door open just a crack.
It's muted? Okay, good, because I was saying that the song is a 10. Okay, I'm just kidding. Fuck that. I think that has some good musical moments, but it's underneath this tacky persona of I'm different from other people. I'm not like the others, while also doing synthetic shitty strings, reminding me of AJR. Now, and look, I don't care if it was 20 years before AJR, okay? I know it's not, but even if it was, it reminds me of AJR. And I hate that, okay? You know what I'm saying? That shit, ugh. You know what I'm saying? I love the rhyming. It's great. It's a low shrug. I don't think it's the worst song on here. I appreciate that it is so different for being a massive hit. It's a bit nerdy. It's a bit charming. It's not as unlikable as AJR, mostly because, you know, he's just in his own delusional world, and he's not commenting on the world around him while also being delusional. If this song was a political track, it would be a fucking 0. I'm just saying. All right, notes. Beat poop. Why am I talking about AJR? I don't know. Anyways. The box eater. Box. I love this alarm clock synth. That's a great inclusion. Yeah, exactly. The stabs are terrible.
That tonight's gonna be a good night.
Turn that shit up. Let's get fucked up.
Like, oh my God, jump out that sofa. I got a feeling.
So my story with this song is kind of interesting, as this was one of my least favorite songs when it came out. I thought it was obnoxious. I hated the stabbing chords, but I feel like the fact that this song isn't played as much makes the annoying parts of this track not as annoying. So returning to it, I came to it with a bit of rose-colored glasses, and I think this is one of the better songs of this album. For me personally, it's a strong shrug to a light smiley ball, which I don't know, it sounds surprising, but I do think that it captures some magic of the time. It's like, again, a party drinking song about having a good time and getting kind of lost in it. I think it's honestly okay. I don't think it's that bad. Thank you for those W's. Let's get it started in here. Your love is my drug.
Maybe I need some rehab, or maybe just need some sleep. My mind is yellow is my drug. Any advice? Mom's telling me I should think twice. Crazy, my judgment's
This song is most likely what inspired Atrocity Exhibition by Danny. It's true! It's true! It is actually probably the #1 influence for that album. The concept of sounds annoying in the verse so the chorus sounds better is such an annoying concept, and I hate it here too. You know, I get what you're saying, but I just don't feel that strongly towards it. Hard to admit, but she became a crush of yours as a kid. I mean, it's like, I don't know, because it's funny, because like she was kind of puppeteered in a way, right? By like an industry, you know what I mean? I just think that there's a lot of interesting factors to all of it, because she's this all like be free, do whatever sort of vibe. I know it's not all looks when it comes to that, because I know that there's always like, you know, something else to it. You know what I mean? You worked at Walmart around that time, and the song was played 4 times a day. So, what I like about this trashy crap that Kesha does, and something that I explained with her other hits that I wasn't a big fan of, is that in the right setting, in the right circumstance, it's fantastic. This song is great. It's a smiley ball for her. Someone said it's proto-hyperpop, and I agree. It's trashy, it's extreme, it has some moments where it's just very abrasive, but it comes together and becomes very catchy in the chorus, which I completely understand. I think that out of the, you know, times like with the 303 song, that song was just way too fucking trashy. But this, it has some moments of feeling rooted, like she talks about her mother not liking what she's doing, along with the trashiness. She talks about rehab. There's a level of relatability to the craziness. So, I personally like it. I think it's really good, but I can totally understand where people are coming from. Break Even by The Script. What the fuck is this? Oh, I recognize this. Even. Oh, yeah, this. Guess who's back in the atmosphere?
I'm still alive, but I'm barely breathing.
I'm giving her that sweet seed. Put that demon in my semen. This part's nice. The song is inconsistent, but the good moments are really good. Change my pants like the seasons. 4 times a year, bitch. I'm falling on pieces. You don't hate this as much as you feel you should? I agree. I feel the same way. Standing in the Hall of Fame. The song's okay. It's honestly, I expected to hate it because I was like, oh god, another shitty fucking band like this. But for me, it's a light smiley ball. I think that this does everything right. And sure, it's definitely dated and not my style, but it's catchy. I think that I'm Falling to Pieces refrain is pretty solid. It's definitely not a favorite for me, but it's actually pretty well done, pretty well executed. I gotta admit this. And I also love that little the quiet guitar segment. I think the production's great. It's a super solid pop song. Now, would I ever check out anything from these guys after hearing this? Fuck no. Sexy bitch. You know what it is, ladies and gentlemen.
Shout out to his family. Yes, I can see ya.
See ya, see ya, see ya.
Oh, she's a diva. Feel the same and I wanna meet her.
I like the effects a lot. Like, he added this effect that's tremolo or whatever. Here, I'll do it here. Yes, I can see ya, see ya, see ya, see ya, see ya. You guys won't hear it live, but there's an I wanna be ya. But what it does is it makes it so that as the note is finishing, it just slowly fades out into existence, or into nothingness, right, for every note, which makes it honestly kick even harder. I think it's not delay, you idiots. I'm not talking about the fucking repeating, you idiots. God, you'll hear it when I edit it. You hear how every note is cut off at the end?
They say she low down.
Sidechain, it's not just sidechain. Sidechain doesn't do... Look, it's not just sidechain, you morons.
The baddest thing around town.
You can hear it because you can literally hear it getting louder in the middle of the beat. Alright, that is literally, it's not connected always with the kick. If you listen with your fucking ears.
I'm happy to say that I've successfully recreated the effect, and it was exactly what I thought it would be. I'll do it even again here. She likes to go down, the baddest thing around town. She's nothing like the girl you've ever seen before. Nothing you can compare to your neighborhood hoe. I'm trying to find the words to describe this girl without being disrespectful.
Nothing like the girl you've ever seen before.
You're complaining that I missed your dono. Love the stream. I really want a reaction. Okay, next. Sexy fish. The fuck is this? Ben, what are you linking me?
In honor of George Floyd. And I really hope we can see more unity and more peace when already things are so difficult. So, shout out to his family.
Fucking classic. Sexy Bitch is one of my favorite, actually one of the only David Guetta songs I actually like. Smiley Bowl. I like the effects a lot. I like the synths a lot. I feel like it's very dreamy. It's very club-like. Yeah, I think it's actually extremely effective. It's a really good song. L? This fucking slaps. Fuck you.
I want to add that every synth in this song is fantastic. They are watery, they are otherworldly. The beat is just kick and killer. I mean, Akon does a great fucking job. It's super provocative. I think that this is honestly it's an amazing combination. It's actually shocking that this came out of this era. It's honestly amazing.
Shawty's like a melody in my head.
Shawty's like a melody.
What's it?
Shawty's like a melody in my head that I can't keep on. Got me singing like. Remember the first time we met you.
Wait, this is the same motherfucker who produces for Jason Derulo? Not surprised.
She like a song played again and again. Every day's like my eyeballs.
That would be really funny. What if I did a torture stream of this song? That would be good. Something up on postcard. Anyways, this song kind of sucks dick. It has a great chorus, but the rest of the song is boring as shit, and it's aged. It's a shrug. As much as I'd love to say, oh, this is great. The hook's fun. Yeah.
It's been a ride.
I'm not afraid to take a shit off the balcony.
I guess I had to go to that place.
See, I liked this song a lot as a kid, but I didn't really pick up on how many shit, fart, and dick bars there were. Like, that's the thing I really don't like about this song, returning to it. He defecated off a balcony, and I saved him. I shouldn't have. You're listening to this song, the clean version, when you were 6 years old, saying, I listen to clean. I shouldn't have the right words in the rhythm of you know it's a rap that can't crap. You can't cap it to the fans who want to back down. Well, I think I'm still trying to figure this crap I liked the Revival when I was a kid. I don't think I'd enjoy it as much returning now, but as a kid, I used to like, I was obsessed with Eminem. I just like pretty much he couldn't do anything wrong until I listened to oh, is it Encore? And I was like, I don't like this album. Oh, starting today, I'm breaking out of this cage. I'm so fed up. I agree. Out of all the albums he doesn't like, why has it got to be Relapse, the one where he took risks? You know what I mean? Like, why has it got to be the garbage that he defends, like Revival? Believe me, you popping through the river, taking the limit to the middle finger. I'm willing to accept that people are going to hate me for this and call me cringe, but I still like this song. It's a smiley ball. The truth is like, as much as I would like to mature and say this era Eminem sucked, and I don't feel that way about this song. I don't feel that way about a lot of the songs where it really felt like he was conquering something. Sure, he has some cringe bars in here, but his attitude is still very strong, and I still think that his flows work pretty well. I like the hook. I honestly don't mind this. I actually like it, so, you know. I'm okay with people saying I'm cringe, you know, but I still have fun with it.
I wanna be a billionaire, so fucking
billionaire. Travie McCoy.
I wanna be a
Gym Class Heroes, baby. This is the motherfucker from the incredible, critically acclaimed band Gym Class Heroes. Are these guys still making music today? Nope. Nope. But I remember this crap. This album cover.
billionaire, so fucking bad.
Remember when he said frickin'?
I wanna be on the cover.
I'm just another dusty record on the shelf.
Forbes magazine.
What you say, cuz?
For when I'm a billionaire.
Yeah, I would have a show like Oprah. I would be the host of. We have this, and last but not least, grants about.
This reggae doesn't sound as good as I thought it did back in the day, I gotta say. It's gonna age bad.
Last wish every time I close my eyes.
Yeah, shit's corny as fuck. I don't think it's aged all that well. Actually, it's aged horribly. Fuck the middleman. This song is aged like crap. Bitch, I'ma have a show like Oprah. I'ma be the Oprah. No, the hook's corny too. I think everything about this is aged poorly. It's a shrug.
I think another thing that's funny about this song that's aged poorly is the fact that billionaires are such terrible people now. Right? Like, you have to exploit the system in order to become a billionaire. And so it's no longer like this beautiful thing. Like, who gives a fuck about $1 billion nowadays? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to keep my fucking head above water. Oh, I wanna be a billionaire and exploit the middle class. Take all of the little people's cash.
Yeah. Oh, that synth sounds terrible. Heads up. Maybe tonight he just got us falling in love again.
My life is a movie and you just TiVo. Mommy got me twisted like a dreadlock. Mr. Worldwide as I step in the room.
Mr. Worldwide. I almost went to a Pitbull concert with my mom recently. The only thing was I was getting a dog, or I was picking out a dog, so I would have flown to Arizona and just to go see Pitbull with my mom. Yeah, he was playing at a casino. It's true. My mom likes Pitbull quite a bit. Got it. Yeah, I like it. It's charming. I even like the Pitbull feature. It's a shrug. Pitbull's fun. Like, in small doses like this, where he just shows up and says stupid crap, I'm like, yeah, he gets the party more turned up. What can I say? At the end of the day, like, he's corny, but he knows what he's doing. He gets it. Fun. Alright. Strong shrug for me. Aged way better than every other Usher song on this list.
Right next to the narrow, but I'll be good forever. I'm the new Sinatra, right there on Broadway. Pull me back to that McDonald's, took it to my stash spot.
One of Jay's few good songs. Is that so? Originally, he wanted Beyonce on the hook, but when he heard the piano, he picked Alicia Keys to sing it instead. I like that, because while I'm not a massive fan of Alicia Keys, I think she really kills this hook. I think she does an amazing job here.
These streets will make you feel brand new.
You were just in New York, and funny enough, you were thinking of the song. It's super anthemic. So then there's a bridge from Alicia Keys. I feel like you kind of heard of. Joni Abstract sends in $5, says pee pee poo poo. I'll tell you right now, I'd rather read that than a song suggestion. Like, hey Bradley, you should go listen to this. Alright, at least pee pee poo poo, and pee pee poo poo is more creative than that. Alright, I'm just saying. Alright? Anyways. Smiley Ball, one of the best off this album. I love Jay-Z's lyrics here. His writing is top-notch. So many great references to New York. I feel like he helps learn people who don't know shit about New York. Yeah, he does his job. Honestly, and Alicia Keys kills the hook. It's a great fucking song. I don't really mind sucking them dicks. Bitch, I got the bees in the house. Big Wallaby, I'm taking a spouse. Not the bees. Gotta own the fucking bees.
National, I'ma be a Rio, mate Lehman. I'ma be a bank, I'll be loading out semen.
Will I am? You are the father.
I'll be up in the club.
Do whatever I like. Holy shit. Well, what? I'm just gonna assume whoever penciled in these lyrics was, oh. Jesus Christ. Why? Oh, Jesus, mother of God. Probably gonna have to hide that.
Y'all niggas want to talk shit? What? Why don't you put it on the blog, nigga? Rockin' like this in my...
He's obviously saying it with the A. Why? Why scripture it like this? What the fuck? Are you kidding me? My fucking eyes burn, dude. Allie.
Can't help that we popular.
I'ma be living that good. 7 C's, thinking of our families. Rockin' show.
I really enjoy this song, and I agree with Allie. The switch up is fantastic. I love the second half of this track. I like how it moves. Whoever translated these lyrics needs some counseling, or maybe like a course on racism. But besides that, I like it. I know a lot of people hate this song, find it insufferable, but I've always loved this song, and I don't think that's changed. My full review of this album does exist if you want more. That's about it.
Already have you up under my arm. I used to ball.
Now we got Cooler Than Me, the song from Mike Posner.
If I could write you a song to make you fall in love, cooler than me. You got designer shades.
Oh. Well, that's good. Rose makes a good point. Says, Cooler Than Me is the prequel to I Took a Pill and Abused It, therefore it serves as important lore. I agree, because the way he matured from this song, I feel like gives it new context. I definitely prefer his more mature music, but it does still kind of slap.
You wear them around with your steps make that much noise. Nobody knows who you even are. You fall in love out of all guys. You think you're cooler than me. You got your high brow.
You guys remember when Mike Posner collaborated with Your Favorite Martian? And made one of the worst songs I've ever heard in my life? Who here hasn't heard that song? It's true. It's true. He did it. Allow me to find it for you. It's called She Looks Like Sex.
There's another song with this exact name by Mike Posner, so I'm unsure whether or not this is a sample, and I want to give that information as I might have been misinformed about this song.
Featuring Mike Posner. There he is. Oh my fucking ears.
She looks like sex. Maybe not yet, but don't fret. I bet if you get drunk, suddenly you'll be dead.
Bro, I have motherfuckers still telling me that I'm too harsh on Your Favorite Martian. As if it's not like the worst bullshit ever.
I got you. But we all see. I could write you a song, but you probably won't.
Hey man, thank you so much for being here. No problem. Alright. Cooler Than Me, He has some great moments here. I like this little solo at the end, and I appreciate the posturing in this track. I think he's actually doing pretty okay here. It sounds dated for me, but I still think it's fun. It's a strong shrug. I don't love it. I think his voice kind of sucks on this track, but it's fine. Maybe it'll grow. I don't know.
Her eyes make the stars look like them. Oh, she's so beautiful, but every time she asks me, do I look okay? You are mine.
I'm gonna let the chat decide. Did I miss anything? Is it worth rewinding? What do you guys say? No? I am not at all a fan of this era of Bruno Mars. I find this shit to be intolerable and super fucking boring. I never liked it when it came out. I like it even less now. Oh, the bass, Jesus. Song is boring. Red headphones, fuck you. I don't care that Bruno Mars sounds passionate. He has such better music now. He's evolved so much as an artist. This radio filler garbage could go suck it. So boring, dude. Oh my god. If I want to fucking fall asleep while I'm driving, I'll put this on. Teenage Dream.
Nothing gets rid of dark circles like a better job. Seek better. Download Job Street now.
Creamy mac and cheese with popcorn chicken. The new mac and cheese bowl.
Hey Brad, I just came out again to my parents and they accepted me. Streams really helped me wind down and chill after a long ass day. Thank you for unintentionally being there for me. I got you, Mom. Sit back and enjoy the show. Thanks for sharing it with us, by the way. You're in good hands, good company. Until we die, you and I, you make me feel like a living is real. So take a chance and don't ever look back out of sheets. Song was so ahead of its time. I mean, that's the issue, though, with people like Dr. Luke, you know what I'm saying? I mean, look, Dr. Luke, I feel like... Alright, this is going to be a bit of a controversial take, but I feel like he's made enough good music to where... I gotta agree with Kendrick here. I mean, he gave us Kesha, you know, he gave us Katy Perry. You know, is it... It's impossible for him to do anything wrong. Hashtag free YSL. Hashtag free YSL. I'm just saying. Right. Like a living on a teenage dream. Yeah, this motherfucker made a lot of great music, and Teenage Dream is one of them, as I feel like this song is fantastic. I think it's great, it's bright, it embodies the fucking album cover with this whole thing feeling like a bubblegum, fucking cotton candy dream. It's honestly really fucking good. Smiley Ball. I think it's aged very well.
Hello, hello, baby, you called, I can't hear a thing.
Next song, Telephone, Lady Gaga and Beyonce.
I have got no service, what did you say? Oh, you're breaking up on me.
Oh, that lead-in was fantastic. Oh, wow. All right. Unfortunately, for the sake of this video's copyright, I have to cut up this song as much as I really don't want to. I'll just spoil it. This song has grown unbelievably. I mean, upon returning to it, the things that make this song incredible... I mean, oh my god. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. Oh wow, that auto-tune sounds like horse shit. She must have been dancing in the studio or something. Gaze for Gaga. Yo, if you sucking dick in the parking lot of Rolling Loud, put your fucking lighters in the sky, you know what I'm saying? You sucking dick for Lady Gaga, you know what I'm saying? Wait, why am I putting my lighter up? I don't know. Anyways. Sky full of lighter. Yeah, I don't know why I put my lighter up. I don't know. Hey! What the fuck is this beat? In terms of art pop turned actual contemporary pop, stuff that actually hits the radio, yeah, for a club song that has a little bit of artsy fartsiness in it, I think it's pretty good. It's a light smiley ball for me. Even with some of this crap, it's sounding aged and shitty.
The progression of the song is brilliant. It just goes by like this. The Beyonce feature is very welcomed. The beat is kind of goofy, but the entire song is kind of wacky in a way. Yeah, the song is brilliant. It's grown to a strong smiley ball, which I don't think I said
I had
for
to
any
perform
other
an
song.
acapella of this version song in middle school. How did it go, Skriggle? Did you butcher it? Oh my god. Mommy Issues, the anthem? I don't know what that means about me then, because I think this fucking shit slaps. Mommy Issues gang, rise up. Look, if I had to guess, this song sounds like it's about pegging. I'm not shitting you. It's saying like, is you big enough, right? Can you get it up? Take it. I'm gonna give it to you harder. You know what I'm saying? There was one other line here. I'm gonna let you be a writer. Oh yeah, that's the other part. I want what you want. You know what I'm saying? She wants to fuck him.
Give it to me, baby, like boom, boom, boom.
Good boy, you should get it up. What I also love about this song is I feel like I can listen to this infinitely. I love it. I love the sound of this hook. Everything about this screams sugar perfection for me. Love the sound of this track. Easily one of my favorites of the day. Fantastic. I like this. I think it's an aged very well banger. You know what I mean? Yeah, sounds absolutely incredible.
After switching to live-free powerful pens, I don't have to worry about leaks anymore.
Live-free powerful pans are most absorbent pans with secure side gathers, extra absorbent, extra protection.
Beyond missing Japan.
In my head, I see you all over me in my head.
Everybody's looking for love. Oh,
why does this guy sing like this, dude?
I'll be your teacher. In my head, yeah. Oh yeah.
Wait, hold on, what?
Yeah. My.
Ew.
You'll see your side of love. You'll be screaming love. I'll be your teacher. My head.
This song's fucking obnoxious. I think his singing is terrible. The moaning is really awful. It's certainly iconic. And there are other songs that are very repetitive that I gave the pass to. This one I just don't like it. It's the red headphones.
Dog. She got that good. She Michael Jackson bad.
I'm good. I put her under. Make her daddy, young money. Haters in the building.
I can make your bed round.
I'm attracted to her. For her attractive ass time. I knock her lights out.
And she still shine. But I love to watch her leave. But I keep her running back and forth. Side to side.
With all kinds of space. I'm good. I put her under. I see me with her. No Stevie Wonder. Grocery bag.
Baby, I be stuck to you like glue. Baby, I can make your bed rock.
You for me, she said, don't you ever show this. I'm too loyal.
She's got a man, but she's not alone. Miss Independent, yeah, she's got her own.
I be stuck to you like glue.
Especially here, Hold Your Head, Chris. I thought there's fucking Chris Brown on the hook, but it's actually not. Even though it's an entire song based around a really terrible pun, Call Me Mr. Flintstone, I Can Make Your Bed Rock, which is so stupid. It's so terrible. First time I heard it, I was in shock. I was like, is that really what the fuck this is? I've gotten used to it. And I think it's actually a fun posse cut. That shows off all these 2010 artists, and it's one that's actually pretty good to return to if you feel like indulging in this, era of Young Money. For me, it's a smiley ball.
That rating has shrunk significantly. Returning to this song, the beat is absolutely horrible. The verses are kind of fun, but it's borderline unlistenable. It actually kind of sucks.
Next we have I Like It, Enrique Iglesias and Pitbull? Oh god. It's really fun getting your opinion on all these old songs you otherwise wouldn't do a video on. Yep, I really enjoy this because I mean I was around during this era. I have a lot of memories with these tracks. It's fun returning for me, and I like doing this all in one big video. You know, it's very joyful for me. Guys, I have a confession to make. I might actually like Enrique Iglesias' music. Like, from the 2 songs that I can pick off the top of my head, this and Tonight I'm Fucking You, which I definitely prefer the clean version, but still. These generic, shitty club bangers, they're fun. I kind of like it. You'll love this song called El Baño. I don't even remember what that sounds like, but I put it as one of the worst songs of 2017. I don't know what the fuck this is, but I did hear this song when it came out. It was fucking called El Baño, dude. Shitter. It's indistinguishable reggaeton about inviting some girl to go to the bathroom with him. Like, dude, let's hold hands in the bathroom together. Yo, girl, what if our poops touched in the toilet? Type song, you know what I'm saying? DJ, that's my DJ. I'm a Miami boy. You know how we play. The chat didn't like that one. There are elements of this track that I like, but I overall find it to be a sort of obnoxious track. I kind of have issues with it. It's a shrug.
Of my time would be wasted. They got nothing.
Next we have Nothing on You featuring Bruno Mars. B.O.B. I used to listen to this album quite a bit, actually.
Beautiful girls all over the world. Nothing on you.
Yes, B.O.B. is the flat earther, but his music in the 2010 era slapped. I'm sorry, but like, it's corny as shit, but he had fun. Someone called him Andre 1500, which I thought was like the most accurate and hilarious thing you could possibly say about him. So my issues that I had with Girl You're Amazing Just the Way You Are, you would think I would have the same problems with this because, oh my god, he's doing the exact same fucking thing, right? Because it's a chorus, I think it's more balanced. Like, I can't fucking sit down and listen to an entire Bruno Mars song where he's acting like this. But as you hear, when the drop comes in, the energy changes.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing to feel where I'm coming from. With no direction, just trying to get some.
Oh yeah, I really enjoyed So Good. That also is a good song. People gotta put respect on this man. You wild when you think that nothing on. Baby, you the whole bag. But you pay no attention as things stop. Now think about it. Song's dorky, but I like it. It's a smiley ball. One of my actual favorites of this list. I don't think it has fully to do with nostalgia. I definitely think that like his corniness is part of his style, and sure, this was before he started being really serious in his music, because he eventually started making music that I found to be just extremely unlikable. I'd like to give you an example of this to hopefully defend my case on why I enjoy this a little bit more.
One rolled up in my left hand, pussy on my mind, tighter than the headband, in the handstand, shine bright eye, give your girl a slight tan, like a corner bag, that's an interception.
Yeah, anyway. He just starts moving in this direction. I don't know anything about football. Did he mean to say cornerback? This is boring shit. It doesn't have that same... I don't know. It just sounds worse than like other club bangers on this list. I don't think that the popularity of this song justifies its placement. This motherfucker still has 10 million monthly listeners. Holy shit. The Rockstar Collection? It's the same fucking album cover. This dude really only... So he released an album in 2008. He's released one album and 2 variations of that album. I don't know. I mean, don't you have to make music to fall off? You know what I mean? Like, if you never make music again and there's no comparison point as to your previous stuff, can you really say that they've fallen off if they just dip? He didn't fall off, he just jumped out the plane. Lauryn Hill never fell off either. Yeah, but she released the MTV Live session. So, yeah, Lauryn Hill did fall off. Dude, Ludacris was huge. He was like the baby of the time. He was just on every single song, just like giving his input. He was, holy shit, he was huge here. I find this song to be really boring. It's a low shrug for me. It's tolerable if it's on in the background, but wow, like, it just doesn't sound like it's aged all that well. Next song, Dynamite. I have not heard this in forever. Yeah, I've always hated this song. I don't hate it as much as the last one. It's a low shrug. It's an annoying club banger. The repetition is ear grating. The production sucks ass. It's aged poorly. I hated this when it came out, though. Might even hate this more than the last one, and I expected this to be better. Gaga sweet. I want your disease. La la la, I want your love. I don't want to sit here for another 2 minutes. I'll just say this song's spectacular. I do want to move on. I have heard this song a million times. Yeah, this is up there as along with Paparazzi as being some of the best of this era. A really creative pop song that I feel like is engaging and still a spectacle even this many years afterwards, especially sandwiched in between the last two garbage songs we heard.
Just gonna stand there and watch me burn.
Can't tell you what it really is.
Just gonna stand there and watch me burn.
I can't tell you what it really is. I can only tell you what it feels like. I suffocate right before I'm about to drown. She resuscitates me. Come back. We're running right back.
Wow! Oh my god!
Alright guys, just picked up our first order for Miss Denise. I'll see you guys in 15 minutes.
Whoops. How the fuck does this have 720 million streams, by the way? Holy shit, it's so bad. I was going to say that, look, you might think this song sucks, but this is the kind of shit that he tried to replicate on his like, later projects, and especially on Revival. I want to show you guys the song River, which is trying to do what this does, but like 1,000 times worse. So bad. Listen.
I've been a liar, been a thief of me. Don't want to admit to something.
He's coming home with his neck scratched to catch black. Sweat jackets and dress slacks. It's a chess match. She's on his back.
The song sounds terrible. It sounds terrible.
Jetpack. She's kept track of all his internet chats. It's actually just shit on my last chick, and she has what my ex lacks.
Bro, you thought window pane was bad? Literally, I just shit on my last chick, and she has what my ex lacks. Alright, now with that in mind... You'd rather be listening to this? That's the point I'm trying to say. I don't give a fuck if you think this is bad. I'm just trying to show you that this is better.
I love the way you lie.
Somebody so much.
I think Love the Way You Lie is really well written. It's disturbing, but in a way it makes you think about how abuse works and criticizes it in a way that describes it. It's an 8 out of 10 for you. Good review. I agree. I like the fact that it is so straightforward, but it's also easy to understand, and I feel like the shitty puns make it memorable. I think he does pretty much like everything that he planned on doing with this song successfully enough to where it is such a big track. Yeah, but he also has sandwiches about abuse. That's completely different. My favorite moment was the YouTube poop that has a leave, like the
Now you get to watch a leave out the window. Guess that's why they call it a leave.
I think this song's fine. I like it. It's a light smiley ball for me. Again, I know I'm supposed to hate this era. I know I'm supposed to hate Eminem for this crap, but I grew up on this shit, man. It's so crap. Like, I felt like he had a solid flow here. I do like the lyrics and the way they come across. Sure, it's got some corny ones in here, but I think it's fine. He comes through very passionately. Airplanes featuring Haley Williams. All these sad piano bangers, dude.
Sky like shooting stars. I could really use a wish right now.
Yeah, I could use a dream or a genie or a wish, but let it miss.
Yo, Dynamic, where are you at? Fix this shitty mix. Holy fuck.
After all the party and it's smashing and crashing, that phone in your lap, and you hoping but them people.
When you were a kid, for the longest time you thought the verse started with, I could really use a genie or a weenie or a wish. I remember learning the lyrics to Love the Way You Lie in 4th grade because, because a girl I had a crush on liked the song. Oh my god.
You get another hand soon after you fold.
It's genius. So if I jump off this building, I'll get another hand after you fold. Oh, but that's right. If I try to jump off the building, I'm just gonna end up on the other side of it. Because the building's actually flat.
Sorry, I'm late. I'm on my way, so don't close that gate.
Guess that's why they call it a leaf.
Back to the days before this was a job, before I got paid.
Pretend that airplane.
So the conscious side of this crap could be very cringe. I actually think he executes it decently well. I like the hook a lot. I think Haley Williams really kills it with this shit. I mean, I really like her voice on this song. Sure, it sounds like boring, cliche, generic-ass piano banger from the fucking times. And I do think the compression sucks ass. What the fuck is this span? For me, it's a strong structural light smiley ball.
Baby, let me. I did it again.
Oh my god.
Oh gosh.
Is this the clean version?
Oh my. Let me love you down.
Oh my god. What the fuck? That clap, oh my god.
Baby, I can break you down.
Gosh, chili wheat.
Fell in love with Shawty when I seen her on the dance floor. Lady hit me on the first sight.
My fucking ears. What the fuck is this beat?
Special. This was just like dynamite. Pow, pow. Honey got some boobies like wow.
Oh my god.
All in all, baby, let me love you down. This song. Oh my gosh.
Gosh.
Beyond missing Japan.
Wow. That song really sucks. Sounds really bad. Oh my god, that's bad.
Even though this song does everything wrong under the sun, it grew a little bit because I feel like it is so different of the era, which is definitely why it rose to where it was, because it's like, oh my god, it's so futuristic. It's aged like garbage. I just kind of like the crowd cheers. Oh my god. So it's like a low shrug.
Ugh. California Girls, Katy Perry and Snoop Dogg. I no place. What's up, Dr. Teo?
It's getting heavy. Wild, wild, West Coast. These are the girls I love the most.
Do the dance, Brett? What dance? Even though I don't know the dance, the video is also burned into my head with this soft, sugary, sweet vibe. It sounds like every male's, every stereotypical man's fantasy. You know what I mean? Oh my god, all the girls topless, we're here. Come squeeze our butt. It's like, it's selling this bullshit. And I gotta say, I'm getting a one-way trip to California. You know what I'm saying? It's a smile the ball. Hey, nobody's perfect. You know what I'm saying? Oh, sweet mother of Jesus. You blow my cock. This song sucks. Yo, let me play the YouTube version. It's a lot better, okay? Anyways, this is a better version, alright? Now let's go back to the version that kind of sucks ass.
Every single dream I dreamed I am my untrimmed chest. Virgin, you're Madonna, and I'm always your mind. I need some gangsta, I'm so love. You're the only one I'm dreaming of.
That's my favorite line of this whole thing. I'm so gangsta, I'm so thug, you're the only one I'm dreaming of. That personally to me is like the funniest shit
I said the song was kind of a guilty pleasure, not the worst thing in the world. Upon revisiting, I'd like to retract that statement, as this song is the worst thing in the world, and my guilty pleasure definitely comes from the parody versions, which I would like to place in their own category, as I would only ever listen to those and not the original.
Lost all control and I need you now.
Kane is in the building. This song has not stood the test of time. I'm just saying, like, you got motherfucking songs with, like, you know what I'm saying, like 1 billion streams from this era, and then this one at number 2 with less than 200 million.
Reaching for the phone, 'cause I can't fight it anymore.
Another shot of whiskey. I can't stop looking at the door. Wishing you could go sweeping where you did before. 'Cause the day bleeds in the nightfall. You come sweeping in the way you did. An interesting point is that this surely is surely this list will be based off CD sales more than the charts now, so the number of streams might seem a bit odd at times. Yeah, like for example, the Limp Bizkit Chocolate Starfish album was like, it sold 1 million copies in the first week. It's like one of the only albums to ever do that. So the fact that it only had like, you know, like say like 200 million streams on the most popular song, I feel like is a good example of that. Louis Graham! Need You Now is surprisingly decent. It's a light smiley ball for me. I think that the way that the song moves along is really nice. Like, it feels very cohesive. It's a song that I feel like is, like, how do I say this? Like, the production's great. I feel like out of all the country songs that have come throughout, like, the second half of this list, I can understand why this is as high up as it is. The chorus is really catchy. The story and the verses actually work and matter. Overall, I think it's pretty good.
Morning feeling like P. Diddy. Grab my glasses, I'm out the Kim pedicure on our toes, toes. Trying on all our clothes, clothes. Don't stop, make it pop. DJ blow my speakers up tonight. I'ma fight. Ain't got a care in the world.
I agree. As a kid, I hated this song, but as an adult who's been out partying, I'm sorry, who's had drinks before. I've had drinks before. Yeah, this is the kind of shit I want to listen to. Sounds like somebody who's fucked up. Let me see why this is number 1. This is exactly what I was talking about when I said Kesha has got the fucking sauce. Right. I've had alcohol before. Oh shit! Oh fuck! I shouldn't have been behind this camera. Oh god damn it! Oh shit! Why? Look, I just got a. Guys, it's 0.5 a bad alcohol blood level. Can someone tell me quick before they test me just again? Brad Taste of Music presents his new 170 proof whiskey for your viewing experience.
Like Mick Jagger, I'm talking about.
I love my blood alcohol like I like my milk, 2%.
Don't stop, make it pop. DJ blow my speakers up.
So this is definitely like, look, I was around this era. I kind of got so fucking annoyed at this song, but I gotta say, return to it. Yeah, it's got 800 million streams. Goddamn. Yeah, this is kind of proving my point, at least what I'm trying to say with songs of this era that were trashy, that Kesha kind of started, you know, popularizing. That still work today, and seem ahead of their time. For me, this song is a smiley ball. I think it's an incredible chorus. And nowadays, that I've kind of calmed down a bit from this, you know, overexposure to the song, I can say, yeah, this shit catchy as a motherfucker. But I'm not going to save it. Why? Still kind of cringe. Ladies and gentlemen, I waited till now to tell you, but I feel sick as shit and I want to go lay down. So I'm going to go do that before I have to stream again.
I streamed 10 hours that day. I've decided to change this format to now make the ranking its own separate video, as I want to give extra time to listening to each of these songs, and I actually want to give you a well thought out list. The reason being is I'm actually having a shitload of fun doing this, and I'm okay with extending it out another video. This video is a ton of work, so if you actually did make it to the end, please hit like, because it must mean you liked the fucking video if you made it 1 hour and 30 minutes. Alright, you know, send money to the babies out in Haiti, and gang gang.
Hi.
Hi.
Pump 10, please.
They'll be
Discounted.
And our tickets to Bangkok are
Redeem with smiles.
Oh, thank you for this.
Good deal.
The drinks are
For free.
Hey kids, I just woke up from a nap I took in January of 2020 and boy are my arms tired. Let's see what I missed. Queen's dead, war in Ukraine, the Taliban's back. What is... Holy shit! They made a movie called Scoob! Unprecedented global pandemic, Space Jam 2, some popular guy named Brandon. Yep, that just about covers it. Anyway, we all know about the scientific names of animals, but did you ever wonder what they actually mean? To find out, we must look to taxonomists. They're the guys responsible for the systems of nomenclature we use to classify organisms, and boy are they convoluted. First you got the big 8, domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. I've seen plenty of mnemonic devices for this, but since the D just showed up in the 90s and is still disputed by some scientists, he's usually not included. So allow me to suggest a few. Dizzy kids puke cereal on fairground staff. Dumb kittens pushing cups over feeds growing spite. Donkey Kong's fucking serendipitously. The way this whole thing works differs slightly depending on which kingdom you pick. So today we'll be sticking to the animal one, cause that one's the coolest and I'm in it. So what constitutes each taxon is pretty arbitrary. They basically just serve to act as another set of branches in the tree that taxonomists build. The one exception is species, which is generally defined as any group of animals that can have babies with each other that aren't sterile freaks. Mule, liger, zedonk, skunk ape, they can live fulfilling lives, but they're all shooting blanks, so they don't count. On the other hand, in our innumerable trespasses against God, we can make things like chidandanes, which actually work. So dogs are dogs are dogs. Besides species though, it's the Wild West in here. Plenty of times 8 tiers isn't even enough for scientists, so they just stick new sub-levels in between. Legions, cohorts, tribes, series, divisions, and if you want to keep going, you can throw all kinds of prefixes on any of these for even more layers. There's even subspecies, which the more pedantic of you may think to yourselves that creating names for subspecies at all kind of undermines the single somewhat agreed upon definition in the whole tree. To that, my friends taxonomists say, But while that's pretty complex, the actual names themselves are pretty easy to wrap your head around. Though taxonomists may hide behind their fancy Greek and Latin, the Vulgate is no substitute for wit. Now, I've scraped through the scientific names of a load of species, and most of them can be split into a few categories. The simplest ones are the animals that already have names in Greek or Latin. It's a lion, I'm calling it a Leo. Done. Tiger, it's a tigris. Cat, it's a catus. Easy. Multi-word names can be translated the same way. For the golden eagle, we got Aquila chrysaetos. Gold eagle, eagle. They decided to be a show-off and do eagle in Greek and Latin. Essentially the same though. But if a species is too specific or exotic for a one-to-one translation, that's when you gotta get a little creative. A lot of the time, inspiration comes from just giving the creature the old once-over and pointing out some cool-looking body part. Generally, the more distinctive an identifying feature it is, the more likely it'll get in the name. For example, Homeboy took one look at this thing and said, yup, Red triangle slug. I'm going on break. We call this thing a fucking unicorn, almost like that means one horn or something. Also, some guy deadass looked at an octopus and said, well, all they got is heads and feet. I'ma call them headfoot. And now biologists everywhere say cephalopod unironically. Matter of fact, if it's got feet, chances are that's part of its name somewhere. You got 4 feet, 6 feet, 8 feet, 10 feet, 2 feet, equal feet, both feet, double feet, stomach feet, lip feet, sucker feet, wing feet, big feet, slow feet, or feet, both feet, joint feet, no feet, 10,000 feet, cow's feet, spade feet, cat feet, small feet. If it doesn't look that interesting, another thing to point out is where you found it. This could be a territory like American bear or Siamese crocodile, or just a habitat like woods macaque or toilet rat. But that's boring. We need to look at the men behind the magic and what drives and motivates them. Now, if there's one thing that the scientific community loves, it's clout. And there's no better way to go down in history than plastering your own name on some shit you found. But not all fields have the same volume of things to scribble the old John Hancock over. On the one end, you got physicists just making up their own slightly different form of ionizing radiation measurement. And even then, only the top dogs got away with it. Now, zoology, any little goober flouncing through the underbrush could say, this one has 13 spots, but the one in the book's only got 11. I will call him Splinkus's ladybird. Alternatively, plenty of biologists have given shout-outs to their contemporaries, both other biologists and those across the academic gamut, from geologists to physicists to explorers and more. Naturally, Darwin's got a shitload, but even the background characters get immortalized one way or another. Huar, Thompson, Grant, Summering, Erlanger, Speke, and Cuvier? I don't know, but they've all got gazelles, so they must be pretty cool. Of course, other times, the name checks go to people who had fuck all to do with anything except for one taxonomist being a fan of theirs. Plenty of popular celebrities have species named after them, but since all the big cute stuff was found and branded a while ago, most of these idols are commemorated through repulsive little invertebrates. You got Scaptia, Beyonce. The only similarity I can gather here is queen bee, looks like a bee, both not a real bee. There's Anomphilus gregarius, an old stone named after an old stone. In 2007, one Jason Bond, a professor of biology at UC Davis, dubbed this little dude Myrmecia Neil Youngie to honor his favorite musician, which caused my man Stephen Colbert to go on TV and profess his utter indignation at not having a spider named after himself. So naturally, the next year, Bond actually went on the Colbert Report to announce the naming of apostachus Stephen Colbert. So, if that gives any of you epic biologists out there any ideas, you know, I wouldn't be opposed. Please, I would do anything. For the love of God, I'll even take a lichen. The world of politics is by no means immune to this phenomenon. Obama alone has fucking 9, as do a load of other presidents. Trump's got a moth with funny hair, Bush has a fungus beetle, Reagan's a wasp, Carter's got a darter, and so forth. Even Austria's most famous painter got the honor through this blind cave beetle. Mind you, it was 1933, so you can only blame the guy a tiny bit. Hitler actually wrote him a letter saying, oh, thank you, my little entomolomensch, and then went on to do, you know, Hitler things. Fun fact, not only was this beetle stuck with just about the worst name you could have, it's also now facing extinction solely because of its value to Nazi memorabilia collectors. Guess old habits die hard. Oop, fictional characters have their fair share of species under their belt. On the topic of evil beetles, this one's named after Darth Vader because he kind of looks like his helmet, I guess. This was actually named by the same guy who did the Bush one and belongs to the same genus. There's also this mite, genus Darth Vaderum, which is a lot more accurate and frightening. In 2012, a single bone from above the eye socket of a hitherto unidentified theropod dinosaur was being studied, and suddenly, under the light of the full moon, the guy working with the specimen had his neck covered with hair and his lips clenched into a pog and his endocrine system filled with soy, and he said, it's just like the eye of Sauron. And then he started chewing on Funko Pops and sweating cream of neem and snorting G Fuel and shitting D20s everywhere until the prostate stimulation made him. The dino's genus is now Sauroniops, from Eye of Sauron. This spider was named after Godric Gryffindor because it looks like the Sorting Hat. SpongeBob has not a sponge, but a fungus. The legendary birds from Pokemon each have their own, you guessed it, beetle, and the list goes on. Scientists are nerds. Who knew? Anyway, while this all seems kind of chaotic, there is some method to the madness. One rule is the principle of priority. This states that once somebody publishes their chosen name for a species for the first time, that's the name, and other taxonomists typically can't change it. This has led to plenty of misnomers coined by whoever got their foot in the door first, particularly in the case of the guys doing this stuff before we had the luxury of genetic analysis. Here's one. Red panda? Nah. Shining cat, coined in 1825. To be fair, they're actually about as close to cats as they are to actual pandas, so whatever. Here's 2. Capsicum chinense. Eaten there? Sure. Native? Only off by around half a globe, where literally all hot peppers came from. This principle holds true even if someone thinks they found a new species, only to later discover that it was already named. For example, in 1824, one John Edward Gray documented the plain zebra, calling it Equus burchellii, or Burchell's horse, named after a renowned naturalist of the day. Little did he know, back in 1785, some other douche classified this character as the quagga, The last quagga died in a Dutch prison in 1883, so why do we care? Well, in the 2000s, scientists decided to scrape some gunk off a dry quagga pelt and study its DNA, and from that they realized, wait a minute, apparently this guy and zebras could have, made a little plaid in the hay together, so technically they're one species, and today they're both called quagga. Sounds kinda asinine, but then again so does asinus, and that worked out fine. Just to maintain the distinction, the extinct subspecies was quagga, so you know it's the real quagga. This double naming convention has been done with a lot of subspecies, in fact. Wild horse, spotted panther, or my favorite, gorilla. Just like, yeah, it's the gorillest gorilla that ever gorilled. Fuck you want from me? A closely related rule also states that the names of all taxa have to be unique. So if two people coincidentally name any taxa on the same thing, the older one gets to stay, and the new one gets the boot. Like if you saw a genus called echidna, you'd think it was, an echidna, right? Well, no, that'd make too much sense. For a while it was true, from 1797 to 1811. Then it was pointed out that someone else already called a genus of moray eels echidna back in 1788, so the real echidna had to be changed to Tachyglossus, or quick tongue. Then a decade later, a dude did the same thing for a genus of vipers. Another 22 years passed, people discovered the same thing, and they were renamed to Bitis, cause they bitis. That one at least made a bit of sense, given that the original echidna from Greek mythology was half lady, half snake, but who cares at this point? Anyway, I've just barely scraped the surface of all the goofy names out there, so feel free to post more down below. That's all I've got for now. Till next time, I'm Salmonella, and I'll see ya in 2025. Original echidna from Greek mythology was half lady, half snake, but who cares at this point? Anyway, I've just barely scraped the surface of all the goofy names out there, so feel free to post more down below. That's all I've got for now. Till
This is the #1 gift this holiday.
Hybrid calisthenics. One of the most common questions I get as a fitness content creator is, Hampton, how many push-ups can you do? And my answer is almost always the same, and that is, I don't know. Because I hardly ever do high rep push-ups anymore. I don't do high rep push-ups anymore. I used to, and I want to make a video today about why I stopped doing that and what I replaced that with. So the first thing I'll mention is that I'm not ideologically against push-ups. Push-ups are a big part of this channel. I've made many videos about them. A lot of people have apparently benefited, and I'm really happy. I still like to push up. It's still part of the hybrid routine. It's a central part of the hybrid routine, and I like push-ups a lot. But I'm talking about a thing where there seems to be a never-ending competition, especially among teenage guys, of doing more push-ups than the other person. I do 50 push-ups a day. I do 100 push-ups a day. I do 500. I do 5,000. It starts to get kind of ridiculous. I don't know anybody who does 5,000 push-ups a day regularly. And it makes sense because things like push-ups and pull-ups and sit-ups are often used during fitness tests. So it makes sense that we have a preoccupation with them because they're often used to measure our fitness. And if we're relatively new to understanding fitness, it can be a way to find out how fit someone is. It's like, whoa, Hamza can do 10 push-ups. I can only do 2. Wow! But as many of you watching this channel have realized that whether you can do 10 push-ups, 2 push-ups, or 0 push-ups, we all start somewhere, and we can likely find a variation that works for us and build up from there. And that's why the push-up is good, in my opinion, and that's why I make quite a bit of content about push-ups. Because it's so famous, it's used in PE classes throughout the world, that even as we enter adulthood, there's a little bit of mystique and coolness around them for some people, where, especially if you can't do them, you're like, man, if only I could do a bunch of push-ups. Then I would feel good about myself, and then I feel like I can accomplish my goals in fitness and beyond. So in that sense, push-ups are very important. And second, before I go into why I stopped doing high-rep push-ups, I'll touch a little bit upon why I started. Now, push-ups and a lot of bodyweight exercise are very integral to a lot of martial arts cultures, and people who do martial arts are often really enthralled with them, and I was raised by people like that. So I remember early on when I was a kid, I heard about someone doing 500 push-ups a day, and I was like, whoa! As a kid, that seemed like an incredibly high number, and it seemed superhuman to me. So things like that might have played a role. And some of you have heard this story before, so I won't spend too long on it. But sometime in my teens, I started watching TV after work. Now, during an hour-long program, there were about 4 commercials, and I decided to do push-ups during each commercial break, and it was pretty enjoyable for me. At the time, I could do 25 or so solid form push-ups. It was probably slower than I needed to be. I could probably get away with more, but it was 25, and I started noticing, that's about 100 push-ups a day. And it really didn't seem that hard, so I'm gonna do that every day. I'm gonna do 100 push-ups a day. That seemed really cool to me. Now, over time, as I started doing this every day, I was able to do more, so I increased the reps, it increased the sets. And I built up to around 6 sets of 82. Now, how I arrived at those exact numbers is kind of arbitrary, but it was 6 sets of 82, which comes just shy of 500 push-ups a day. Now, because it's just shy of 500 push-ups a day, feel free to call the thumbnail and title clickbait. But I often also did just a few to warm up, so maybe it did work out, I'm not sure. Oh, and I did this thing where if I did under the amount I was supposed to do one day, I would add it to the next day. So I had a constant debt of push-ups. So it was not uncommon for me to do way more than 500 a day. I think I've done a few days where it was over 1,000 a day, and I was pretty sore the next day. Now, I did this for a few years. I did it when I first entered college, for example, and during that time, if you knew me, I would sometimes just drop down onto the floor, even if it's in a parking lot, even if it's on a sidewalk, and start doing these push-ups because I wanted to get them in sometime throughout the day. And as a result, I got stronger, and I got more muscular, and I got better at push-ups. Now, I did get stronger and more muscular well beyond the 25 push-up point. So there are some people who think like after 10 push-ups or so, you're only doing cardio with your arms. That's not true. You can continue to build strength and muscle gains beyond that. Now you can make a good argument that beyond 25 or 30 push-ups, there are better exercises to build strength and muscle. But my point is you can still gain at that rep range and beyond. Now during this time, a few different things happened. Well, a lot of stuff happened, but a few different things related to push-ups and fitness. The first is I somehow got in my mind that, I'm doing a lot of push-ups daily. I wonder how long it would take for me to do 1,000,000 push-ups total. And I ran it out in my mind and it was like 70 years or something like that. And the second is, I knew that just doing push-ups wasn't a great workout routine, so it was always in the back of my mind, I need to find a full body routine. So I started doing pull-ups occasionally, squats occasionally, but it didn't stick. I'm like, no, I need to research fitness, research calisthenics, and build a full body sustainable routine that I can do and I want to do. So that was always in the back of my mind. And I'll speed up the story a little bit here, but when I did finally start researching that, that was the foundation for what I eventually came to do and teach as part of hybrid calisthenics, and I get to share it with all of you wonderful people. So this was a very productive time for me. But there was a mental block I had that I had to get over. You see, when I started researching and learning about, honestly, a much more intelligent full body routine than my 500 push-ups a day, I was kind of bummed that I would probably never hit my 1,000,000 push-up goal, which nobody would know about unless I told them. And in fact, I could tell you this now and you'd be like, oh, I believe it. So like, there's no way of proving it. I don't get a certificate for it. But in my mind, I was kind of bummed. I had written down how many push-ups I had left to do. It's still on a piece of paper somewhere. But I was kind of bummed, and that stopped me for a little while. In fact, looking at the routine that I was planning on doing, the push-ups were so low. Like, I would go from doing hundreds a day to doing push-ups not even every day. And on days I do them, I don't even do 6 sets. I do like 2 or 3. So I was looking at that, I'm like, is that written wrong? But no, it was written correctly. For example, if you were increasing your bench press numbers, most people doing that wouldn't try to bench press every single day. But for some reason with push-ups, we just think differently. So when I finally let go of that inhibition, when I let go of this arbitrary goal of doing 1,000,000 push-ups and doing 500 push-ups a day, for no reason other than to say that I'm doing hundreds of push-ups a day and to feel that I'm doing that, and I started pursuing something else, a different goal that might be better suited to me. That was the start of a very important era of my life. Among other things, that was at least me establishing the knowledge base of what eventually became hybrid calisthenics, which is my passion and livelihood. And the reason many of you are watching this video. Not only that, but I'm just a much better athlete now. I'm more mobile, I'm stronger. I can still do a lot of push-ups. If you want to know how many push-ups I can do in one go, it's probably still 80 something, if not more, and I can probably increase that if I try to train specifically that for a few weeks. It just really wouldn't offer that much benefit to me other than to say I could do a lot of push-ups. Now, I want to quickly highlight something I just said before I move on. I can still do similar, if not more push-ups than I could before, but my new training method allowed me to do more than I could before. I've gotten a lot stronger, I've gotten more muscular, I've gotten more mobile, yet I retained the benefits of what I had before. So whenever you have a training method that allows you to do this, you usually want to choose it. If you can have all the benefits you're having now, maybe even slightly less, but you can have more in many different dimensions, you usually want to choose that one. So if you've gotten this far in the video, I hope you've gotten the impression that I don't hate push-ups. Of course, and I don't hate high-rep push-ups. A lot of things can still be said about them. They help build endurance. They're very accessible exercise you can do just about anywhere. And some people just like doing push-ups. For me, I just wanted to explore something else. But the lesson that I hope people can take from this, in fitness or otherwise, is what goal do you have in your mind? What thing do you think you have to do that you might not actually have to do? And if you stop doing that, it would allow you to pursue things you actually want. Now, to use a fitness example, your situation could be very similar. Let's say you've been trying to bench press 315 for several years now. You've wanted to do it since you were a kid. You're almost there. You're just shy of there. But you're also facing a lot of other fitness issues. Your joints hurt. You can't touch your toes. Your cardio isn't the best. But you just really want to get to 315, man. It's great. You want to feel like you're doing it. You told your friends, they're all cheering for you. You told your spouse, they're cheering for you. But you just aren't quite there yet. Now, if that's you, I'm not trying to discourage you from reaching your goal. By all means, keep pursuing that. But you might also want to take a look at what you're neglecting. And you can ask yourself, do you actually want those other things? And if you do, you can always take a break, pursue those things, and come back to your goal of 315 and not really experience that much of a setback. So if you took a break from that and you're like, man, my joints really hurt, I'm going to do some stretching and just focus on that and do some light resistance training for the next month or so. Oh, I might go for a jog occasionally. I might do bodyweight training or do kettlebells just for a change of pace and to change up my skill set. And if you try that and you feel better, then you might ask yourself,
The trilogy match we've all been waiting for. Angela Lee, John Chick-Nine, Steve takes the first two-spot.
You know what, man? Today I'm just feeling a little bit nostalgic. I'm feeling like we take a trip back in time and play a game that I played around about 5 to 6 years ago. I'm talking about a game where we break into our neighbor's basement and find nothing because the demo ends. Yeah, you know we're back for that Hello Neighbor 2 good stuff. I mean, why can't they just show us what's in the basement on one of those demos? So what is going on, guys? This is Ryan here, and welcome back to Hello Neighbor 2. A new demo just dropped, and it has me very curious. A few months back, we actually played a new Hello Neighbor 2 demo. It was a very mixed response. Like that first episode, I had so many bugs and glitches, then the second one was so good. This looks to be a new experience. I think this is going back to the Hello Neighbor roots, so they're trying to dig that thing back up and really integrate it into that core game so we can enjoy it. Let's new game this, so let's get this. I don't know why I was so aggressive right there. And I also don't know why I'm stuck back here with this weird mechanism. What the freak is going on? Where am I? Help me. If you guys enjoyed this episode, I think you know exactly what to do. Hopefully we can beat the entirety of this one, I guess, in one video. Bro, what the freak did you do? So you just drove through the side of this thing. You crashed up, like, look at this. Straight up windscreen smashed. I mean, good job we crashed here. I could get out of my car. Boom, let's get it. Yeah, all right. This is a weird little mechanism. So let's see what we got here. Missing cogs. So let me guess. Game wants me to find them. Warring counter. Nah, that ain't gonna fit. We got the crowbar wedged in this thing. Bro, we bust that thing open. They're storing rocks in here, guys. Back here with this weird mechanism. What the freak is going on? Where am I? Help me. If you guys enjoyed this episode, I think you know exactly what to do. Hopefully we can beat the entirety of this one, I guess, in one video. Bro, what the freak did you do? So you just drove through the side of this thing. You crashed up, like, look at this. Straight up windscreen smashed. I mean, good job we crashed here. I could get out of my car. Boom, let's get it. Yeah, all right. This is a weird little mechanism. So let's see what we got here. Missing cogs. So let me guess. Game wants me to find them. Warring counter. Nah, that ain't gonna fit. We got the crowbar wedged in this thing. Bro, we bust that thing open. They're storing rocks in here, guys. Hey, hold up. I need in there. Whew. Okay, I'm gonna be taking that cog, so pop that bad boy right there. We're gonna build our own contraption to get out. Look at this thing, dude. Trash, man. Don't open it until we fix this. So you can go down. I'll give me that key. Boom, let's open this. Guys, is this about to be the whole demo, or am I just acing this thing? Now, I'm hoping that this one is going to be a much better experience compared to the last one. It was very hit and miss, like, it was good at some points, then trash at other ones. Ooh, we get that first person when we climb this thing. You go to the top. There's going to be another cog here, right? The freak's my cog at? Up here, then? Yeah, there you go. Boom, we got this thing on lockdown. So we're at this thing already. Boom. And we hit this thing. Yeah. Open this up. All right. Hold on. We got floating wood right now. We got a lamppost. That thing says airborne. Wait, hang on. Is this like a dreamlike state of a world? Hold up. We got houses around here. Let's go investigate this. Check over the fence. Hey, what's that neighbor saying, huh? Which neighbor's the neighbor I'm trying to investigate? So I'm going to assume this is some kind of nightmare-esque setting. This can't be reality, right? Crash through this thing. Can we even get over here, though? Ah, look at this. They gate us off. What the freak is going on in this universe? So, can't be real. We've kind of narrowed that one down nice and quickly, and so we begin the core gameplay. Again, guys, I'm just interested to see if this one is even better. Yeah, okay, what the freak? Can I even see the neighbor? So far, I don't see nothing. You see, he's got the whole spot, like, to light that room up. You know, you can't just buy the new ball from, like, a shopping center or something, buddy. You don't have to do it like that. Wait, why does this house feel so familiar? Hold up. Hang on, this is the... Yo, this is the first house in Hello Neighbor, right? I'm just looking at the layout. Wait, let me see this thing. I'm out. Is he in there? I'm hearing a man grunt. I'm backing up. Is he about to be... Well, he's peeved. But does he know where the sound came from? Dude just kind of galloped that way and then found nothing. Look, you see him back there. Look at his shiny old hairline, bro. You see him? He's coming back. So we do the same thing as always. We break probably into that basement, right? What makes this neighbor, huh? What are you doing in there? I don't see him. Look at that. Hello? I don't see him, dude. Wait. What the freak? Whoa, yo, they got a cat. Oh, my gosh. Dude, can I pet you? Hey, I want to pet you, though, sir. Please? Can I pet? Oh, you want your dinner? Okay, we see that. Imber. Look, he's got a piece of the map. Hey, what the freak? He's playing with that thing. All right, bud, don't rip that up. I'll get you what you need. I'm going through. Oh, what's that? You here? Oh, but he wants me to break in that way. Okay, so we know he's there. All right, we speed this thing up then. We're just going to get in this house. I'm bored. Hang on, I'm alone. Dude, did he just come straight up to the front door when I was about to break through that thing? Are you serious right now? Where's that door? Did you see he's so scrawny? God, he's got a key on his back pocket. He went, he upped and out, guys. He's up there. Go, go, go. Go. Didn't see nothing. Okay, let's go. So, okay, I'm seeing a puzzle element there with the cat. We see that. Don't want to know what that is. On the back here. Neighbor, this is kind of barbaric, though. You see this? This better be tomato sauce that you've been spilling everywhere. Let's go in his bedroom. Close this up. So we're going back to the roots with this thing. We truly are. Wait, dude, what have I got? Oh! Oh, oh, oh! Doodle-loop. Okay, here we go. And I will show you no behind you. Aye! Man, that dude got me. And I'm face down in the dirt, just like that. So, what? What the frick did I obtain next? Hold up. I just stole that. And I stole that. Fantastic. I mean, they say this is all about going back to the roots. They want this game experience to be kind of eerie, you know? Like as it was before. So, maybe we'll get just that. I'm going through here. Ah, we see this. See that? We hear that? Woo. I have no idea where this dude is, man. What the freak is this? Little dog? The freak out of here. Hey, you don't like me abusing that dog? I'm backing out. I'm out your property, sir. So we gotta do so many things. Okay, where do we begin with this? He's there. I'm opening it. If he can't see me in this thing, dude, from the outside, how are you not gonna see me in there? How are you not gonna see me? You've gotta be lying to yourself if you can't see me. Back in his bedroom, we can't hide under there. So we found the little robot arm. It's disappeared ever since we, got caught with it. Can I lock the door? I can't lock his doors up. What the freak? Yo, what is that? That's like a lever tube. I gotta know where you put the arm at, sir. Before I even do anything else, I can't figure a single thing. He's sleeping with his eyes open. You see him like that. Hitting us with the... This is feeling like it might be somewhat of a small demo then. So we gotta help the cat out. That's like number 1 on our list of things to do, I think. Bathroom here. What the freak? Can I close this door? No. Hey! Oh, why's he got a room full of squeaky toys though? And how do I get out of here after I'm caught? I feel like I'm kind of caught in this room. Oh my gosh. He's just a fan of the sound, right? When he goes to get in the bath or leaves a crap. That's all you're hearing in this room. I actually see the strats now, squeaking the toys rather than hearing his butt crack make all the noise. That's the sound you hear in the bathroom instead. Literally the weirdest person I've ever seen, guys. I don't even ask about that. I have no desire to... I'm back in here. Dude literally got the 1-to-1 size rubber chicken though in his bathroom. You know what?
On this island, any occasion is a food occasion.
You are not in Kansas anymore. You are on Pandora.
One thing I really like about this build so far is the music is actually really good. Like, it's got a good pace to it. Feels like, when you're in these sneaking moments like now, I'm actually trying to do something here. So we got 4 keys that we got to find. Are you crazy? I haven't seen a single one. It's pretty tricky to sneak around the house too, because it's so small. All right, we gotta figure this then, and I have no idea where to begin. Got a safe over here. We got numbers on me. Oh my gosh, this dude is on me like no tomorrow, man. He's gonna see me. Wait, that's locked up. What the freak's in there? He's got weird things going on. Okay, let's just pause for a second. We've also got this here, like another house or something. I don't know if we mess with this. Like, you see there? It's saying something. We can put something on... Wait, they're like weighted plates, right? Oh my gosh, dude. Like, just when you think the neighbor can't get more weird, this is what we find in this house. Cat food, though. Cat food. Let's go. Oh, I'm taking that, sir. I'm taking that. This is for your cat right there. Slam that door from the outside. There you go, bud. Enjoy your food. It's right there, sir. Okay. Hey, what are you doing, sir? Look at this. Look at your dinner. Bro, I gave you your food. What are you doing right now? Do you want more? He wants like several of those things. My God, this cat is greedy. What is this, bro? We can jump up here. Dude, I don't know why you're up there, and I don't know what that means, so I ain't gonna think about it. Oh, wait.
Huh? Dude, Big Boy Club's legit. Huh. Maybe just let me in. The fuck?
the dolls, right? All them dolls, you gotta put them in their right spots. So get out the place. Yeah, we stole your little doll, sir. Weird dude making dolls of himself. You strange man. Wait, what the freak? Look at this. The numbers above, too? Alright, that might be for the safe. Maybe a numerical code. Bust in here. We got 3579. Can we hit that code in? 3579. Let's go. Hello. Maybe it's like the color order. So red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Let's try and... Oh my gosh, bro. Let's try it. Hold up. We're gonna just stand here. If he's stupid, he will let me live. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue. So we're going 3597. Is he sleeping? Dude, I'm doing this for you right there. This don't open, neighbor. Your safe is trash. It's bust up. Put the neighbor on one of these. Yep. Whatever. How do I bust this open? Do I gotta get it from the other side? We see there? Like, maybe this can't be open, so let's try the reverse side. Bust up here. Ooh, what's... Ooh, yeah, we got you. Okay, well, there's something here. So there's the doll number 2. It's probably gonna give me, like, a key as a result. That's what I'm thinking. Like, that guy there. So we need just one more. How's it going, sir? I'm out of your house again. The neighbor is, like, super easy to avoid, thankfully. But it's also really hard to do any sneaking because it's such a confined, small space. Really don't know where the robot arm went. Like, we had it and then it was gone, like, after we got caught, so I'm really confused on that one. Oh. What the frick? What did I do? I, like, teased the cat and he gave me it. So this has to go on the board up here. What color piece do we have? Like this one? Nah, that's not right. So we pop it up there. Yeah, this is a little bit confusing. I ain't gonna lie, guys. Give me throwbacks to, like before. I don't know where the robot arm went. Like, we opened that thing, it straight up just disappeared. Oh, the color there. Red, blue, green, yellow. Red, blue, green, yellow. So we got 3795. Okay, alright, let's go. I got a pair of scissors. Okay, I'll stab the neighbor in the eyes then. What? Wait, am I not supposed to do that? What do you mean? Oh, this is a thing I can take? Oh, alright. So, probably looking for a dig spot in that case. There was lots of molehills, like, back on ourselves, so I'm wondering if maybe it's over there. Look, you see these things? Look at these. So we can't dig with this in any of these spots. Are you kidding me? Wait, what? I can mess with those? But that was like a picture of a piece of fruit? Wait, whoa, hold on. There's another one. This is doing something. Guys, this neighbor is freaky, man. Oh, there's one on top here as well. Look at this. You see that? Whoa! Whoa! All right. We're hitting that thing. Hey, let's go. So we got 3 of those down. Is there one more in here, maybe? Look at that. Wow, what's with the fruit, bro? You're bizarre. There's probably one in each and every room. Yeah, we see that. Yeah, you guys stop me. I'm stealing all these paintings. I'm not stealing them. Okay, all right, let's go. I got a pair of scissors. Okay, I'll stab the neighbor in the eyes then. What? Wait, am I not supposed to do that? What do you mean? Oh, this is a thing I can take? Oh, alright. So, probably looking for a dig spot in that case. There was lots of molehills, like, back on ourselves, so I'm wondering if maybe it's over there. Look, you see these things? Look at these. So we can't dig with this in any of these spots. Are you kidding me? Wait, what? I can mess with those? Oh, that was like a picture of a piece of fruit? Wait, whoa, hold on. There's another one. This is doing something. Guys, this neighbor is freaky, man. Oh, there's one on top here as well. Look at this. You see that? Whoa! All right. We're hitting that thing. Hey, let's go. So we got 3 of those down. Is there one more in here, maybe? Look at that. Wow, what's with the fruit, bro? You're bizarre. There's probably one in each and every room. Yeah, we see that. Yeah, you guys stop me. I'm stealing all these paintings. I'm not stealing nothing. I'm gonna twist these things up, sir. Okay, let's find that last one. Whoa. This dude's like the easiest person ever to dodge. Look at that. Oh. Did our neighbor speak too soon? Ooh, I think I did. Yep, I spoke too soon. Where's your fruit, huh, neighbor? Where's your fruit? Can you get me up here? Hold on. I'm part of the furniture. You don't even know I exist. Okay, so I don't see any more. I didn't see any more fruit. It's because we already did what we needed to do. So I got myself a key and a crowbar. I've had a crowbar from the beginning, so what gives? Okay.
Still searching for a single solve for your diverse mix of needs? Now there are more sites to cast for every side of you. Whether you're looking for an adrenaline rush, diving into your favorite blockbusters, or even when you're just chilling out. With Cast, there's every kind of app for every side of you. Find your own mix, now on cast.sg.
All I needed was the love you gave. All I needed for...
Okay, so he's just left. We must be 25% down then, so let's check the keys out. Boom, let's go. So with that crowbar, run back for that crowbar. I'll take a second one, sure thing. We gotta get one more thing done in there. Let me see. I think he's just gone back in the room I need to be in. Let me see that. Woo! I'm bouncing around corners. He might have seen me. What do we do with this thing? What do we have to... I don't know what we have to crowbar for. Is it this? What is happening? We use the scissors on... Wait, that bag's of flour. That bag's of flour, so we're looking for something... Oh, I'm doing the stitching. Okay, let's go, let's go. So there's something in one of these that we're looking for, I suppose? Ain't found it. Is it going to be the very last one? Wait, I didn't... Wait, on the bed. Yeah, how you like the powder? Did he seriously... I thought he was not going to see me then. Oh, okay. I don't know what that move was, neighbor. You got to work on your form. That was some trash. Did I cut every single pillow and find nothing? I don't understand. I don't get it. Wait, oh my god, bro. Don't tell me. The last one. Yeah, okay. Get your laughing done, alright? It's finished now. Second key, boom. So we're 50% through. We've got 2 more to find. Still, I don't get the robot arm thing. You can turn those arms too. If that seriously bugged out and like disappeared, I will be so mad. I really will. Alright guys, so I let the neighbor catch me. The plan is that hopefully it will reset the items or something because I only have the crowbar on my person now. Yeah, so he's got the wrench on it. Let me find that robot arm, please. Oh wait. What the freak is this? I completely missed this before. Another piece for this. Okay, put that in. It's some kind of guide. Okay, X marks the spot behind there. X marks the spot. I think it shows behind a red barn, so that must be where we spawned in. Let me just double check. Don't even care if he sees me. Yeah, I think that's the barn roof. I'm just gonna try it anyway. Ooh, mounted dirt. Here we go. Dig one more time. There's something there. The last doll. So now we got all 3 of the dolls. Okay, so we're seeing that. Boom, GG. Wait, what? Switch these 2 around? Okay, so that gives us key number 3. So the last key is, I don't know where it is. I'm gonna assume it has something to do with the robot. Let's go. So there's the 3rd one. Dude, where did the arm go? I don't get it. It's not in my inventory. It just disappeared after I was caught. I had to restart. The game just broke, man. That's so disappointing. Alright, cool. Thanks, bud. I have no idea why I did, but I'll take it. So this goes on here, guys. We're just joining back. New puzzles, I guess? Okay, there's key number 3. I forget the 4th key now. What the frick did I do for that? I'm just gonna run this thing. Boom. So we got just that key left. What is remaining? What did I forget to do again? Wait, it's literally right there. Alright, buddy, yeah! I got that 4th key, dude. We beat this game again in like 10 minutes. I ain't even kidding. Like, once you know what to do with this, the speedruns are just coming in. I feel like you could speedrun this game in like 5 minutes. Yeah, take that, you trashy window, buddy. Look at this. I'm smashing all these windows. This may be a dream, but to me, this is real. Take a crowbar to the 4th. Dude just runs through it. Like, it doesn't even matter to him. Going on your way. Go to your left. Oh my, are you serious? What's so special about that chair? You have a lovely bed in the other room. You got a nice kitchen. You got a bathtub full of your fantasy, like squeaky toy heaven. He's never came outside. He's never came outside before. He looks at my shoddy old back. Does he care about me? Apparently not. Oh my gosh, you gotta be kidding me. This must be a miracle. This must be a miracle. This must be a miracle. I'll keep saying it because it truly is a miracle. Oh, let's go. I'm in your basement, sir. I'm in your crappy old basement. Wait. What? What? I'm in your crappy basement. Wait. What? What did that message say at the end? What happened? I got some kind of text probably saying congratulations. Alright guys, well, that was the complete demo for Hello Neighbor 2. I think the main issue, unfortunately, with the map was the lack of ways we could get into the house. Like, you can't get in through the windows anymore, so it was literally the front door and the side door. In terms of gameplay, it plays like the old Hello Neighbors, which I guess to most will probably be a good thing, but I don't know, I think the map didn't do this much justice. Had there been more intricate things and a bit more of a bigger play space for us to go ahead and just mess around in, I think that would have helped this demo a lot more, especially in testing that AI. When you're getting chased down, giving us more options to mess with this guy and try and get away from him. Sound design, visuals, everything else like that was much better than really what they have been, and I gotta give credit where it's due. That was awesome. Yeah, I just felt like the last demo was better for me just because there was so many more escape routes in various houses. It wasn't just kind of like he sees you, you run, and you basically just undo the steps. There was multiple ways to to get out of multiple things. Let me know what you guys do think of the Hello Neighbor 2 demo, however, and if you do want to play this for yourself, it's completely free over on Steam. The link is down below. But this one, no, this was Hello Neighbor 2, and I really hope you guys did enjoy. If you did, why not give it that like rate, and hey, if you're new around here, why not subscribe for more videos just like this one right here. So thanks so much for watching this video, guys. I presume you did enjoy. And we guys in the basement for the 50th time or something like that. Yeah!
The ranks as you rack up your rhymes. Turn points into prizes. Deliver real joy. Get real rewards. Time to level up.
Hello, my name is Bradley. I'm a Brad Taste Music, and today I'm really excited to be ranking the top 50 favorite songs of Spotify. You may be asking, Bradley, why are you doing this on Spotify instead of doing something like Billboard? Because Spotify is easy. Right here. Just click on the songs, okay? Plus, I use Spotify all the time. Alright, it's a more relevant platform for me. And let's be honest, Billboard, I'm going to be excluding specifically songs where it's the entire album just kind of being put here because of the amount of plays. That I'm only going to be listening to the most popular track off that album. Just in case it wasn't clear, we're reacting to all the songs and we're starting at the bottom of the list. This isn't the ranking yet. The ranking will be at the end of the video. Okay, continue. This is an idea that I wanted to do even before I had a channel on YouTube, so I'm really excited to get into this. We're going to be doing it in reverse order. So let's get started. First track we have here is... Okay, so it's in Spanish. Let me guess, it's going to turn into reggaeton. Yep, it's that trendy reggaeton sound. Okay, it's a song. Is it over yet? Nope. Sounds like every other song. Yeah, this is what's trendy. Alright, I think I've heard enough of this song. This is a terrible way to start this. This pretty much represents everything that I don't like about the reggaeton wave. You know, this sound is like, hey, let's have a good time, let's party, let's hang out, and it is. It's that party atmosphere, but if you're not specifically in that vibe, if you're not in an environment where this works as background music, then it's agonizingly boring. I'd probably give this a low shrug. This is definitely going to be a bit of a change of pace. I don't know why the fuck this is here. I don't know why this song is popular right now. Stranger Things? Yeah, of course it's fucking Stranger Things. My god. Dude, it's not fair that this is in the playlist. I mean, it definitely doesn't have the same vibe as everything else will, but holy shit. Oh my god. I've never heard this song in full, so I'm super excited about this. I'm loving it. Oh my god. Oh, the drums and the watery guitar. What an amazing change of pace. Rolling in laughter, obeying my master. Master of Puppets is one of the best metal songs I've ever heard in my life. Yeah, and the fact that it's here is almost cheating, so let's just pretend that this is a fluke. Because realistically, this is not a pop song. It's not a song you're going to hear on the regular radio
radio, and it literally is only here because of Stranger Things, and in a week it's not going to be here. But for this week, I mean, my God, this is a fucking blessing. This song is, I honestly would say, near flawless, if not flawless. Next we have Are You Entertained featuring Ed Sheeran, a song by Russ. This is definitely going to be a change of pace.
Are you entertained?
What a shit! What a shift! Seems all right here. Okay, Ed Sheeran rapping here kind of sounds like Justin Bieber on the song Maria on Drunk, straight up. I think it's easy to just say, oh, you know, Ed Sheeran, white boy rapping, but for a pop song, he's actually doing a really solid job at fitting it. Sounding actually okay here. Like, he's got a decent voice to make this work. It's got a good staccato. Are You Entertained is actually a very solid pop song. I feel like Russ is kind of toning it back in terms of the very pretentious bullshit while mentioning accomplishments, not really doing it in a rubbing it in your face kind of way. I think that the first time that I heard Ed Sheeran over this trap beat, I immediately kind of wrote it off, but as soon as he actually has a rap verse, I feel like I was genuinely surprised by that. He's taking his singing talents that work for like his music and actually like integrating them into things that work with rap and making a really solid pop rap song. Honestly, putting together something that if I heard again on the radio, I wouldn't think twice about it. I'd be like, this is okay. Ed Sheeran rapping too, the fact that it is done, at least tastefully, is something that makes this song memorable. It's a risk, and I think it was done really well. Okay, sounds familiar. Callum Scott's literally your friend's cousin. Production here is really solid. Very catchy. Honestly, the bass is really nice. The little clicks in here work pretty well. The guitar is also really nice. Guys, it's okay to admit that you like something that's catchy. You don't have to be so insecure about it, you know? I thought that was actually a fun song. I can imagine, yeah, if it's overplayed, you hear this shit all the time. I mean, the song is literally designed to be an earworm, but it has a really strong melody. It follows a very simple formula that is honestly really well executed. I think that the beat's really nice. A lot of little details in it there that keep it feeling fresh. Again, that guitar, feeling like it really adds a lot to the texture. I overall had fun with that one. Next song is called Ferrari by James Hype. Okay, another dance track.
Hi, I'm Duels. Are you ready for some advanced financial tips? Let's go. Before doing this, I always make sure that my back is well supported. It's the same with investing. Always make sure to have your safety net and emergency funds set aside. When investing,
Okay, that's very honest. Oh god, okay, here we go. Building up the drop. Let's see what the drop does. You know, we can save it. Ooh, I like the bass. Oh my god, that is well produced as fuck, dude. You guys gotta understand that the person producing the song and the person writing the lyrics could be two completely different people. This song was written by like 26 people. I'm not surprised. I just think that the writing kind of sucks. Even though it grew on me a little bit as it went along, as the vibe was so strong and the drop just had such a nice layer of bass. My god. I want your hands on my body. You make my heart beat fast. Ferrari is terrible and tacky. When it does fall into the background, it's fine. Give it a stroke. Shivers by Ed Sheeran. Ah, this song. I kind of like this goofy, fluffy beat that kind of reminds me of like some PS2 era like soundtrack stuff. It's kind of like a idle farming simulator type beat. Yeah, the hook is catchy. It's not that I'm in a forgiving mood. When you listen to pop music, it's not the same as like putting on fucking Radiohead, dude. Like, you gotta understand what you're getting into. If you're listening to pop music and you're just trying to dissect it like everything needs to be this extremely meaningful bullshit, then you're honestly setting yourself up to have a miserable time. You gotta try to get the most enjoyment out of it and look for the bright spots. The lyrics are stupid, but I mean, for the most part, they fall in the background. If people were complaining about the plucks being too loud, I actually like the fact that the instrumental is overwhelming and taking over the part of Ed Sheeran, because I feel like it's the opposite on a song like Shape of You, where the bad lyrics of that song are really the highlight. But this one, being radio filler, works in its benefit with the ridiculously bad lyrics. Don't judge pop songs less hard just because they're pop songs. That's weird. No, it's not. You just appreciate different things about pop than you do with something like singer-songwriter, indie rock kind of crap. Don't underestimate the fact that, like, Ed Sheeran is just a small cog in this machine of a song. The amount of songwriters on this shit's probably insane. To make something that actually sounds this earwormy and catchy, which I think is to this song's benefit, as I feel like Ed Sheeran's voice alone, not a big fan of it. The lyrics I don't really like all that much, but I feel like the way that the melody comes together on this song is really catchy. It sticks. Like, I can see why this is a hit. I think the production's fine. I actually like the plucky beat. I feel like it's fun, right? It gets your spirits up, which honestly makes me look at this song in a much looser light. I don't hate this. I'd say that in terms of Ed Sheeran songs, in terms of Ed Sheeran hits, this is a catchy one. I'm sorry, and by that I mean Ed Sheeran, you're garbage, okay? It's a 0, okay? It's a 0, and you should go work at McDonald's. All right, it's time to pack up, all right, the equipment, and it's time to go work at McDonald's. Here, I'll give you a one-way ticket. Welcome aboard. Let me be the first to say congratulations. You have recently been hired by the McDonald's restaurant, one of the most successful restaurants in America. If you are watching this video, then it means you're already familiar with the phrase poop. Poop? Yes, poop. Presenting original, unlistenable music. Ah, poop. That's right, Mr. SquarePants. We accept all kinds of new applicants. Take this goofy yellow figure, for example. He originally wanted to be a SoundCloud rapper.
Had to move away from people that miserable. Don't wanna lick you. I ain't gonna sit with you. Ain't gonna talk to you. Ain't gonna get with you.
Or take this squid, for example. He aspired to be an independent musician. Dog. As you see, McDonald's will accept you no matter what circumstances you came from. We are so happy to have you on board. And thank you for choosing McDonald's. Ed Sheeran, welcome to the McDonald's family. We're very happy to have you here. You're gonna fit in very well. Yeah, pop more like poop. Exactly. Okay, well, coming through with a kick. Okay, good ass. Dude, this beat's got some fucking flair, dude. Good flow. Fast pace. Okay. I'm a big fan of what I just heard. The production is stellar. Every switch up, like, the beat's fucking incredible. The synths that came in there were amazing. The flow was great. Like, the way he was mixed in felt like it was, like, always very intimate and close. Like it was just like a sweaty club. Just everyone's bumping into you. That was surprisingly good. I was waiting for it to get bad at... point and just never did. Please don't tell me this is reggaeton. It's definitely reggaeton. Singing's not great.
Dude. Dude, that's... fuck is this song? Gotta watch that again.
Great. Oh my god. Yeah, I think I've heard enough of this song. It's fucking horrendous. Send them to McDonald's. I have a better place to send this. For making horrendous reggaeton with some of the worst singing I've heard ever in a reggaeton song, I send you to a place worse than McDonald's. See you in hell. That was literally so fucking bad. Next song, Blinding Lights. This is a motherfucking banger. I love that everyone's in universal agreement that this is amazing. The lyrics are meh. No, they're not. They work very well in the context of the album. No, this song is absolutely stellar, from the writing to the really passionate, and again, I mean, like, the personality of Abel just shines the fuck through like a blinding light. This song really is a shining beacon in a sea of garbage.
The hell?
But she's really feeling it. You can hear it in the way she sings. Okay, so this is a great example where I feel like I'm not a big fan of the beat, but because you can tell that Beyonce is literally feeling this song, like literally through their soul, right? Like you can just tell there's so much passion in the performance here. It turns a beat that's kind of shitty into something that is spectacular. Smoky soul-inspired singing really tops the 90s house beat. There's something incredibly 90s R&B about her style, almost like Lauryn Hill-ish. Oh shit. Dude, Beyonce working as her own feature on her song. I don't believe that's overstaying its welcome. I think there's a reason why this song is longer, and I feel like it's to make the soul of this track kind of more apparent. Break My Soul is an incredibly creative direction for Beyonce to go, something that I haven't actually heard her do, that I think she actually does so well that it feels almost like ahead of its time. Whatever the fuck is going on here seems like it's bringing back the 90s and might be a new wave.
Join me, David Attenborough, for the Asia premiere of Frozen Planet 2 on BBC Earth.
Bro. You guys are complaining about Ed Sheeran reviving fucking 80s prom core. Oh my god, it's so overdramatic. This shit is literally so drenched in reverb, the entire track feels like it's just floating down a river, but like, instead of a river, it's more like a sewer drain pipe. Alright. Reggaeton, question mark? Ooh. Alright, got some flair. Nice something here though. Good guitar. Keep doing it, but a bit more for me. I mean, immediately. I mean, at least the person can sing. really catchy build-up, too. Ooh, catchy way of integrating the reggaeton into it. Yeah, this is much better. Yeah, I don't hate reggaeton, but I hate the oversaturation of reggaeton cheaply done for numbers. Forcing myself to enjoy this? You know why I like this? Because I don't have to force myself not to enjoy it because it's reggaeton. It's literally the exact opposite. This outro is kind of unnecessary. Oh, ooh. Oh my god, that guitar! Oh, it's so good! This is... This outro is kind of unnecessary. Oh, ooh. Oh my god, that guitar! Oh, it's so good. This is literally the perfect improvement for what I look for in reggaeton. This is like, from the last songs, they just did a horrible job at representing what makes this sound work. With reggaeton, it should be given the same sort of leeway, to where when it's done really well, it needs to be recognized instead of just immediately written off. I think the production here is stellar, I think the singing is great, and I think that this is honestly an excellent representation of where the sound can go into a great, enjoyable, catchy direction. It's the best. What's an eye? Those claps, what the fuck? Is this like a 50 Shades of Grey Part 3 B-side or something? Like, what the fuck is this? Claps are the worst thing I've ever heard. They're agonizing. Yeah, the clapping, they were so proud of it in the first half. Let's make it go the entire second verse. Yeah, fuck that shit. Okay, that song was terrible. I'm going to give that a red headphones, one of the worst of the entire day. A great example of what not to do with pop music. Getting very creative with these horrific claps that have nothing to do with the tone. Speaking of having nothing to do with the tone, the singing has no clue what the fuck it wants to be. It's so all over the place in a song that's such a soft and like such an ethereal sample of it sounds fine, but my god, over dramatic way of singing just completely oversells it. It goes way too far over the fence and completely misses the tone. It just sounds like 50 Shades of Grey garbage. Ghost by Justin Bieber. Oh, you're hollow, alright. This beat's really creative. Catchy chorus. Oh, but the fucking... Ew! Oh, I hate when pop music does that shit. More than life! And then, like, has to fill in the space. Like, you know that little empty spot there is, like, supposed to be there so you can, like, actually reflect on the emotion, but instead it echoes it. Like, it actually makes me feel like they're insulting my intelligence when they do stupid shit like that. My god. The acoustic guitar parts? Yeah, the acoustic guitar integration is really nice. I get my Ghost from California. That's that shit. Okay, Ghost is kind of garbage. I think that the horrendous production choices that do come in the very beginning pretty much speak volumes on where this song is trying to overcompensate for the fact that Justin Bieber has no fucking emotion through this track. He just failed to deliver. Sounds like a lifeless drone delivering what is supposed to be an extremely emotional track. Completely killing any compelling elements of it. He is by far the worst part of this song, is the production actually sounds extremely expensive It has occasionally some shining moments where the bass comes through, the acoustic guitar kind of slaps in some areas, but man, Justin Bieber fucking good for that. I'm going to give it a record. Probably about a 3, like a solid 3 though. I mean, not the worst thing I've ever heard, but dude, like, you gotta fucking at least pretend like you exist on this planet. Saria from Brahmastra by Pretend is a song. What the fuck? I was gonna say a song in Spanish. Huh? What is that? Is Bollywood? Enchanting Table? It's Enchanting Table! Bro, I feel like I'm listening to Disney original soundtrack, but like... Oh, this beat is garbage. Bro, I'm not listening to this shit. That is one of the most tame songs I've ever heard from India, and there's some bangers that come from India, dude. The people who really optimize that amazing, like, I don't know, well, what is it? The way that they sing in some music where it's just so vibrant and feels like it's like flying off the page can be just something that is unreplicable, yeah. But here it is literally turned down to about 0 on the energy scale with horrendous mastering. And do that ridiculous. Jesus Christ. La Batata, Manuel Torizo. Oh shit, Clash of Clans 4? Okay. Used to call me on your cell phone. What the fuck? Is that a violin? Alright, this is horrible. This song serves as an example, a strong example, where maximizing production does not work. If this song was more stripped back and wasn't trying to literally like over-compress everything, then maybe it would have some level of like emotional impact. But my god, it literally just feels like noise with a really boring chorus, and nothing about this stands out. I give it the red headphones. It feels honestly kind of just terrible. This is music that sounds very frequently in my country. I'm sorry that you gotta deal with this shit, man. Not good. Next we have another song that seems like it's in Spanish by Chris MJ. No, Spanish Michael Jackson? It's reggaeton. I can tell by the tempo. Yep. Dude, that steel drum's ass. Dude, I can't. Okay, this is fucking horrendous. That's some red headphones. This is literally the worst. Like, seriously, this is send to McDonald's. It's an older song. Well, I understand why now I wasn't able to pick up on the fact that this is an old song, because this sounds like every generic, like, B-side fucking Calvin Harris track that ends up becoming a hit. Cole's background music, yeah. I really don't like this breakdown, goofy ass collection of sounds. Oh god, I can't do this shit, man. I can't listen to any of this. This is, honestly, I really don't like this. I think in terms of Calvin Harris hits, this is one of the weaker. It feels really thin, like, or just like super compressed. The production isn't great. It has a lot of things just kind of thrown in. It's supposed to make you feel a vibe with these goofy sounds in the middle here, and I just don't love them. Dua Lipa's kind of having fun with it, and the chorus is kind of fun, but I don't know, it's kind of butchered by the fact that I just don't think it's really well put together. I'd overall say it's like a 4 out of 10 though. I'm not nearly as offended by this as like many of the other tracks today, but man, I just have really nothing to say about this. Next song, Vegas, from original movie picture soundtrack. Oh, Elvis. Okay. Okay. Sheck West sounding type beat. Yeah, Vegas sounds, here, I wrote this down. Doja does not sound very inspired here, works with Elvis shitting in the background. That's about all I gotta say. You know, Elvis taking a dump and really squeezing to get the shit out. This song probably slaps. Alright. Sunroof by Nicky Yor and Daisy. Literal elevator music. Like, not even subtle about it. Some of the production works pretty well. Fun production here. Nice little piece. Honestly, really good little moment.
Hi, I'm Duels. Are you ready for some advanced financial tips? Let's go. Before doing playlists, I always make sure that my data...
This guy's put out 3 songs. One of them is this, and it's, yeah, that screams industry plant. All right, that was unbelievably uninspired, designed to literally just be radio filler. Basically, someone said, "I want to make a song that feels like the summer." I got my head out the sunroof, literally called Sunroof, with the summer vibe, designed to fill a radio spot. That being said, the production's stellar. Really well produced. Whoever did this beat was very passionate about it, and even though it's made to be super generic, I gotta admire the execution coming through and actually kind of sounding pretty bright. I give it a shrug.
I've been a sex in a.
Oh. First Class by Jack Harlow. Sweet C. This is one of those moments where silence is awkward, dude. Fuck this song. It's a right headphone. This song is fucking horrible. I think the chorus is completely insufferable. It's really stupid, and like someone said, it's also catchy, which is just the worst combination. It's memorable for all the worst reasons, with just horrendous lyrics and a really unlikable, disposable attitude. It is one of Jack Harlow's worst songs, and the fact that this is a huge hit still baffles me. Alright. Post Malone. How many Post Malone songs are there? Bro, Bad Bunny's album has been here on the global charts for literally like so fucking long. Post Malone has one track. One track that's stuck around is because of Doja Cat. Production is so horseshit, dude. What happened? Fuck this shit. Literally, like, are you kidding me? Like, are you kidding me? Why is the production so fucking bad on this album? Like, this was the last album. Dude, the bass is so nice. Everything is so well mixed in this shit. What the fuck happened with this new album? That bass is so shit. Wow. Doja Cat actually sounds alive here. The Vegas song sounded like a paycheck. This actually sounds like she's having fun. It works better for Doja because this beat sounds like a Doja Cat pop song, just like that or Kiss Me More. I Like You is a mess. The beat really sucks for Post Malone, but I feel like Doja Cat, like my god, it sounds like she's so happy to be there recording a song for Post Malone. Like, the passion in her performance completely saves this track and sounds amazing. Seriously, her verse is so fun. She brings her lively personality into the track and honestly saves it for me, but I still hate it because Post Malone, my god, that shit is so bad. Seriously, like a fall from grace here. Next, we have a new song from Billie Eilish that I've been meaning to listen to. This is called TV. It's off of a new EP, a 2-song EP, I believe. You gotta be shitting me, dude. Like, this is this not ripping off Phoebe Bridgers? Billie Eilish needs an OnlyFans? Bro, you down bad. A self-exposure right there, man. My god. Claps are cheesy. I think that they're supposed to represent that everybody's kind of in the same boat right now. No, I think the fucking crowd part is supposed to be like, this is Billie Eilish pretty much telling her personal story of what she's going through. And it's actually done with a matter of show, not tell, which I'm always a big fan of. In fact, this song slowly won me over. Like, I wasn't crazy about it when it started, but the lyrics just feel very relatable. It's honestly the same sort of appeal, like I said earlier, with Phoebe Bridgers, right, where it's doomer bullshit. It's pretty much, I'm a millennial, they're overturning Roe v. Wade, maybe I'm the problem, sitting down, sinking into the couch, existential dread, watching TV, and not wanting to get up and do anything. This is not melodramatic, this is Billie Eilish going through her shit and making a really decent song about it. I give it a smiley ball. I think it's actually extremely yummy. Definitely very different from the stuff that we've heard on this playlist. I mean, it's certainly here because, you know, Billie Eilish is popular, but I don't think it's not a pop song.
Still searching for a single song for your diverse mix of needs? Now there are more side.
How can I be homophobic? My bitch.
Next song is called Doja, but it ain't Doja Cat.
How can I be homophobic? My bitch is gay.
What? What?
That's the opening line to your song? That's the opening line to the song? I can't believe that's a real song. I am entertained by it. Anyways, like, it has a gimmick, and then it has a verse that's kind of boring, bringing it back to this gimmicky chorus. Yeah, I'm kind of, I'm giving it a shrug. Again, I appreciate good novelty, and it has its moments, but I'm just, I don't know, it's a little bit weird. Okay, this was actually a decent song on this album. This is Jimmy Cooks with Drake. Still, it's Drake, you know? Yeah. Good, but it's safe, Drake good? Yeah. I have a theory. Like he knew that people would listen to the boring album and then get to this song and then they'd be like, yo, Drake is back on his bullshit, dude. Wow, incredible. I recently heard this song on the radio, and I literally thought he said rest in peace to John McCain. Like, it literally, if you don't have the lyrics right in front of you, is John McCain? Oh, Google it. It does, right? Okay, finally, the song's starting. Yeah, Drake fell off. I'm giving that a shrug. Even the best song on the album is still kind of boring, even though I do think that, like, overall, it does have a bump to it. The chorus is kind of okay. The switch-up definitely sucks and doesn't feel deserved, but 21 Savage at least does an okay job at you know, pretty much taking over. I mean, Drake just kind of says, all right, I'm done with this shit, fuck this, and he passes the baton, and then 21 Savage comes in, it's like, okay, it's kind of fun. And then Drake comes back with the chorus here that kind of puts it all together, and okay, wait. Next song, Late Night Talking by Harry Styles. Dude, I like this Gatchy solo. I'll break your cans. I need you. Sounds like a toilet paper commercial. But fuck this shit. This song sucks ass. Harry Styles is literally so boring here. It's got such a horrible vocal sample that does not work with the Tony Waldo. Sounds horrible. The actual, like, duplication with the Dua Lipa sounding ass fucking levitate bullshit also is super apparent and impossible to ignore for me. I find this song to literally be so fucking Rick, I think. Actually, have Bam Bam. I've listened to this album before, but Bam Bam featuring Edge. Bam Bam. You gotta be fucking kidding me with that name, dude. Nice moments. Okay. When the song was called Bam Bam, I thought it was going to be some sort of stupid, like, fucking song about sex, dude. I'm traumatized from the YB and Demir album where the song was called Whoop Wham. Yeah, we do that Whoop Wham. This guy doing background vocals, he does kind of work as like a lower register on this track. Unless you want to bet that Ed took Duolingo classes just for this song. He doesn't even speak Spanish on this song. What are you talking about? Yeah, nothing makes me think Fun Fiesta banger like Ed Sheeran showing up with such a boring singer-songwriter bullshit voice and style that just does nothing to complement the fun, bouncy personality that Camila Cabello was bringing to this track. And I wasn't even in love with her performance, but at least she was trying to go for something fun. I feel like Ed Sheeran's voice just dulls the experience, dude. Like, it kills the vibe for me, making this song just feel extremely mediocre. Give it a low shrug. Oh, the production slaps. I just realized this is Elton John. I didn't realize that until just now. This is Elton John? The fuck? What? Hello? What the hell was that? Dude, this does not work. This is such a drawn out, like, this works so well with a piano behind it, but it just literally sounds forced into this. Yeah, this sounds like an unofficial song that was playing, like, while I'm waiting for the next League of Legends competitive match to start. I think this is terrible, which, by the way, once I actually was waiting for one, and there was an interpolation of XXXTentacion's Sad, but, like, it was like this, like a dance beat, and sung by a woman. It was like, suicide, if you ever ever gonna let go. I'm sad, I know ya. I'm sad, I know ya. Dude, that was some shit right there. Good times. Yeah, this song sucks ass. Giving it red headphones. Oh, Elton John, what the fuck is going on? Oh, it's another song in Spanish. Okay. Givenchy. It's probably a designer. No. Okay. Underflow. Yo, this is like those horns. Beat goes hard. The lyrics are kind of stupid. I can almost hear it just in the repetition. It's talking about trafficking drugs. He said Gonda. Beat was really solid. I like the fact that the horns are very thin, almost making space for the extremely overcompressed bass, which actually works really well for this song. But I think whoever is rapping over this is kind of just giving whatever. Oh, why? Why? Come on. The Kid Laroi and Justin Bieber would stay. This is like actually this kind of shit that would play in Zootopia. Some bullshit. Ew, what are those kicks? Yeah, Kid Leroy is pretty much a budget version of Juice WRLD that I honestly feel like nobody asked for. I mean, certainly the demand was there, you know, but yeah, he just kind of sneakily slithered his way into that spot and brings nothing to the fucking table. It's so boring. And I feel like these two boring artists coming together, making a boring song that is like barely, I honestly find this to be like one of the worst like pop super smasher hits like that's come out in a while. I honestly despise this song. I give it a hit. Like it's so bad. And this is, and I swear to God, this is coming from someone who's probably heard this song, like, this is the first time I've heard this song in full, so I promise you this is not coming from a perspective of someone who's overheard, like heard this song too many times. I barely heard this song. It is horrendous. The singing is so over the top, and yet feels literally so calculated. Not the worst song of the day, but certainly annoying. It's like a 2+. Shakira. Oh, it's a Shakira song. I didn't know Shakira had some music popping off. Oh, it's in Spanish too. It's reggaeton. It's reggaeton. Oh, it's not. Oh, I got scared by the drum. It's not. Yeah, I see you, Dynamic. Thank you. I was juked. I got pranked. You gotta be shitting me. Now, I appreciate the attempt to stitch together these two styles, the pop style that Shakira brings to the table, as well as the reggaeton style that this Alejandro guy brings. But despite the best efforts of this track, it comes together like two completely different worlds, colliding and sounding really awkward. Like it's trying to hit two separate demographics instead of genuinely trying to make a banger that works for both artists. Yeah, the chords are super boring, the instrumental just doesn't do it for me. I just didn't really care about Shakira's vocals here, not sounding like her best performance. Overall, I thought it was kind of lame. Really headphones. Left and right. Charlie Puth and BTS. Can we skip this one? Do we have to listen to this one? Are you fucking kidding me? Ew! Oh my god, this is so boring. Dude, this is mixed like complete horseshit. The autotune sounds so grating. This is so joyless. Oh wait, is this BTS? They're singing in English? Dude, this is so generic. See, this doesn't even work as grocery store filler music because if you're on one side of the grocery store, you're only going to be hearing, I can hear it over here once, so it doesn't actually work, unfortunately, you know? You gotta be at both sides. You gotta have someone at one side of the grocery store and another, like, tin can communicating in order to fully get the experience of this track. Oh my god, this is agonizing, dude. I mean, I will say that at least it's better than My Universe with Coldplay. But is it really though? It's not even catchy. In fact, this song sucks ass. It's a failed pop song. Seriously, this is terrible. Production is stellar, dude. Honestly, Lizzo's latest album's pretty alright. My mom put it on the car the other day and it was fun. I honestly feel like that's the kind of like mentality you gotta go into with listening to that album. It's not as nearly as ambitious as the previous project, but it has some bops. Like seriously, Lizzo knows her way around a hook. Like she just comes out with some amazing hooks. Exactly, yeah, she has a strong personality, and I feel like she gets a lot of hate. But, like, I don't think it's warranted. Generic but Ketchup Pop Disco? Yeah, it's okay. It fills a niche.
What? Oh my god.
Yeah, the motivational bullshit is kind of a. It's about damn time. So 100% deserves to be on the charts. I'll take that. She did it to Homies fans. You're disgusting. Okay, that's terrible. But you know what I'm saying? But listen, this is not. Hey, okay, alright, no flash photography. Please keep the flash photography out of the chat, okay? This is not a cancellation exposure stream, okay? And you don't need Taltina, alright? Anyways, I think that About Damn Time is not Lizzo's best song, but it has immaculate production and incredibly catchy chorus. It does the job. Give it a smile, though. Hey, no Steven Spielberg, okay? Oh, One Republic. Oh, fuck that. Oh, this song's gonna suck, dude. I'm sorry, like, let me pause. If the last song you heard from One Republic was Counting Stars, then I'm sorry to tell you that, like, this is not going to be what you want it to be. I promise you. So, they have not had a very good last decade. It's been very ugly. Ew. Oh my god. Oh, that whistles! I rest my case. Are you fucking kidding me? Is this not the worst? Like, seriously, I've never seen such a soulless selling out, like, performance in my fucking life. This is so bad. I really do think it is McDonald's time for One Republic. They're making a jingle for McDonald's so that when they work there, they can be like, that's my song. That whistling, I'm sorry, I can't do this shit. This song is potentially the worst of the stream. I'd give it a 0. It's insulting. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, there's always a place for you at McDonald's. Yeah, I feel like One Republic would be great for a torture stream. That was fucking unbelievably bad. Bad Habit by Steve Lacy. I've been meaning to listen to this album. I'm not sure if I've heard this song yet, but either way, I'm actually excited for this song. Kind of like... No, the vocal melody is kind of implementing like some emo elements to it, but like it's done really tastefully. Exactly, it's kind of bendy. It's not like it feels very intentional. It's okay. People just hate shit that's different. You know, we have a lot of One Republic fans in the chat. If you are a One Republic fan, can you please type 1 in the chat? See, we got a lot of One Republic fans here. I really love this part. Is that like? Yeah, I killed him. Oh, hey guys, what's up? That was terrible. Alright, yo, so, that was not a prank, that was not a joke. Whoops. So, baby, hold me closer in the backseat of your Rover. This song's annoying for you since you actually live at the Hey, look, you guys have nostalgia glasses. Passion Fruit was not that good of a song, man. You see why this song is popular? This sort of sound, it's not doing anything new, but it's certainly a more wavy, low-key vibe than a lot of the other stuff we've been hearing. And it's a nice break from the reggaeton, though it is still kind of a bumpy house beat. It's doing something more chill, and I think it does a good job at kind of nailing that, while at the same time being a little bit boring. Give it a shrug. I really like this chorus. I don't love the song, but the chorus is really good. No, seriously, the chorus of this song is really good. The intro is nice. It's got a great instrumental. This is one of the more memorable or even like shining moments of this pretty mediocre album. But then the verses of this song are fucking horrendous. They actually completely destroy the vibe and make it completely like they're so nondescript. Does anybody give a shit about the verses of this song? Seriously. Like, does anybody even fucking remember what the verses of this song are? They are so dull and unmemorable. Yeah, there are verses in this song. Yeah, I wasn't exaggerating. No, the verses are horrible. When I first heard Heat Waves, I thought it was one of the worst things I've ever heard in my fucking life. In fact, I resented this song for so long, just thinking about how awful the autotune on that chorus sounded. It literally sounded like some SoundCloud bullshit, completely out of place with the rest of what was playing on the radio. I mean, after you hear the entire album and you get the aesthetic that they're going for, my fucking god, like the rest of the album makes you say, oh wait, no, this song's okay. You know, go back to this. It's so high in the top 50 because the chorus slaps. The chorus is fantastic. I think it's one of the catchiest pop choruses like of the last decade. And it's going to stick around for a long time. Though I still think that the rest of the song is fucking garbaggio. What the fuck, dude? Why does it actually sound like he just takes a nap in between these choruses? Like, seriously. You know what? It's either we listen to 3 Bad Bunny songs or we listen to 5. Since we're in the top 10, let's listen to 5. If I hear a reggaeton beat, I'm skipping. Yep. Alright, next! Alright, I've heard enough. Moscow Mule has a pretty catchy chorus, and it seems like Bad Bunny has a lot more personality than most of the other fucking reggaeton songs I've actually heard throughout this list, so I really do understand why it is that he stands out and why people gravitate towards him. There's something about his performance through these beats that he tries to do in the same sort of way that Post Malone does. But that being said, I just find the reggaeton beats to sound really dull and boring here and unnecessary, even though I know that's kind of Bad Bunny's thing. It just doesn't super work for me on this specific track. I think this is like when Eminem has a female feature, right? You know, before rapping about, I can't tell you what it really is, cause I can't explain my feelings. Oh, that's a chunky reggaeton beat. I like that. It's different. It works better slowed down. Great production. I can definitely see why this stands out, even without speaking the language. You can just hear the passion. I thought that was a significant improvement from the last song that I heard. I give that a smiley ball. I thought the reggaeton beat was really tastefully integrated and done in a way that was interesting. Yeah, it's different. Plus, the song felt very emotionally charged. Great song. I like that each one of these reggaeton beats does sound distinctly different from the last one. The drums are different. It makes it so that it's more tolerable. Exactly, it's fun. Feels like Bad Bunny gives also super passionate performance. Effectively, it's fun, but effectively, I don't want to listen to the last 50 seconds of this. Why? Because I get it. It's good. Smiley ball. I feel about the same with this track as I did with the last. Like, the tone is really nice.
Still searching for a single song for your diverse mix of needs? Now there are more sides to cast for every side of you. Whether you're looking for
Next song, Glimpse of Us by Joji. feel like this song is good, but don't get the insane love. It's definitely a bit overrated. I'm gonna wait till the end to talk about this. I'm just going with plans. It's a good song, but in my opinion, people talk about it like it's revolutionizing music, when it's just a really good emotional slow song with a really catchy chorus. So when I first heard this song, was not completely sold, and I definitely was still kind of putting Joji in a specific box. And I think I've been doing that for a while, but it actually seemed like this is finally the song that kind of broke that barrier for me, as it really feels like this is Joji taking everything that he's wanted to do with his music and finally kind of like hitting the exact spot that he's been trying to hit since the very beginning. I think that this is by far the best ballad that Joji has ever done, and one of the best ballads I've heard in the last decade. He basically, again, like, this one kind of took a while to grow on me, but I don't think it's overrated. I think that it's actually extremely well executed, and the fact that it does hit such a euphoric high, while, again, the actual tone is taken so seriously, that the piano is so beautifully integrated, and the humming, the harmonizing is so wonderful. It honestly makes for a near perfect tune. I think that this is Joji's probably best song, and one of the most stellar ones to get popular in a while. And I do believe that it's popular because it's so good, not because, it's Joji. I really think that he knocked it out of the park with this one. Yeah, I was always a fan of this song. And Brad saying they liked it didn't really change my opinion. I used to be, me, I'm with Brad all the time, he's the homie, We go way back. I used to send him donations at one time, Titty Me Pregnant by Bad Bunny. Oh, the tempo change. How do we feel about this? You're allowed to like this one. You're allowed to enjoy this song. Nice. Dude, that's so catchy, dude. Holy shit. There's a nice switch. Definitely changes the tone a bit, though. I don't know. The second half isn't hitting as hard. I definitely have more, wiggle room when it comes to a song sort of having a kind of weak ending segment like this, as I don't feel like it fully matches the tone, but luckily when you have a song like this where it really just impresses you, smacks the shit out of you in the beginning, it makes it so that, you have the option to just skip the song before it ends. You know what I mean? And I feel like when a song can give you that level of joy, it really pushed through with that level of personality and impressed you that much with that big of a payoff with the reggaeton beat, it's worthy of praise. I say Smiley Bone. It's my favorite one so far of the Bad Bunny songs. Next song, Running Up That Hill by Kate Bush. Again, Stranger Things. So, yeah. Yeah, overrated. Yeah, I agree. The song's overrated, actually. Yeah, people only like it because of Stranger Things. I'm gonna deal with God, and I guess small places. I've been running up that hill. Yeah, she self-produced this entire album. It feels more like someone taking control of their own vision and doing it in the best way possible. Actually, I'm really impressed with that. This is one of those rare instances where a song has gotten popular because of a TV show, and I haven't felt some sort of weird resentment for it. But in this specific case, I was just like, oh shit, cool. This song's incredible. Stranger Things, sure, exposed it to a larger public, but the fucking song is incredible, dude. It doesn't make it overrated because it's just, No, I think that Kate Bush being reintroduced to the mainstream and just the reception, just as a music nerd, has been so fucking funny. It's just fun to sit back and see this bullshit unfold. I did rate this as 65 on Album of the Year 3 years ago or 4 years ago, I think. Yeah, I gotta re-listen to this album. This shit outdated as fuck. What sold me again on Kate Bush, when I first heard this song, I was like, oh, this just sounds like some you know, typical 80s bullshit. Look, I did not have the same, like, understanding of Kate Bush or even this style of music that I do today. This song is fucking spectacular. It's a 10 for me. And I wish I had the animation set up for doing a 10. But yeah, I think that this is amazing. And one of the instances, I feel like it's a great example of someone self-producing for a good fucking reason. Because they really know where to take their vision and direction. And Kate Bush has such a fucking incredible, like an incredible personality here. Just shining through with so many absurd ideas all coming through with creative colors. And it's one of the catchiest choruses. Whatever the fuck 80s bullshit did, like this chorus is so incredible. It's so anthemic, it's so empowering, it's so strong. It's a goddamn statement, man. Next song is the last song from Bad Bunny on this list, and it is Mi Porto Bonito. Bonito means bathroom, right? Oh, I'm thinking of Bornito. That's what Eminem rhymed with. Why can't everyone do this? Well, why does everyone have to do the same copy and paste bullshit reggaeton beat? Like, when you can actually do it like this, where I expect it, but then the texture is different, and so it creates a different tune, it creates a different tone, it creates a different feeling. It works. I actually like it. Yo, wait, I knew it. I knew it was the same babyface dude. It's the same guy who made that other song that was garbage earlier, right? Yeah, it was. The horrendous singing, the Deserebos. It's like the male tones and high. Oh, beat, but man, this guy is a fucking party killer. Elmo rap? Whoever produced and worked on that crap, it's stellar. Like, it's up to par. That song sucked ass. Red Headphones. Look, this Kincho, whoever guy, this shit garbage, dude. Not my thing.
Don't you waste your days in 28 hours?
So this is pretty much the number one if it wasn't for this crazy song that seems to have just kind of done a sweep over the entire list, which is, yeah, whatever this final track is. As It Was, here we go. Hey Macklemore, can we go thrift shopping? Sounds like post rock. It sounds like crunk rock, actually. There have been pop songs, even on this list, that feel like with many listens, I've still loved them. Like, they've stood the test of time. Blinding Lights is what I'm specifically talking about. This does not have the same power that Blinding Lights does. It's not going for it, but I mean the power of replayability. This shit gets stale and obnoxious. I cannot stand this shit. No, I don't think this was made with TikTok in mind. I think Harry Styles is just that boring. As It was not that offensive when I first heard it, but it actually is one of those songs that I can admit my resentment towards the song does come from hearing it so many times. I haven't even, I don't even listen to the radio that much, but just the times that I have heard it, it feels like it exponentially grows more annoying. I just don't like it. I think that it's all watery and kind of just flimsy and shallow and just doesn't fucking work for me, dude. I don't know. I'll just stick with I don't like it. Give it a Red Headphones. Not the worst of today, but it.
We're the best music! DJ Khaled!
This guy's the new flow rider, I can tell. Yeah, exactly. Mr. Worldwide! Miami. Got it. Just because it's Spanish doesn't mean it's... Ooh. Wait, hold on. You hear what I hear?
Now what's wrong with that? Boy, oh boy, I love it when I fall.
Yeah, I feel like the fact that this is a #1 hit is affecting my enjoyment, and it's one that I feel like maybe coming back I'll enjoy more, but I honestly kind of dislike that. I thought that the guy singing didn't have the same charm or power that the last song did, and the production felt like it was really pushed back to just be as kind of shimmery as possible, which didn't feel like it did anything for me. I give it red headphones. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm actually going to end it here. Thank you everyone so much for watching. I will have the final ranking in the video, and if you're watching on the VOD, then it's going to cut here. Why didn't it cut? Alright, time for the final ranking. At the last place here we have is I Ain't Worried by OneRepublic. I said Counting Stars. I didn't even write the band name right. Yeah, this is them at their lowest. Then we have the BTS and Charlie Puth song, which is literally just a failed pop song that hopefully doesn't go anywhere. We had Kesseria with Prickham, which was the Bollywood kind of Indian crap that I don't understand where that is, what that is, but it's not on the charts anymore. Either way, no. Okay, then we have Jack Harlow with Sweet Scene. Terrible song. Seriously, garbage. Desaris River by Raw Alejandro. Or I think it had a feature on it too, which is the guy who I didn't actually write down here. Yeah, that song was baby voice, weird reggaeton, and I wasn't a big fan of it. And then we had Middle of the Night with L.A. Due. Also, yeah, this was a 50 Shades of Grey type weird song that sounded like something that would come up during the Thirsty ranking video. Then we had another, whatever, reggaeton song here. Then we had more reggaeton bullshit. I wasn't a huge fan of the reggaeton stuff. Then we had Cold Heart, which is the awful Elton John interpolation of his own song. This thing was a disaster. Really weird, awkward tone. Didn't really work. The Shakira song was also a big disappointment. Didn't come together at all in the slightest. Late Night Talking by Harry Styles is just a really boring song. I ain't got time for that bullshit. Then we had the Hotline Blings Clash of Clans song thing with La Bacata, Manuel. Then we had State by the Kid Leroy, one of the worst super mega hits in a while. This song was obnoxious. Post Malone, I like, he was terrifically produced, definitely worthy of being down on this list. We have JB, The Ghost of You, or just called Joke, has some really awful production choices, though the overall production of the track is still really solid, so not all completely bad. Mi Porto Monito is the babyface crap, right? Wait. Yeah, I think so, yeah. Okay. And then we have the Biz Rap one, which was the #1 hit, which did nothing for you. But Mi Porto Monito was Bad Bunny. It was the song that had that babyface feature guy, and I just wasn't vibing with him. But I will say the song would probably be bumped up a little bit if I was to explore it, as I feel like the beat does kind of carry. Then the Biz Rap, the #1 hit, just did not do anything for me. And as it was, is just as it is, kind of dull. Until I Found You was reviving 80s prom course slow track TikTok chorus song, not a big fan. Then we had the Ferrari one, which was catchier and more enjoyable than some of the others that I haven't enjoyed. So I'm going to sing for that, not very script, but enjoyable enough. Moscow Mule was probably, yeah, definitely one of the weaker Bad Bunny tracks that was on the charts. Dua Lipa One Kiss was one I had more expectations for, but the overall mix was kind of shitty. Bam Bam by Camila Cabello is still kind of catchy and fun, though extremely mediocre. Doja Cat Vegas was also just super mediocre performance. Speaking of Doja, we have Central C with Doja, which is pretty much a gimmick song that, you know, it kind of works. A big surprise here was that Shivers by Ed Sheeran was as high as it was, but I actually ended up enjoying the track, even though the lyrics kind of suck. I think the beat's fantastic, and it just kind of brings me back to that PS2 era gaming with the plucky whatever. It sounds nice. And we have Provenza by Karol G. This one was just a solid house beat, but overall mid. I don't know. I kind of liked it. Givenchy Dookie was that one song that just it's a rap song, and you know it just barely made it here under the radar. Not very descriptive. Speaking of not very descriptive, we have Jimmy Cooks with Jimmy Cooks because I didn't write that it was a Drake song. I forgot while I was listening. Great. Lost Frequencies, Where Are You Now was actually surprisingly fun. One of the better bangers here. Heat Waves by Glass Animals is one of the catchiest choruses, but one of the weakest set of verses ever. Lizzo About Damn Time is just kind of hard to criticize as it's just joyful. The chorus is fun. It's good energy, but not the best thing Lizzo's done. Biggest shock on this list probably is the Russ and Ed Sheeran song, which I would say is still really solid. Russ's performance is really good, and Ed Sheeran just fucking kills it out of nowhere. It's one of the more memorable songs here. If I was to rescore it, I might even bump it up more. Bad Bunny Effecto was one of the better ones. Here I believe it was the slower track, or I don't know. Either way, I might be misremembering. It's either that or the Lindos, which is the next one under. So, pretty good. Mami by Becky G was actually a pretty unique reggaeton song that I didn't mind all that much, as I thought the beat developed in a really interesting way and also had great vocals. Billie Eilish TV starts off the tracks that I absolutely loved, as this track has some incredible writing. Really reminds me of what I loved about the last TV Bridgers project. And then we had the biz rap song, the other one, which I liked a lot better. This one had so many switch ups and an incredible rap feature and just truly amazing production. Break My Soul by Beyonce is wonderful, and I cannot wait to see where they go from that. This Pregunto song also grew, but not this much. It's misplaced. It actually needs to be like, yeah, under Billie Eilish TV. So let me just, I forgot to add it, but Steve Lacy's Bad Habit is an absolutely fantastic track. Something that has a lot of creativity to it, risk-taking that totally pays off. Should be placed between Glimpse Plus and Blinding Lights. Absolutely incredible song by The Weeknd, one that you can listen to under any occasion. No wonder it's so popular. And then we have Glimpse of Us by Joji, which is his best song so far, an incredible ballad, and one that honestly gives me chills every time I hear it. Then we have Running Up That Hill, which is second place. I've been writing notes as well, just completely vibing with this track. It's stellar, and it's number one. I'd actually put that below this. Alright, Master of Puppets is second place, and it's Running Up That Hill is first place. Why? Because the catchiness of Running Up That Hill just kind of makes it more of a casual listen, though I do think that Master of Puppets is still stellar, unbelievable, one of the best songs of all time. And there you go, that's the ranking. Thank you everyone for watching. If you have any more suggestions for videos, you let me know, and that's what I got for you. Peace out.
They make some of the best.
What?
Hello, boys and girls, ladies and germs. This is Tim Ferriss, and welcome to another episode of The Tim Ferriss Show. Today's guest is Dr. Gabor Mate. You can find him online at drgabormate.com. That's GABORMATE.com. On Twitter at Dr. Gabor Mate, and on Instagram at Gabor Mate MD. Dr. Mate is a renowned speaker and best-selling author. He's been on the podcast before, and it was a very popular episode. He is highly sought after for his expertise on a range of topics that include addiction, stress, and childhood development. Dr. Mate has written several best-selling books, including the award-winning In the Realm of Hungry Ghosts, I highly recommend, subtitled Close Encounters with Addiction, When the Body Says No, Exploring the Stress-Disease Connection, and Scattered, How Attention Deficit Disorder Originates and What You Can Do About It. He has also co-authored Hold On to Your Kids, Why Parents Need to Matter More Than Peers. His works have been published internationally in nearly 30 languages. His new book is The Myth of Normal, subtitle Trauma, Illness, and Healing in a Toxic Culture. Gabor, welcome back to the show. It's nice to see you.
Tim, it's very nice to be back with you.
I thought we would start with a little catch-up because we haven't connected in some time, and I would love to just hear how you are spending your time in the last, whether it's year or two. I know it's hard to normalize things, perhaps, pun intended, with the subject matter over COVID, but how are you allocating your time these days?
Actually, COVID, if I may say so personally, did me a favor because I had this book to write, and it was a much bigger project than I even had imagined, and I had all these travel commitments, which fortunately I had to cancel, which allowed me to stay at home and finish the book, which took me a year longer than I expected it. So the last 3 years have been pretty much dominated by book writing. And because of COVID, I've been doing a lot of teaching online, a lot of webinars. Now that I'm free again, I'll start doing extensive traveling one more time, and then with the book launch as well, of course. The most exciting thing that happened to me, if I can jump right into it, was...
Jump right in.
3 weeks ago, I participated in a plant ceremony with some Indigenous Canadians here in British Columbia. They invited me to come and help support their healing process. And I'm telling you, Tim, it was a life-changing experience. Being with these Indigenous folks on their land, you may have heard, a delegation of Canadian Indigenous leaders went to the Vatican, where the Pope issued a very, to my mind, paltry apology for the suffering that had been inflicted on generations of Canadian Native children in these residential schools, where they were tormented and sexually, physically abused, spiritually suppressed. They died in large numbers. Their bodies are just being discovered now. So, working with these people, the suffering and the sorrow and the sadness and the pain is unfathomable. But the dignity, the beauty, the connection to nature, the honoring of spirit, the welcome, the love, the resilience was also just absolutely humbling to behold. So, I went there to help them, but I got helped more than I think I gave. It was a profound, profound experience. So I'm still glowing with it 3 or 4 weeks later. So that's what's foremost in my mind these days, is how to embody and apply those teachings in my own life, but also in my work.
Well, I would love to stay on that for a little bit, because you mentioned something that only recently came to my attention. I was actually in Nuhawk tribe territory about 6 to 8 weeks ago, and learned for the first time of these mass graves and much of the history that you're describing, which is horrifying, of course, and the ripple effects of that carry over well into today. In the case of this particular ceremony, this medicine experience, I know you have, and for people listening, if they don't have the context, you have a lot of exposure and experience with use of different medicines, including but not limited to psychedelics. Within that, including but not limited to ayahuasca, for instance. In this particular case, was it a sort of a syncretic blend of indigenous First Nations practices and then plants or otherwise that are used in other places?
It was a plant that grows here locally, and even though there's no artifactual evidence of them having used this plant before, but when they used it, they said it's in their DNA. It feels so familiar to them. And it's hard to imagine that they wouldn't have used it traditionally, because they know every plant, every blade of grass, every leaf, every bud, every flower, the medicinal uses of everything. I mean, the connection to nature is beyond belief. So it's also beyond belief that they would not have known about, the plant that we used, which grows on their land. And again, it felt so familiar to them. So for them, it wasn't a question of something foreign coming in. It was something very much aligned with their own experience. What I brought to it was sort of Western psychology and my capacity to ask the right questions and to delve into the traumatic imprints that they carry because of this tragic history. But it was very much in line with their own traditions.
So a few follow-up questions related to that, and you can feel free, of course, as with all of my questions, to not answer those that you don't want to. But
yeah,
in the case of the plant, is that something you can describe more specifically, or is that something that you prefer not to mention?
No, it was mushrooms.
Mushrooms.
Yeah. Psilocybin.
Yeah, you would have to imagine, like you mentioned, given the sheer density of sort of psilocybin mushrooms in that region, that they would have had experience.
Yeah.
Almost certainly.
No, it's like peyote in southern, western areas of the United States. It's a plant that was how would they not know it, given that they know every other plant?
What was your unfolding or the experience? Why do you think it was impactful for you personally?
Well, first of all, the context. Because I'm with people that are just so honest and so raw and so open and so welcoming, so that I've never felt more at home with any group of people, even though I never met any of them personally before. So there was that. Then was the experience, and we all had to utter some words before the ceremony about what our intentions were. And I uttered 2 words, love and presence. Then I experienced them both. I experienced love for myself in a deep way, which was new for me, actually. I can't put it into words because it's not a concept, it's not an intellectual exercise. It was actually an experience, a full body experience is what it was. And yeah, I experienced presence, and you've had these experiences. They're ineffable. They're almost. You would take a poet, somebody with a much more poetic imagination than I have, to actually somewhat depict it in words. But I tell you, I came out of it. And then I sat on the porch outside. It was a beautiful sunny evening. We were looking at this beautiful mountain here in British Columbia. There were bison in the field below us. And this, of course, in the native experience or imagination, everything has a story. So the mountain itself has a story. You know, so I'm looking at this beautiful mountain and this bison and the sunset, and nobody had to convince me that nature contains us all. You know, not at that moment anyway.
So for people who have not heard any of your backstory, this first-hand experience of love that you mentioned as not being, let's just say, a common experience for you. Maybe it's worth just for a second rewinding, if you wouldn't mind just sharing a bit of why that is. In our first conversation, you told the story, and perhaps you could just fill in some of the gaps of growing up in, or certainly being born in Hungary, having relatives perish in the Holocaust, and then even after the deportation of Jews had stopped, Jews were still being persecuted and, if I recall correctly, murdered by sort of the fascists who were in power at that time.
That's correct.
And you were handed off to, your mother handed you off to someone else because she wasn't sure if she would survive. Am I remembering that correctly?
Well, let me tell you a story around this. So sometimes after I met you, I went to Peru to lead a retreat for medical people with the plant ayahuasca. And when I say I lead the retreat, I don't lead the ceremonies, I don't hand out the brew. I help people formulate intentions beforehand and integrate experiences afterwards. But these people, 23 people, came from all over the world, health professionals, doctors, psychiatrists, psychologists, to work with me in this jungle setting with native healers. So I did the work the first day, it went really well. Then we had the ceremony the first night. Now my experience with ceremonies is that everybody else has deep ceremonies and I don't, because I have this very thick skull and just nothing gets through. You know, that's my little self-myth, you know. So these people were native maestros and maestras, shamans, sit down in front of me in turn, and each of them chants to everybody. So there were 24 of us. Each of them gets chanted to 6 times in turn by each of these maestros. They sit down in front of me and I say, okay, do your worst, you know. And very little happened for me. Next morning they sent a delegation to me. They said, we can't have you in ceremony because you have such a dark, dense energy in you that this is affecting everybody else. So it interferes, in our Icaros, our chants can't penetrate your darkness. Furthermore, they said, we can't even have you working with your people during the day because you'll still be affecting them. So they fired me from my own ceremony, from my own retreat, literally. They had no idea. They were not impressed with the fact that I've written books or published in how many languages or any of that. They don't know my reputation. They just know I'm this guy from the north, doctor, you know. And they said, here's what happened to you. We think you've worked with so many traumatized people that you've absorbed their traumas and you haven't cleared it out of yourself. And furthermore, they said, we think when you were very small, you had a big scare and you haven't got over it yet. The first chapter opens with a painting that my wife did of me as an infant. This is from a photograph, looking at a camera with absolute terror in my face. And a pediatrician came to see me when I was separated from my mother at a year age. She said she'd never seen such terror in the eyes of a human being as she saw in my little eyes. Now these shamans picked that up like that. And what they said was, we're going to assign one of you to work with you alone because we want to heal you. So I had 5 private ceremonies with a shaman, all to me. And it ended beautifully. But when you talk about that early scare that I had, these people picked up on it instantaneously. And this maestro chanted to me over 5 nights, 3 or 4 hours, 5 hours. And by God, he cleared so much out of me, I couldn't even believe it at the end.
Do you think at some point we will be able to, and I'm not saying this needs to happen, certainly it doesn't for the therapeutic effects to be seen, do you think the kind of rationalist, physicalist, Western scientific perspective will find some type of explanation for what you're describing? If we assume for the time being that something is in fact happening, it's not purely placebo effect. I mean, even if it is, that's something. But do you think there will be a point at any juncture in the near future where we'll have some explanatory capabilities?
So what's frustrating for me, and not just for me by the way, is that we have so much science already to explain such experiences, and many more amazing healing experiences. We actually have the Western science to prove it or to explain it. And what's frustrating is what's been called the science-practice gap, where on the one hand we have the science, but the science hasn't penetrated the medical practice consciousness. There's a gap between not only Western medicine and traditional understandings, but there's even a gap between Western science and Western medical practice in so many ways. So in terms of my own experience, there are certain traumatic imprints that are ingrained in the emotional circuits of my brain, in the very basic survival mechanisms of my brain, in my lower parts of my brain. And these are neurological circuits embedded with a certain kind of experience and a certain kind of belief and a certain kind of reactive pattern. So the belief that I'm impenetrable and everybody else can heal, but I can lead other people to healing, but I can't get there myself, that itself is an imprint of trauma. Because an infant or a small child being traumatized, they think it's going to go on forever. And then that experience of being in the moment and not seeing an end to it then becomes a belief. So then I take that belief into the ceremony. And I sit there and I'm saying, do your worst, you can't get through to this brain. In other words, I'm sabotaging my own experience, not meaning to, but that's how I'm imprinted. Now these people don't buy my story. They see through to the fear. In fact, they even intuit the experience that it must have been a very early scare that I had. So this guy just holds me like a father. And he loves me, and he chants to me. And it's almost sometimes like a lullaby being sung to a baby. Well, guess what? A sense of safety arises in me. And when the safety arises, my whole visceral body experience changes. My heart, my breathing, my intestines, my muscles, they're all in a different state. Much more receptive. And this goes on for 5 nights. And by the end of it, I come out a different person. Now, when I say I come out a different person, believe me, I travel home, and all of a sudden, that different person becomes a memory. And, you know, I have to struggle again with a lot of the same old stuff. But I'm struggling with them from a much more informed perspective. And I know it's no longer my absolute reality, which is a huge difference.
It seems like all the difference.
It's not that hard to understand, really. Because we know that the brain can develop new circuits and new ways of understanding in response to new experiences.
Was that 5 nights, just so I understand, that was 5 consecutive nights of drinking each night yourself? Or were you not drinking on each night?
5 nights over 10 days. So we had a ceremony, and then we had a day of rest, when I would just meditate and do my yoga and walk the jungle, the rainforest paths, and read my spiritual books and contemplate, and then back into ceremony. So yeah, it was a 10-day private retreat is what I ended up having.
Yeah.
And the rest of them worked with the rest of the group.
Sounds like everybody won in that situation.
Everybody won. And let me tell you an interesting aftermath. So afterwards, the shamans told me that when they knew that 24 healers, doctors, psychiatrists are coming from the West, they thought we'd have an easy job, because they said, we absorb a lot of trauma from other people as well, but we clear it out of ourselves. So we expected you would have done the same thing. And they said they've never worked with such a heavy bunch of people in their whole lives than these Western doctors. Because we work with all these traumatized people all the time. We don't even understand trauma, let alone do we know how to clear it out of ourselves. So they had a big job on their hands, the shamans. And those people that participated had a huge experience. And when they went back to their work, so many of them, it changed completely.
Do you think there will be a point, maybe you already can, where you can yourself do that self-care of clearing whatever you may absorb, so to speak, by, say, patients in a clinical practice?
I'm doing it now. I have to. Like in the course of my work.
What do you do?
Oh, well, I do meditation practice. Actually, what I learned from one of my colleagues, Dr. Daniel Siegel, who's got this wheel of awareness that I'm practicing. I have a yoga practice that I do pretty much every day now. Every day I go swimming. I swim 2K every day, or do some other kind of workout. And I pay a lot more attention to my own needs than I used to.
The yoga, is that still, I think last time we spoke, this is some time ago, so maybe it's changed, but Sadhguru base, is it still that, or is it something else?
No, it's his yoga. I don't want to particularly tie it to his particular personality, with which I have some issues, concerns. I just don't like hero worship or guru worship of any kind. But yeah, the yoga I learned through his course has been very helpful to me.
So let's dive into the new book. You've written many books. You've certainly, I would imagine, thought of many possible books you could write. Why spend multiple years on this one?
Tim, I hadn't thought of multiple books that I could have written. This is the one that's been calling me and yelling at me for the last 10, 12 years, and literally it took 10 years of research. In fact, very many times I thought I wasn't up for it. I thought it was just too big. I thought this time. There's an expression in Hungarian which goes, having struck your axe into a very big tree. You know, like, this time you've taken on too much. You know, and many times, believe me, I even had the contract for the book 5-6 years ago, and I gave the money back. I said, I can't do it, it's too much for me. But it just kept calling me and calling me and calling me, and then one day, it just woke up and said, okay, I'm here, you gotta do it. And that's when the new title came to me, and that's when I started working on it again, and so here it is. So it's been a calling, it's really been calling me. I can't put it any other way. Nothing else has been calling me. This has been calling me. So that's why I did it.
How does that show up for you? Is it like insomnia, that it's ideas that are coming to your mind? How does that calling, I'd just love to know how that actually shows up or manifests for you.
Well, excitement. Yeah, I want to do this. There's a visceral knowledge that there's something right about this. When I say there's something right about it, I don't mean that I'm correct about everything I say, or I just mean right for me. That this is what I need to do. When I see a newspaper article, or I see a new book title, right away, oh yeah, this speaks to us. I gotta read that article. I have to read that book. So the world keeps feeding me information that demands to be metabolized and synthesized and written and spoken. And then over the last few years, you know, as we've seen crisis upon crisis, it just occurs to me, somebody's got to write about how life in this system affects the health of human beings. And so it's visceral excitement, it's ideas, it's information that just keeps pouring at me like a lava flow. And there's just this, coupled with the fear that I'm not big enough to do this, you know? So it's a combination of a lot of things, but even that fear that I'm not big enough to do this is a sign to me of the importance of what I'm talking about. When I say the importance, I don't mean to be grandiose, I mean the importance to me. If it wasn't that important, I wouldn't be so afraid of it. That's what I mean.
Maybe we can launch into a story. I have a few cues here, jumping off points in front of me, and tell me if this makes any sense as a direction to go. And what I have in front of me is the story of how trauma can inflict and affect everyday life. Story of landing in the airport.
Yeah.
Would you like to grab that baton and run with it?
Well, sure, and this relates to what you were asking me about before in terms of my early history. So this is when I was 72, 6 years ago. I'd been on a speaking trip to Philadelphia. I'd spoken on addiction, the link that I draw between childhood trauma and addiction, as you and I have talked about this. It was well received. On the way back, Air Canada bumps me up to first class, so I couldn't be more comfortable. I land at the airport. My wife is meant to pick me up, and I get a text as I land saying, I haven't left home yet, do you still want me to come? And from feeling very comfortable and very pleased with myself, if I can put it that way, I go into a rage. And I text back, never mind. And I take the taxi home. So imagine the indignity of having to take a taxi home, you know? And I arrive home. Now here's the deal. My wife's an artist. When she's in the studio painting, everything else disappears. I've only known this for over 50 years, you see. She has no bladder, she has no husband, she has no hunger, it's just her and the art. And that's what happened, you know, so what am I so upset about? When I come home, I don't even talk to her. I just grunt at her. And I keep this up for a day, and she finally says, knock it off already. And as I say, it's a tribute to decades of progress that I could knock it off after 24 hours, because in the past I might have carried on for days like that. And what's that all about? Well, my mother gave me to a stranger, as you mentioned earlier, and I didn't see her for 5 or 6 weeks when I was a year old. She did this to save my life. When I saw her again, I didn't even look at her for several days. And that's what small children do on separation, because the brain says that I was so hurt when you abandoned me that I'll never open myself up again to that kind of vulnerability. I won't even look at you. Now that imprint from a year old is what showed up when my wife said, I'm not picking you up, or at least I'll be late picking you up. So all of a sudden the woman on whom I'm relying for presence and support and love is unavailable. And what gets triggered is this childhood imprint of abandonment and rage and despair. And so this is how trauma shows up in our lives. It doesn't have to be as dramatic as that, but it shows up in our relationships, in how we feel about ourselves, in how we interpret events, in how we react to things that happen, in our worldview. So trauma is this sort of invisible dynamic that shapes so much of how we live our lives, but we tend not to be aware of it. And until we become aware of it, it can run our lives, it can run our personal lives, it can also run our politics in our culture.
So let me come back to the rage for a second, because I would love to get your advice, or at least hear of some of your learnings over the last decades. Because I recall from our first conversation that, you know, in your 40s, you're a successful doctor, you're a driven workaholic, you had challenges in your marriage, your kids were, at least based on my notes, afraid of you at points because of your rages.
That's right.
What have you learned about rage and anger? How do you relate to it or metabolize it? And I ask as someone who has a long history of running on anger as maybe a corrosive fuel of sorts. So I would love to just hear you expand on that in any way that makes sense.
So there was a great neuroscientist, his name was Jaak Panksepp, P-N-K-S-E-P-P, who tragically died a few years ago of cancer. And he distinguished a number of brain systems that we share with other mammals. They include care, he capitalized these, so C-A-R-E, care, then something he calls grief and panic, then fear, lust, seeking, play, and rage. These are all brain systems that we have. They're all necessary for mammalian life. They're all necessary. Now, by rage he means the anger that arises when our boundaries are being transgressed. If I were to infringe on your boundaries, either physically or emotionally, the healthy response for you is to mount an anger response. No, get out. Stay away. That's healthy. Healthy anger is in the moment. It protects your boundaries, and then it's gone. It's not necessary anymore. However, if your boundaries were infringed as a child, but you could not express it, it doesn't disappear. It gets suppressed. It becomes almost like a volcano that's gurgling and bubbling inside you, but it's had no expression. And why did you suppress it? Because if you're being very public about this, so I'm sure you'll allow me to mention it, but sometime after you and I talked, you actually publicly acknowledged that you'd been sexually abused as a child.
I did.
Now, when that's happening to a small child, the last thing you can afford is to be angry. Because if you get rageful at the boundary invasion, you're going to get hurt even more. So suppressing that rage becomes a survival mechanism. Nothing wrong with it. It's the right thing to do. You don't do it, your brain will do it for you automatically as a way of preserving your life or your relative safety. But the rage doesn't go away. What happens then later on as an adult, something triggers you, and all of a sudden it just explodes out of you. and you have no control over it. Now it's no longer a response, a healthy response to the present moment, but it's a response to the past. And just as my hurt and sense of abandonment and rage was triggered by my wife not picking me up at the airport, so a person's rage can be triggered by something relatively minor, but all of a sudden this lava flow just explodes out of you. And the difference between healthy anger, and by the way, suppressing healthy anger is also unhealthy for you, we can talk about that, but just as healthy anger expresses itself, does its job, and then it's gone, rage, the way, such as I'm describing, such as the way I used to experience it, and probably as used to experience it, the more it explodes, the bigger it gets.
That's what happens to me. It doesn't
It keeps
pass
recruiting.
through.
Sorry?
No, I was just reinforcing that by saying, you know, I've worked with certain therapists who've said, you know, punch a pillow, express the rage, let it just pass through you like the wind. But that isn't, in fact, what happens with me, and I know I'm not the only one. It actually magnifies and intensifies and extends this feeling.
Exactly, because it recruits more brain circuits into its service. So that's the difference between healthy anger on the one hand, which is essential boundary defense. And by the way, so much parenting advice in this culture tells parents to force kids to suppress their anger. Really unhealthy advice. And there's healthy anger, then there's that rage that you and I have both experienced. That, to work with that, no, look, if you're going to punch a human being and there's a pillow to punch instead, better to punch the pillow.
Right.
No question about that. But as a technique of dealing with it, no, that's not how you learn to process that rage, because it needs to be processed.
How do you approach the processing? What is a more effective prescription or one possible way of thinking about it or approaching it?
Well, if I was working with you, I would encourage you to fully experience the body experience of rage, what's happening in your body. And you'll find that it's not just an idea in your head, it's something that dominates your visceral experience of yourself. Your muscles, your breathing, your abdomen, your entire nervous system. And there's ways of just helping you experience it.
Experience it by recognizing, raising the awareness
of being with it. Now, that there's a wonderful Buddhist lineage spiritual teacher, meditation teacher called Tara Brach, who talks about rain. Recognize, allow, investigate, and nurture. So you recognize, oh yeah, this is happening to me right now. Okay, I'm going to allow it. Not allowing it in the sense of I'm going to act it out on somebody else, but I'm going to be with the experience. And then investigate, okay, what is this really all about? And then nurture that little person that had to suppress all that rage. It's a nutshell view of it, but in other words, there's ways of working with it through the body that doesn't involve either suppressing it or acting it out, but in experiencing it.
Yeah, I'll need to revisit Tara and range. She's been very helpful to me. I just want to give her credit where credit is due, and maybe I mentioned this in our first conversation as well. The Radical Acceptance as a book.
Yeah.
As a title, it turned me off, but a friend of mine who is a very skeptical neuroscience PhD, or has a PhD in neuroscience, I should say, who's generally averse to anything that even rhymes with woo-woo, read this book and recommended it to me, and I found it tremendously helpful, and it may be time for me to revisit it. And, you know, she also tells this apocryphal story that is in some ways linked to this conversation that we're having. She tells this apocryphal story of a sage who says there's only one question that really matters, and that is, what are you unwilling to feel? And you know, because I've also had therapists ask me, like, do you experience clean anger? And you know, my instinctive answer is no, I don't. And I resist it because I view it as potentially destructive, especially the way that it can feed on itself and get amplified. And I'm not at risk of like throwing a chair through a window or punching someone because I've become very good at suppression. But it's not lost on me that there's a cost to be exacted when you do that.
Yeah. By the way, I read Radical Acceptance recently as well. That's why it's in my mind. And I'm also somebody that doesn't do acceptance or surrender very well, so I resist those titles. But you know what? I found it very helpful and very compassionate, actually. And from my perspective, from the point of view of the therapy that I teach my students, no part of us, no aspect of us is bad. So that rage of yours, it came along for a good reason.
Yeah.
And the suppression of the rage, that came along for a good reason as well. And so that the more we can investigate this and understand it, the more we can make friends with all aspects of ourselves, which I think is the key to healing. By the way, radical acceptance doesn't mean radical tolerance. It doesn't mean that you put up with everything.
Right.
It just means that you accept that this is the way it is right now. Now, where do we go from here? It's not a question of, okay, I'm going to accept all the injustice and oppression and unfairness that's in the world. No, it's not about that at all.
That's a really, really good clarification. And it's, at least as I recall the book, I should revisit it, it's very much focused also on self-acceptance, meaning acceptance of the parts of us that we have disowned, including the emotions that we're not willing to feel. Let me ask you about, and this is all related, I suppose everything's related at the end of the day, but what happens when one seemingly non-negotiable need is pitted against another? So the example I want to ask you about specifically is attachment versus authenticity, right? So if I think about the reaction I had to my significant other this morning, which was similar to your taxi experience.
Yeah.
On one hand, I wanted to be very direct in how I was feeling, and then I hesitated in expressing that, which would have come with a tone of anger almost certainly, because I wanted her acceptance and support, didn't want to hurt her, and so I felt this inner conflict of needs that I couldn't reconcile. And maybe that's not the best example, but I would love for you to sort of help me and the listeners explore this a bit, because I can't imagine I'm the only one who experiences this type of thing.
I don't know. I wasn't there, and I don't know what happened, but my guess is that you and I did this exercise once before that you I thought, rather bravely put on YouTube, where we went through a certain experience of yours, so you haven't been upset. The lesson from that exercise, and I imagine, and very often, or take my reaction at the airport, and I imagine perhaps your reaction this morning, and I can't say this for sure because I wasn't there, but very often we don't react to what happens, we react to an interpretation of what happens.
Right.
So that your partner did or didn't say or do something, and then you had a certain interpretation of that, and then you react to that interpretation. So I imagine that may have happened, but more generally speaking, so then you're in this dilemma. If I fully express how I feel, I'm going to maybe hurt her and hurt the relationship, or hurt them and hurt the relationship. But if I don't, then I'm not being authentic. So what do I do? I mean, I think that's the dilemma that you're posing here. It goes back to very early in childhood, because we have these two needs that I've identified. One of them is for attachment. Attachment meaning our need for connection and closeness with another person for the sake of being taken care of, or for the sake of taking care of the other. So when I talked about these brain circuits of Dr. Panksepp, the care system is designed for you and I to take care of the vulnerable. Our young, our very old ones, our sick ones. There's a system in our brain with its own brain chemicals and its own circuits that are designed to help us care for one another. That's essential. No mammal would survive without that. We also have a system for what he calls grief and panic, and that's what we experience when we don't get that care, you know. So we're wired to attach for the sake of survival, and no creature is more dependent, more vulnerable, more immature than a human infant compared to any other animal. So our dependence is absolute. So our need to attach is absolute. But we have another need as creatures and then as human beings, which is to be authentic. Now, I don't mean any kind of new age woo-woo concept by this. I mean knowing what we feel and being able to how to act on what we feel. So, you know, as you know, we evolved out there in nature. How long does any creature in nature survive if they don't know what their gut feelings are telling them?
Not very long.
Not very long. That authenticity, which comes from the word auto for self, knowing ourselves and manifesting ourselves, is an also essential need. That's fine. But what happens if a child experiences emotions that the environment says, we won't accept you with that? That can happen through abuse, but it can also happen through well-meaning parents who read the parenting advice of a lot of experts, including some that I think you've had on your program, who will tell you that when a kid is angry, they should be made to sit by themselves.
Wait, let's name some names here.
Well,
Who are we talking about?
Jordan Peterson says that in his book, 12 Rules for Life.
An
angry child should be made to sit by themselves until he says they come back to normal. In other words, anger in a child is not normal. But he's not the only one. And the message to the child is, you're not acceptable when you have that emotion. No. Now the child is a dilemma. I can be authentic, but then they're going to exclude me. That's going to threaten my attachment relationship. Or I can suppress my authenticity, and then I'll have the attachment. Now, what do you think gets sacrificed 100% of the time?
Authenticity.
The authenticity gets sacrificed. And then we spend the rest of our lives trying to figure out who the heck we are. And that suppression of authenticity has severe mental and physical health implications. From autoimmune disease to malignancy to depression. Take, for example, something called depression. What does it mean to depress something? Literally, what does it mean?
Push down.
To push it down. Depression is not this inherited brain disease. It's a result of having to push oneself down, push down one's emotions as a child.
Just to play devil's advocate here, I mean, there can be, and there appear to be, genetic markers that predispose someone. Again, it's not predetermination, but there is, it would seem, a genetic component. It's not purely in the absence of childhood events, something that does not occur, right? Would you say that is fair?
I'm going to give you an argument on that one. I mean, having written this book, I've just reviewed the literature. Nobody's ever discovered a gene for any mental health condition. Nobody's ever discovered any group of genes that cause any mental health condition. Nobody's discovered any group of genes that if you have them, you're going to get this disease. Nobody's group has discovered any group of genes that if you don't have them, you can't get this condition. What people have discovered is there's a large group of genes that the more of them you have, the more likely you might have any number of mental health conditions, from ADHD to depression to psychosis to whatever. But none of them code for the specific condition. So something is being inherited, yes, but what is being inherited? And you take animals or human beings with those same set of genes, and you give them different environments, they'll turn out to be very different creatures. Some of them will be extremely functional if they were treated very well. So what is being inherited then? Now this is contrary to the medical mantra. I'm telling you the science, okay? What is being inherited are not diseases. What is being inherited is sensitivity. The more sensitive you are, and you and I talked about sensitivity the first time we met, but let's just illustrate it. If I tap myself on the shoulder right now, I don't know if I did this exercise last time, I don't feel any pain at all, do I? But what if my shoulder was bare and there was a burn there, so my nerve endings were close to the surface, which means I was thin-skinned. And now I touch myself with the same force. Now what do I feel? Severe pain. So sensitivity, from the Latin word sensire, just means to feel. The more sensitive you are genetically, the more you feel. The more you feel, when things go wrong, the more pain you have. The more pain you have, the more you have to get defenses around that pain. And all mental health conditions reflect some defense against pain. In fact, so do many physical conditions. So what I'm saying is, yes, there's some genetic component here, but that's not a disease that's being inherited. It's sensitivity and therefore vulnerability that's being inherited. From there on, it depends purely on the environment.
Sure. I think we're largely on the same page. The point I just wanted to make is that there are predispositions. It's not a binary transmission of a disease, although those may exist with things like Pompe disease and so on if you have two recessive carriers. But let me come back to attachment versus authenticity for 1 second, because in the case of this child who's expressing, say, anger, and if there are people who would take the stance of the prescriptive move is to put that child in the corner until they come back to their senses, in that case, the child is going to choose attachment over authenticity, and you condition the child to behave that way. How would you handle that situation, right? Because I suppose if I wanted to sort of stand in for some people listening, and for myself, frankly, if you don't help a child to learn to regulate themselves in some fashion, you just end up with someone who can't function in society. Or if they're encouraged to kind of indulge is a strong word, but embrace every impulse that they have with a strong emotion, they'll probably in some way get exiled by their students and peers also. So how do you walk that tightrope? How do you suggest handling that type of circumstance?
I agree with you. The intent of good parenting or good child rearing is to help the development of self-regulation. Absolutely. The question is how to get there.
Right.
No, it's not a question of everybody should behave exactly how they want to and hell with everybody else. You know, it can't be that. That's permissivist. That's not healthy parenting either. But it also depends what age we're talking about. Like, for example, a 2-year-old, they want a cookie before dinner. Now, if you're doing your job as a parent, you're going to frustrate them. Because you're going to say, no cookie before dinner. Now, what do we do as adults, as mature adults, when we get frustrated? You know, if we're lucky, we know how to handle all frustration. But if you're like me sometimes, you'll start throwing a bit of a tantrum. So that's what a 2-year-old will do. They'll throw a tantrum. Nothing wrong with the 2-year-old throwing a tantrum. That's just what their brain is programmed to do when they're frustrated. So you say, oh, you're really angry, aren't you? You really want that cookie? Yeah. And you're really mad at Daddy because he won't give you the cookie? Yeah. That allows the child to move through the emotions and to know that emotions can come and go. How self-regulation happens is, as Dr. Dan Siegel points out, is that the immature circuits of the child's brain use the mature circuits of the adult's brain, of the nurturing adult's brain, to help regulate it. So the way you help a child learn but develop self-regulation is by being regulated yourself. So if you stay calm, you say, you're really angry, aren't you? That'll help the child develop self-regulation because he's downloading your circuits. But if you respond with punishment or hostility and give him the message that he's just not acceptable, you're just frustrating him even more. You might get compliant behavior, but you're going to get somebody whose rage is being suppressed. And we've already talked about that. And you're going to get somebody who's going to get depressed because they're pushing themselves down. A child who's understood and held and loved, they'll move through these emotions very quickly. Very quickly. And that's how you learn self-regulation, is that these emotions can arise and they'll go, and we don't have to be attached to them, and we don't have to act them out. You know, so self-regulation begins by the adult world being regulated and not reactive.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Let's come back to the myth of normal.
Yeah.
And if you look back at your many books, and maybe I'm just unique in this situation, but I don't think I am. I'll explain what I mean. When I look back at each of my books, there are chapters or elements or messages that I wish I'd maybe emphasized more, or that I'm sad get skipped over or not given enough attention. In the new book, are there any chapters or concepts, anything at all that you really hope people do not miss? I know that's perhaps a strange way to phrase it, but I'll leave it there as a starting point.
It's almost like I felt I could just print the title page, The Myth of Normal, Trauma, Illness, and Healing in a Toxic Culture, and just have people write their own books, you know? Just have a bunch of empty pages. So I think the message is reinforced through the whole book. What we think is normal in our society, from the point of view of human needs and human evolution, is absolutely abnormal. And therefore, what we think of abnormalities in terms of illnesses and dysfunctions and diseases and so on, these are normal responses to abnormal circumstances. And the biggest loss you and I already talked about, this is a society that from the very beginning, from in utero onwards, puts stresses on human beings, that they lose contact with themselves. And the essence of trauma is loss of contact with yourself, loss of connection to yourself. And that's reinforced through parenting practices, the parenting advice people get, you and I already talked about that. It's reinforced in the school system. It's all about competition and evaluation rather than relaxation and learning. We're judged all the time by our externals, like how we look, what we achieve, how smart we are, how fast we are. We're not accepted for who we are. with our flaws and our vulnerabilities. Society caters to those false needs so that, you know, for God's sakes, people are Botoxing themselves because they've learned that how they are is just not acceptable. People are on Facebook presenting a false image of themselves because they believe that how they are and who they are is not good enough. We're sold all these products and are manipulated into all these activities that are all attempts to fulfill some deep hunger in ourselves that is missing because we've lost our true selves. We are manipulated into buying products and eating foods that are actually toxically, addictively unhealthy. And this happens with the full awareness, even not only the awareness, the employment of modern science as to how to get people hooked on cell phones or junk foods. Our politics reflects very traumatized people reaching the top, enacting policies that then create more trauma for large numbers of people. In other words, this is a society that, for all its wealth, scientific ingenuity, incredible progress in science and medicine, has fundamentally got disconnected from the essence of what it means to be human beings. And we suffer. There's an article in the New Yorker about the alarming rise in childhood suicide, the mysterious rise in childhood. There's nothing mysterious about it. Kids are stressed because of the conditions of this culture. All the lonely people, as the Beatles sang, you know, all the lonely people. The number of people lonely has doubled in the last 30 years. Britain has appointed a minister of loneliness. Loneliness kills. It's as dangerous as smoking 50 cigarettes a day in terms of causing illness or potentiating illness and death. There's so many ways in which this culture is abnormal and it's causing people to be not well. And so that message, that's the essential one that I hope people won't miss, but I kind of doubt that they will if they read the book. And the big message is, Tim, is we don't have to be that way. It's not our true nature. We've been sold a bill of goods about what human nature is. Human nature is not like that. And precisely the reason there's so much dysfunction is because we've got disconnected from our true nature. We don't have to be. We can find our way back. We can embrace it. And we'll be a lot healthier, both as a group and as individuals.
So what you're saying reminds me of a quote. No doubt you've heard it many, maybe even used it many times. This is from Krishnamurti. It's no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society.
Yeah.
And my next question relates to what to do. Because I have noticed for myself, for instance, if I'm off in the mountains, in the rivers, or the jungle by myself for a period of time, I come back, I feel better attuned, I feel much more at ease. There are all these positive effects, but it, at least in that form, is opting out of society. Now, maybe that's okay, but as I contemplate, part of my reason for asking about parenting and anger management or recognition and so on is because I'm contemplating starting a family soon, and that's at least in the plans. And disappearing to the jungle for months at a time may or may not be compatible with that, at least in the early stages. So, recognizing the problem, what are some of the things that people can do, or what are questions they should be asking? How would you suggest they start looking at treatments or solutions?
First of all, I wouldn't be too quick to dismiss the connection with nature. I do talk about a woman called Clara Hughes. Now, Clara Hughes was the first person to win medals at both the Summer and Winter Olympics. She's a Canadian, wonderful person, and after she retired from sports, she became a public speaker and was just stressing herself, fulfilling all these demands. And then she decided to start walking. So every year, for 6 months of the year, she just goes walks. She walks. She's walked from, I think, northern Canada to Mexico, and she reconnects herself through that.
Wow.
Now, obviously, nobody can do that all the time. Claire doesn't have children, so she can afford to do that. But that doesn't mean that the connection with nature needs to be dismissed. So I would say, for you, if that's a powerful connection and a way for you to reconnect with yourself, for God's sake, keep doing it. You might not do it for as long and as intensively as you might before you had children, but keep it up, because it's an essential part of who you are. But beyond that, what keeps us disconnected from ourselves are the imprints of trauma. And I suggest ways of working that through. That's not the only way. I'm certainly not unique in offering pathways to wholeness, as I call it, that part of the book. But people need to realize to what extent their tensions and their unhappiness and the dysfunctions, things that they don't like about themselves, they all came along for a reason. At some point, they had a function to play. Now they're no longer helpful. We can work them through. You gotta get help. Either through reading the right books, and or finding the right therapist, and or engaging in the right kind of spiritual practice, or martial arts, or something. But there's always a way to work it through. I can't emphasize enough the importance of communality, of connection. We're wired to connect. And in a society that teaches us that our nature is to be aggressive and competitive and individualistic and even suspicious of others, that goes against our nature. So we have to work our way through those false beliefs and come back to who we really are, which are connected beings, really here to be both individuals, to be authentic, and to be attached at the same time. So that there shouldn't be this tragic tension between attachment and authenticity. We can be both authentic and be connected. That's what we have to strive for, both as individuals and I think also as a culture.
When you think about wholeness and contending with these traumatic imprints, so you mentioned some, say, parenting approaches that you disagree with. Are there any approaches or recommendations that you think do more harm than good with respect to contending with trauma or moving towards wholeness?
Yeah, any parenting practice or educational practice that focuses on behavior rather than the child's underlying emotional dynamics is going to be harmful. Because what we want out of child rearing is at the end of it, there should be an autonomous human being, respectful of themselves and of others, who can be authentic and connected at the same time. That's our goal. I don't think anybody would disagree, but that's our goal for human beings. Now that's a natural developmental process as long as we provide the right conditions for it. But nothing in nature develops in the wrong context. So, I could have an acorn in my hand, and the nature of that acorn is to become an oak tree, but not if I leave it on my desk. It needs water and soil and sunlight and so on. A lot of parenting and educational practices focus not on the long-term goal and development, but on fixing the kids' behaviors in the short term. So, we talk about kids are acting out. What do you do when a kid acts out? Well, look at this phrase, acting out. What does it mean to act something out? When I say acting out, when I say a kid is acting out, you will probably think of a kid who's being oppositional or rude or disobedient or aggressive. But that's not what the phrase means. Acting out means to portray in behavior that which we haven't got the words to say in language. So in the game of charades, where you're not allowed to speak, what do you have to do? You have to act it out.
Act it out.
If you landed in a country where nobody spoke your language and you have to portray hunger, you have to act it out. Kids are acting out their emotional needs. The question is, are we going to respond to the child, or are we going to try and suppress the behavior? So much of what's taught as parenting advice is designed to manipulate or shape or suppress kids' behaviors rather than understanding the child. And by the way, this is also true of adults as well. Because we look at human beings and we don't see what's really driving them. We just either approve or disapprove of how they're behaving, but we don't make much of an effort. The legal system specializes in not understanding why people behave the way they behave, just in suppressing it. Which is why in Canada, where indigenous people make up 5% of the population, they make up 30% of the jail population. And indigenous women make up 50% of the female jail population in this country. It's an absolute scandal. Same in the US. The more oppressed you are, the more marginalized you are, the more you've been traumatized by history, and you know which groups those are in the United States, the more you're likely going to end up in jail. Because the legal system doesn't understand trauma, it doesn't understand human development, and it confuses punishment with rehabilitation. So as a result, in terms of supporting healthy growth of human beings at any level, we need understanding of what's driving this behavior. And it's not a question of allowing bad behavior or permitting it or encouraging it. But it's a question of what are we going to do about the phenomena of aggression or drug use, or in the case of children, rudeness or disobedience or anything else. What are we going to do about it? Are we going to try and just suppress the behavior? Then you end up where we are, with millions of people in jail, and lots of kids with learning difficulties and behavior problems, and millions of kids being medicated. Or we're going to try and understand what's happening, what's driving it, what are the social, cultural dynamics that are driving so much dysfunction. And it's not that hard to perceive. We have the science, we have the research, we're just not applying it.
Let me hop in. There are a few things I want to mention that come to mind as you're speaking, and then I'll end it with a question. So the first is on the acting out point, how I've heard stories from a number of friends, and I don't have kids, so again, anyone out there, don't look to me for parenting advice, but with respect to baby sign, teaching children sign language before they actually have the physiological capability of speaking, that you reduce the amount of acting out, sort of crying for attention, etc., when you enable them even with a handful, literally, of basic sign language symbols, right? Hungry, thirsty, potty, or whatever it might be. And so that makes sense to me. The second is, and I like the way that you deconstruct that phrase, the second, as it relates to incarceration, there's a documentary I saw a long time ago called The Work. It's called The Work. It came out in 2017. At the very least, everybody should watch the trailer. We'll link to it in the show notes. And it relates to effectively trauma work within the prison system. And I say that as kind of in a monolithic sense, which might not be perfectly accurate, but within a prison in the United States. And it's absolutely mesmerizing and brutal to watch. And it highlights how difficult it is in the sense that, you know, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? Intervening early. But let's look at the adult case. So coming back to this trauma imprint, if you were to take, say, 1,000 people from the population kind of selected at random, and they all, as adults, pursued fixing their trauma, whatever they think of as that meaning, are there any approaches or techniques or paths that you think are risky, damaging, ill-advised? Is there anything you'd like to highlight in that department?
Well, specifically in prisons in the U.S., this work that you mentioned sounds wonderful. I know couple of other approaches. There's a film made about my work called The Wisdom of Trauma that actually people can watch online. And there's a scene in it. I'm not involved, but there's a woman called Fritzi Horseman. She's wonderful. You might want to talk to her sometime. She works with these high-level offenders, and she's got these large number of people in this prison yard standing in a circle, all men. And she says, if you were hit regularly as a child, take a step forward. Everybody takes a step in. If your parents yelled at you a lot, take a step in. If you're abused, take a step in. If you've witnessed violence in your family origin, take a step in. And the circle just keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller as people keep stepping in to the circle. And so she does wonderful trauma work with prisoners, and the transformations are incredible that she witnesses and helps to facilitate. I know somebody else who works with something called the Prison Enneagram Project. Now, you probably heard of the Enneagram. I've never studied it.
I have. It's come up with a number of CEOs.
Yeah.
Toby of Shopify and others who use the Enneagram. It'd be helpful if you wanted to just give a brief overview or explain what you introduced.
So I've never studied it all that much. I don't have the patience for it, really.
It's a personality typing system that allows you to look at potential interactions of different people with different typing. And you can look at the pros and cons of those interactions. And there's a lot more to it, but those are some of the basics.
Yeah, I think that's about right. And also each Enneagram type has got its potential values, but also its
shadow,
hazards. So I know somebody who's taken this work into prisons and they do Enneagram work, and I've witnessed it. And these guys are killers. They've killed. It's hard to say this, and it's going to draw some maybe raised eyebrows or skepticism from some of your listeners. These guys are the loveliest people in the world. And they're not pretending. They were sensitive kids, deeply traumatized. Nobody ever paid attention to them. Everybody hurt them. Very often, of course, minority status. Somebody hears them, allows them to work with. I quote one of them in the book, actually. And he says, if I ever get out of here, all I ever want to do is help people love themselves. Because when I committed that crime, I was totally disconnected from myself. I didn't know who I was. I couldn't respect myself, he says, so I couldn't respect no one else either. And as I've learned to respect myself, I now respect all human beings. And I witnessed him saying this. This is in San Quentin, actually. So the potential of rehabilitation and bringing people back to their human selves is enormous, given the right circumstances. But we know how punitive and how traumatizing the prison experience is for a lot of people, because we equate punishment with rehabilitation. It's not the same thing. So I'm not saying that we should allow murder or that we should encourage crime. What I'm saying is, if we apply the light of understanding to what drives people, and we're actually interested in rehabilitating them, so that the correctional system really becomes a system that corrects people rather than just punishes them, we could do so much with what we already know. And you know what? It wouldn't cost more, it would cost less.
You know, for people interested, I just want to mention I actually did some podcast interviews behind the line inside a maximum security prison in California at one point, level 4 maximum security prison, Kern Valley State Prison, so people can find that at 323 if they're interested in kind of getting a peek behind the lines. And I would agree with you.
Were you surprised by anything?
I was surprised by a lot, because that is certainly not my native environment. I mean, on one hand, you had violent events on a constant basis, right? So there were real threats within the prison, and you know, sort of riot gear and so on had to be used. So you had tremendous potential for violence, and then you also had tremendous potential with the right support and resources. I was there volunteering with a group teaching entrepreneurial skills, because without qualifications or transferable skills to outside civilian life, then the recidivism rate, of course, is going to be very high. Also, with felony or felonies on your record, it complicates the entire situation. So it's a very, very problematic, gnarly puzzle to solve, with taking people from inside the system to then outside the system and reintroducing them. So that was the context within which I was there. But we were also able to have conversations with people who had done a tremendous job with support of rehabilitating themselves and really using introspection and cultivated self-awareness to turn their lives around, even within the confines of a maximum security prison. In some cases, people who were not eligible for parole, right? People who were still turning their lives around, despite the fact that most looking forward or stepping backward, depending on the things they've experienced. And when you start layering all of the abuses and experiences these people have suffered through, I don't want to say it's inevitable. You know, coming back to maybe the genetic comparison, I think it's not inevitable that these people end up in jail, but it sets the conditions such that it is much more likely, especially if they're highly sensitive, as you mentioned. And it stuck with me. It was very emotional for me to witness, honestly, because I grew up on Long Island, you know, in family, kind of lower middle class, with friends who came from some very tough households. You know, a lot of alcoholism, a lot of abuse, a lot of drugs, and some of my friends have not made it. You know, some have died of opiate overdoses and drunk driving accidents, etc., and other issues. Some are behind bars at this point also. And so it's also striking to me how with one or two different decisions, the trajectory of my life could have very easily gone in a direction that would have made it more likely that I would have ended up someplace very, very different. Let me ask you, if you could no longer write, you can no longer, let's stick with writing. You can't, no more writing, no more public speaking, but you are allowed to focus on clinical practice. And this comes to mind because of what this inmate you mentioned said about spending the rest of his life doing something.
Yeah.
What type of clinical practice would you focus on?
Well, I hope this rule against me speaking isn't enacted very soon, because I got this multi-country trip lined up that I'm really looking forward to. But don't tell anybody, okay?
That's accepted. Yeah, that's accepted.
Okay. But it'd be much the same as I'm doing now, except more one-to-one. It'd be that you come to me with an issue, and I would help you to see that there's nothing wrong with you, with who you are. Does stuff happen in your life at a time when you couldn't help it? And you made a kind of meaning out of that. Like I made the meaning that I couldn't be helped, I couldn't be healed. Or I made the meaning that I'm being abandoned. And you made a certain meaning out of that, and you've been living your life out of that meaning that you created at a time when you had no choice in the matter. And if you can get to be friends with all those aspects of you that at that time helped you survive, but now are creating suffering for you and the people in your life. And if you can work your way back to getting to know yourself and accepting yourself, you'll be just fine. And whether your trauma shows up in the form of multiple sclerosis, or rheumatoid arthritis, or malignancy, and by the way, there's a lot of literature linking all these conditions to trauma, so I'm not just making this up. Or whether it shows up as rage, or whether it shows up as depression, or as ADHD, or as anything else. Whether it shows up in difficulty with intimacy, in problems forming relationships. No matter how your problems manifest, there's a reason why they're there. Those reasons can be understood, dealt with, worked through, and you can find your way back to yourself. So that's would be my clinical practice. Almost no matter what people presented with. I say almost no matter what because I don't be categorical about it. You're right, there are some diseases that are genetic. One runs in my family, it's called muscular dystrophy. If you have the gene, you're gonna have the disease. My mother had it, my aunt had it, and they died with it. But that's very rare, very rare. For the most part, people were dealing with the impacts of life experience in a culture that undermines our connection to ourselves and to other people. And that's what we have to realize and correct.
Well, Gabor, I know we could go and go and go and go. I mean, I feel like that's a powerful place to start to maybe come to a close, but I want to also open the floor to anything else that you might want to mention, anything you might want to add, or if, apart from closing comments, you might have any requests of my audience or suggestions to the audience. Certainly, the new book is The Myth of Normal. I recommend people check it out. I've seen you through documentaries, but also in our interactions, sort of in action, so to speak. And I really respect you as a clinician and a practitioner, right? Not just a theoretician. And so I wanted to say that publicly. I'm aware of how much you've rolled up your sleeves and worked with very difficult cases of addiction and trauma in some of the sort of highest density areas in North America, certainly with respect to all of these kind of intersecting health challenges. So I wanted to say that, but are there any other comments you'd like to add before we bring this to a close?
I'll tell you personally that writing this book has been the biggest challenge of my life. At certain times I didn't know if I would finish it or it would finish me first. And I went through panic at certain times. I even became so desperate then that I called a therapist, and I had a therapy session once a week for several months in the middle of writing the book, which is a good thing. You know, at least I was smart enough to reach out for help, you know. It was hard because I took on such a big subject, which is the whole of this culture, and how that pertains to us as individuals and as groups. But what kept me going was this voice inside me that says, you know, I don't say you need to do this, but you're called to do this, and you wouldn't be being true to yourself if you didn't fulfill the calling. Now, that voice, in one version or another, it doesn't have to do with book writing or any other project like that, but that voice of who we are and what we can be in this world, that's inside all of us. And there's such cacophony, there's such noise generated by this culture. I mean, the radio, the TV, the internet is yelling at you 24/7. And we're being pulled away from ourselves in so many ways. But the Bible talks about this small, still voice that's inside of us. And the noise around us generated by this culture makes that voice almost impossible to hear. but I'm sure you've had the experience yourself, and a lot of people have. It's in there. And if we can just listen to it. So that was my biggest takeaway from writing this book is, and I'm so glad I did it, and in the end I'm just so happy with what I've been able to set down on paper, but by the way, with the brilliant help of my son Daniel. I couldn't have done this on my own. And if I can pitch forward a bit, the next book Daniel and I are writing is called Hello Again, A Fresh Start for Adult Children and Their Parents. Maybe in a few years when that's done, that's a workshop that we do, and maybe in a few years I can come back and talk to you again when that book comes out.
Sure, let's do it.
But anyway, the long and short of it is that the lesson that I derived is that it's not easy to listen to that voice, but it's A, essential, and B, so rewarding, and that voice is inside all of us.
So I have to follow up because this is touching a nerve for me right now, because I've been sort of sitting in the silence for about 1.5 years now. I've not committed to any large projects. Do you have any advice for attuning to or sensitizing to picking out that small, still voice? Because I would love to maybe have a more acute ability to observe that. Not that I'm totally deaf, dumb, and blind, but do you have any recommendations?
I do. But are you willing for a bit of an experiment right now?
Oh man, here we go again. Okay, I may end up being the pinata, but I'll go with it. Yes, I'm open to it.
Okay, all that's going to happen, and, you know, it's just an experiment. It may or may not work, and it's really okay if it doesn't. So there's no, I'm not going to feel like a failure if it doesn't work, and you won't be getting a failing grade if nothing comes up. It's just an experiment, right?
All right, let's try it.
So you say you've been kind of observing some degree of silence and not committing to long-term projects. Very wise, because something inside you needs to work itself out, and you're giving it space. And so I'm just going to ask you to just be silent for a moment within yourself, and then I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to snap my fingers, ask you a question. When I snap my fingers, just say the first thing that comes to your mind. If anything does, and if nothing does, that's really okay. But whatever you do, don't try and think about it.
Okay.
So don't try and figure out the right answer. There's no right answer. Okay? We're just going to see if anything comes up or not. So I might ask 2 questions. Okay, so just silence for a moment. Okay? You're paying attention to what's happening inside you, your chest, your belly, your head. You know, you're just being present with yourself. I'm going to ask you, what's calling you?
Animals. Animal communication.
Okay.
It's the first thing that comes up.
Okay, well, I don't know what that means, but I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
Okay, great. By the way, animals have a lot to tell us, don't they?
Yeah.
It's not true that I don't know what you know. I know people that work with horses. I don't know exactly what you mean, but I know there's a lot there. Okay, so if that comes up for you, then the second question will be, what's stopping you?
I think what's stopping me is I don't know how to. I can pursue it. I am actually going to be pursuing that in the next month, especially because I got a sort of a very promising lead involving some indigenous animal trackers.
Okay.
So that's a whole separate story, but I am unsure of how to, because I'm sort of on the periphery of this interest, right? And the interest, I think, is very much an attraction to non-verbal forms of communication. So that could be humans, but I just find the kind of pure, unadulterated, naturally selected manifestation of that is seen so clearly in animals.
And what about that appeals to you? There's something about that appeals to you. What's the appeal there for you? In a word.
In a word. Give me a second. I'll have to do a little search function for a word.
You know what comes up for me?
What comes up for you?
Purity.
I think for me it would be very close, right? I was going to say, I mean, it's cheating. It's not a word, but other means of knowing.
Then knowing, okay? Knowing that...
other means of knowing, right? So
well, no, but just forget the other means. It's knowing.
Yeah.
And you don't want that knowing happening through the intellect.
Yeah, I don't want it going through a bunch of filters and abstractions and concepts. I think it just gets so clumsy.
Yeah, so look, Tim, it sounds to me like you're got a beautiful calling, which is pure knowing, and you even have a pathway that you've envisioned, which is through animal communication. I think you're on your way. I don't think there's a big mystery here.
Well, you know, I'm gonna borrow that confidence, if I may. You know, I'll kind of fake it until I make it here with that. I'm excited. Thank you for doing the exercise.
Yeah.
Which, you know, hopefully people, maybe they had a chance to try themselves. I'm excited about it. I think there's part of me that is trying to force it into this maybe false construct of a job, if that makes any sense. And just bear with me as I try to walk through this.
Yeah.
Like right now, I do the podcast. I love doing the podcast. It's basically, they're interviews, but I'm also very self-indulgent with turning them into my own therapy sessions. So thanks for playing along. And there's part of me that really enjoys a commitment to all-consuming projects because I find it so much easier to say no to the noise and to the temptations and the shiny objects when I have a clear focus that consumes much of my days or all of my days. And maybe it's just premature, but I've been trying to figure out, all right, well, how does this interest actually translate to something that I can spend that amount of time on? And the answer is not forthcoming. So I think for that reason I've hesitated in taking the plunge, which is probably silly.
Well, if I may say, you're trying to bargain with your authenticity here, you know, and it seems to me you're trying to justify it somehow. You know, like, for me to be authentic and pursue this calling, I have to somehow translate it into some monetarized or professionally acceptable or respectable endeavor. I don't imagine that financially you're constrained to do that.
Oh no, yeah, it's not the finances, it's more like how do I make it something, I don't want it to be a disrespected hobby, if that makes sense. Like it's something I feel very drawn to respect.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, but are you worried what other people will think about it?
No, I'm not actually. I'm worried that I won't have enough to chew on for it to sustain me for a period of time. I won't be able to sink my teeth into it enough to spend what I would view as a critical mass of time to reach some point of like expertise. But no, that's all internal. It doesn't have anything to do with what other people think.
Okay, great. So you want to be able to respect it enough inside yourself. But look, what's the worst case scenario here? To me, when I hear you speak about it, and you said a few words, you said animal communication, you said knowing, pure knowing, I would call it. To me, that's very inspiring that you'd be caught by that. It really is. From the outside, just to tell you how I respond to it, that's, boy, this guy's really got something here, you know, is what I'm thinking. And what's the worst case scenario? Is that you take the next step with this indigenous possibility that you mentioned, and you'll see, won't you? You know?
Yeah, right.
Do you have to figure it out all in advance, or can you just take the next step and trust the process?
Yeah. The answer is I can trust the process. You know, I mean, it makes me think of, I can't remember who said it, but, you know, they're like, somebody described writing a novel as driving across the country in the dark with only headlights to guide you. It's like, you can get there, you can make it from one side to the other, but you can only see sort of 100 feet in front of you at any given point in time. So I think I probably just need to sort of take that and run with it. So thank you. I will. I already have a couple of things on the calendar in the next 2 months that I'm really excited about. So
great.
I think I just need to stop dipping my toe in the water and really get in.
I would say one final thing is that the mind that we develop as kids in response to trauma doesn't trust our authenticity very much, for a good reason, because authenticity will get us into trouble. So I would suggest that quite possibly some of this self-questioning and hesitation and the doubt around it is still a bit of an echo where you are programmed to question your authenticity, because what you're talking about sounds very authentic to me.
Yeah, it could be. That wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, I mean, I think that's as good a theory as any for me to recognize as valid at this point. So thanks for the encouragement. I appreciate it.
Well, I'm just reflecting what I'm seeing, that's all.
Well, thank you for the reflection.
I look forward to learning how that goes for you, one way or the other, actually.
Yeah, me too. Well, Gabor, thank you so much for the time. It's nice to see you again.
You too.
And it has been, doesn't feel that long ago that we sat face-to-face in Austin, but it's been quite a while, remarkably so. And you've been busy. I'm very excited about the new book. And for people who would like to check it out, and I encourage to check it out, the new book is The Myth of Normal, Trauma, Illness, and Healing in a Toxic Culture. You can find more information on the book at drgabormate.com. That's drgabormate.com. And you can find Gabor on Twitter at drgabormate, and then on Instagram, gabormatemd. And we've covered a lot of ground, and I really appreciate you being such an open book, and also maybe helping me to turn a few pages in the process. So much appreciated, Gabor. Thank you for making the time.
Thank you, Damon. It's a pleasure.
Made a love grow fun.